Hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was raised by Wanda and learn master pure chaos magic. So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos on this channel, then please do check out. Now without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
The Triwizard Cup was warm. That was the first thing Harry noticed when his fingers closed around it beside Cedric Diggory's. Not cold metal, not the polished chill of a trophy left under night air. Warm, as if someone had been holding it moments before and had only just let go. Then the world yanked sideways. The maze vanished in a violent wrench of motion. Wind became pressure. Pressure became noise. Harry's stomach lurched into his throat, and for one sickening second he had the sensation of being pulled through a keyhole too small for his body. He hit the ground hard enough to bite his tongue. Grass. Damp earth. The smell of rot and wet stone. He rolled, coughing, glasses skewed, still gripping the cup with one hand. Cedric landed beside him with a grunt, his arm tangled in Harry's, both of them sprawled against uneven ground lit by a pale, unhealthy moon. "Where are we?" Cedric gasped. Harry shoved himself upright, heart thundering. The answer surrounded him before he could say it. Lean tombstones leaned drunkenly out of the earth. A yew tree stood like a dark witness at the graveyard's edge. A little church beyond the iron fence sat hunched under the night. Mist dragged itself low over the grass, weaving around cracked stone and names too weathered to read from here. And somewhere nearby, something moved. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He clapped a hand to it and nearly dropped the cup. Cedric had his wand out already, eyes narrowed, turning in a slow circle. This isn't part of the task. No, Harry thought wildly. No, it absolutely was not. Then a cold, high voice sliced through the dark. "Kill the spare." Harry had time to turn. He saw a flash of green so bright it painted the tombstones emerald. Cedric dropped. There was no drama to it. No cry, no last movement that meant anything. One moment Cedric Diggory was alive, shocked, confused, drawing breath beside him. The next he was a body on the grass, eyes open to the moon. Harry stared, mind refusing to understand what it had seen. A cloaked figure stepped from behind the marble angel of a grave marker, arms still extended from the curse. Peter Pettigrew's silver hand glinted in the moonlight like a wet blade. In his other arm he cradled something small and misshapen, wrapped in black cloth. The bundle writhed. Harry scrambled backward, horror snapping thought into motion. He lunged for his wand. Accio, Pettigrew's curse, hit first. Ropes slammed around Harry's chest and arms, binding him so tight his breath punched out. He crashed sideways into a tall headstone. Pain cracked through his shoulder. His wand flew from his hand and skidded through the grass. Pettigrew hurried forward with that jerking, rat-like urgency Harry had seen before, eyes bright and horrible in his pale face. "You stay still, boy," he muttered. "You stay still for my lord." Harry kicked at him, but bound as he was, it was useless. Pettigrew hauled him upright with surprising strength and dragged him across the graveyard. Harry's heels tore furrows in the damp earth. The bundle in Pettigrew's arm made a thin, eager noise. Harry twisted enough to see it. Something hairless and raw-faced peered out from the black cloth. It had flat slits for nostrils and red eyes that shone with a knowing malice no infant should possess. Its hands were too long, fingers spider-thin. It looked at Harry and smiled. Ice went through him. They stopped before a white marble headstone grander than the others. Harry could just make out the name engraved into it in the moonlight. Tom Riddle. Pettigrew lashed him to it with rough, practiced movements, tightening the ropes until Harry could hardly move at all. The stone was cold against his back. Cedric's body lay several yards away, small and wrong in the grass. The bundle wriggled again. "Hurry!" hissed the thing in Pettigrew's arms. The voice was high and cold and unmistakable. "The potion!" Pettigrew bowed his head at once. "Yes, my lord." "At once, my lord." Harry's mind was sprinting and tripping over itself. Voldemort! Voldemort was here, not memory, not diary, not shade. Here, a large cauldron waited nearby, squat and black, its contents steaming with a glow from beneath that painted the gravestones a poisonous green. Harry hadn't seen it on arrival. It seemed to have been waiting all along, as if the whole graveyard had been arranged like a stage, and he had only just stumbled into his role. Pettigrew set the small, ugly thing gently on the grass before the cauldron, almost reverently, then drew a knife. Harry fought the ropes until they cut his wrists. No use. Pettigrew's voice shook with excitement as he spoke into the night. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son," he bent, hands clawing into the earth at the foot of the grave. Dirt scattered. Harry heard the scrape of bone. Pettigrew dropped something into the cauldron. It hissed, and sparks of ghostly white leapt from the potion. The thing on the grass watched without blinking. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." Pettigrew's face had gone gray. He raised the silver knife. Harry shouted, though he didn't know what. A warning. A curse. A denial of reality. The knife came down. Pettigrew screamed. His hand fell into the potion with a splash that sent red and green fire shooting up from the cauldron. He collapsed to his knees, clutching the stump of his arm, sobbing and laughing all at once. The thing on the ground never looked away from Harry. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken," Pettigrew choked, stumbling to his feet. "You will resurrect your foe." He came toward Harry, swaying with pain, knife in his trembling hand. Harry kicked as hard as he could, but the ropes held him fast. The blade sliced his arm above the elbow. White-hot pain lanced through him. Blood spilled bright and slick into the vial Pettigrew thrust beneath it. Then the blood went into the cauldron. The potion roared. Flame vaulted so high it swallowed the iron bars of the graveyard fence in green light. The mist fled. The yew tree shuddered, though there was no wind. Harry could feel the heat from the cauldron against his face, smell metal and rot and something older, something like a storm breaking inside stone. Pettigrew fell flat, panting. The ugly bundle on the grass gave a sound almost like joy. Then the cauldron's fire collapsed inward. Silence punched across the graveyard. Out of the steam, a shape rose, tall, thin. A body white as bone under moonlight, limbs long and spider-delicate, fingers like ivory knives. The face was exactly the one from Harry's nightmares. Red eyes, slitted nose, a lipless mouth stretched over too human mockery. Lord Voldemort stepped from the cauldron. He was naked and pale and somehow more terrible for the almost fragile sharpness of him. Pettigrew crawled forward at once, shaking so hard he could barely function, and produced black robes from somewhere in the grass. Voldemort let them dress him. His red gaze never left Harry. "Robe me," he said softly. Pettigrew obeyed, breathless, worshipful. When Voldemort's sleeves fell over his wrists and the dark fabric settled around his thin frame, it was like night itself had agreed to wear him. He moved toward Harry without hurry. Each step was light, almost graceful. He stood so close Harry could smell the potion clinging to him, bitter and metallic and wrong. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, the scar burned hotter. "My miracle, my curse, my unfinished business." Harry forced himself to meet those red eyes. Terror was there, yes, raw and enormous, but under it was something harder. Rage. Cedric was dead. Cedric had died because he had taken hold of the cup with Harry, because Harry had insisted they touch it together, because Harry had survived too many things and dragged other people into his survival. Voldemort reached out one long-fingered hand and touched Harry's cut arm. Not gently. The pain flared. "How fitting," he murmured, examining Harry's blood on his white fingertips. "That your blood should restore me. Lily Potter's sacrifice sits in my veins tonight. What a delicious little paradox." Harry spat at him. It landed on Voldemort's cheek. Pettigrew made a choking sound. Voldemort went very still. Then he smiled. "Excellent," he said quietly. "I would have been disappointed if fear had made you boring." He wiped the spit away with one finger, then turned from Harry and raised his wand to the sky. "Gather." The dark mark burned green above the graveyard. It exploded in the clouds like a wound reopening. Harry watched as shapes apparated through the mist, hooded, masked, dropping to one knee before Voldemort in a ring of black. Death Eaters, Some trembled. Some bowed so low their foreheads touched the grass. One or two glanced toward Harry with unmistakable curiosity. Voldemort addressed them in that cold, almost conversational voice. He spoke of loyalty, of absence, of punishment delayed and now due. He named failures and forgiven betrayals with the casual intimacy of a master inventorying owned things. Harry heard Bellatrix Lestrange's name in the whispers, heard Lucius Malfoy answer with strained composure, heard Pettigrew sob through thanks when Voldemort replaced his severed hand with silver wrought out of spell-light and malice. Harry said nothing. He kept seeing Cedric's body. Eventually, Voldemort turned back. The ring of Death Eaters opened, leaving bare grass between them. "Now," Voldemort said, "I will prove something to you, to them, to myself." He held out Harry's wand. For a second, Harry didn't understand. Then he saw it. Harley and Phoenix Feather lying across Voldemort's pale palm as if it had always belonged there. "Take it," Voldemort invited. Harry stared. "Take it," he repeated, and there was a silk thread of danger beneath the softness now. "Or die tied to a grave marker without even attempting a defense." Pettigrew hurried forward and cut Harry's bonds. The ropes fell away. Harry staggered as blood rushed painfully back into his arms. His wand felt familiar and strange all at once when it was shoved into his hand, like gripping the memory of safety instead of safety itself. He lifted it. His arm shook. Voldemort stepped back into the open space between tombstones. "Bow!" he said mockingly. Harry did not move. A few Death Eaters laughed. Voldemort's smile thinned. "As you wish." Then he raised the yew wand. Crucio, pain became the whole world. Harry hit the ground screaming. Fire ran through his nerves, through his bones, under his skin. There was no place to think inside it, no room for anything human. He curled instinctively, fingers gouging mud, vision white and broken. Then it ended. He lay there panting, cheek pressed to wet grass, every muscle shaking. "Up," Voldemort said. Harry got up, not because he wanted to. Because if he stayed down, he would die here beside Cedric with the graveyard laughing and the moon watching and no one to remember that he had stood at all. He got up. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed with something close to pleasure. "Yes," he said. "There you are." Then the duel began. Harry cast first, out of instinct more than strategy. "Expelliarmus!" A jet of red light shot through the graveyard. Voldemort deflected it lazily. "Impedimenta, protego." "Stupefy," Voldemort sidestepped, robes stirring. "Is this all?" Harry's heart hammered so hard his vision pulsed with it. He moved, kept moving. Tombstones, angel statues, low marble crypts, anything to break line of sight to force Voldemort to turn to buy a second. Spells cracked the air. Stone exploded. Earth sprayed. A headstone shattered where Harry's head had been an instant before. He knew, with that terrible calm that sometimes came in the worst moments, that this was not a duel. This was display. Voldemort was toying with him because he wanted witnesses. He also knew he could still die in it. "Stop running, boy," Voldemort called, almost amused. Harry ducked behind a broad granite monument shaped like a broken column. Breath tore in and out of him. His wand hand was slick with sweat. His cut arm throbbed. He could hear Death Eaters shifting in the dark, could feel their attention like pressure against his skin. "Cedric is dead," said a voice inside him that sounded nothing like courage and everything like reality. "If you stop, you join him." Harry lunged from cover and shouted the first thing that came. "Reducto!" The curse hit the ground between Voldemort's feet and blasted a crater in the grass. Voldemort spun away, eyes flashing. For the first time he did not look entertained. Enough. He lifted the yew wand. Harry lifted his own. Green met red. The two spells struck each other midair with a sound like metal screaming, and the world split. Light webbed between the wands, golden, blinding, alive. Harry felt his wand jerk in his hand as though something inside it had recognized something impossible and taken offense. The beam connecting them thickened, pulsing brighter, brighter still. Voldemort's expression changed. Priori incantatem, Harry thought wildly, though he had no room to truly think it. The shared core, Fawkes, the twin feathers, but this was not quite the same as what had happened before. The air itself had become wrong, the golden cage of light around them expanded, tombstones hummed. Mist trembled and held unnatural shapes. Harry's scar burned with such ferocity he tasted copper. He heard screams, not around him but through him, as if the spell link had punched into every worst memory and dragged them all toward the surface at once. A baby crying in a ruined house. His mother shouting, Cedric saying, "Take the cup together." Sirius laughing from another year, another war, a whisper he had never heard before and somehow recognized as his own future fear. The graveyard shuddered. At first only Harry seemed to notice. A tremor underfoot. The nearest tombstone vibrating in place. Moonlight rippling like reflection disturbed by a stone dropped into water. Voldemort noticed a second later, his red eyes widened. The golden beam between them had acquired a second color. Not red, not gold. Something stranger, a deep liquid crimson threading along the spellwork like blood moving through glass. Harry's wand grew hot. Hairline cracks raced down the holly wood from tip to handle. "No," Voldemort hissed, not to Harry but to the phenomenon itself. The air tore, not loudly, not like an explosion, more like fabric pulled across a knife's edge, one smooth, impossible rip, vertical and narrow, appearing in empty space 3 feet to Harry's left. Beyond it there was no graveyard, there was motion. Scarlet stormlight. Fragments of somewhere else layered wrong over this world. Towering city shapes in silhouette. A sky full of broken red geometry. A grief so vast it seemed to have weather. Every Death Eater in the ring flinched, but their eyes slid off the rip a second later, as if their minds refused to keep hold of what they had seen. Only Harry and Voldemort kept looking. The beam between the wands convulsed. Echoes burst from Voldemort's wand as before, ghostly shapes of spells and souls drawn backward through its history. A hand, a voice, flickers of prior victims. But the crimson now threaded through those echoes, tangling with them, tugging at them, making the air smell like rain on hot stone and burned flowers and something stranger than either. Harry pushed. He didn't know how. There was no technique, no taught movement. Just terror, anger, grief, and the instinctive refusal to die on a night already too full of endings. The crack in space widened by an inch, and someone stepped through. She did not arrive like a witch apparating. No pop, no twist of displaced air. She was simply there. A woman in a dark red coat that moved as if there were wind around her and nowhere else. Her hair fell loose around a face at once young and ancient with sorrow, the planes of it sharpened by experience rather than age. Her eyes were the first thing Harry truly registered, brown shot through with something redder beneath, like embers beneath glass. She stood behind a tilted angel monument in the edge shadow of the yew tree, one hand lightly resting on stone. No Death Eater reacted. No one turned. It was as if the graveyard had made room for her without informing the people in it. Harry's wand shook harder. Voldemort snarled and drove more force into their connection. The golden beam thickened, but Harry's attention had split. The woman was watching him with a stillness so complete it felt louder than the duel, not neutral. Not kind exactly, not cruel either, recognizing, as if she had crossed impossible distance and found, at the end of it, a pattern she had seen before. Harry had the absurd thought that she looked lonelier than any person had a right to look. Then the pressure in his scar spiked, the graveyard doubled. For a fraction of a second, Harry saw 2 versions of everything at once. The tombstones where they stood and the same tombstones broken centuries older. Voldemort upright before him and Voldemort already fallen to ash. Cedric dead in the grass and Cedric turning, alive. Saying something Harry couldn't hear. Harry gasped. The woman's gaze sharpened. She knew what he had just seen. That certainty arrived in him whole. Voldemort shouted something, an incantation or a curse, but the sound warped. The golden beam shrieked. Harry's wand cracked near the hilt with a small, sharp sound like bone under pressure. A filament of red light leaked from the fracture. It curled upward, delicate as smoke and alive as a thing deciding whether to be born. Voldemort saw it and recoiled half a step. That was enough. The beam broke. It snapped with a concussion of force that sent Harry flying backward into the grass. Voldemort staggered too, robes whipping around him. The Death Eaters cried out in alarm, finally reacting not to the woman by the yew tree, but to the spell backlash. Ghostly echoes swarmed between the gravestones, faces, voices, translucent forms surging briefly free of the broken connection. Harry heard Cedric's voice as if from very far away. "Take his body. Don't leave me." Then the echoes scattered like sparks in rain. Harry rolled, scrambling, wand clenched in one hand. The world rang. His ears were full of static. The fracture in the air had narrowed, but it still hung there, almost invisible now unless he looked slightly beside it rather than at it directly. The woman remained at the graveyard's edge. Voldemort turned in a slow circle, searching, sensing that something had happened beyond his control and hating it. His nostrils flared. The snake-like face tightened, but his eyes passed over her. Whatever she was, whatever power wrapped her like a second atmosphere, he could not catch her in it. Not fully. She watched him for one beat longer, dismissing him. Then she looked back at Harry. It was the look that would stay with him later. The one he would almost remember in fever dream fragments after the night was over. Not pity, not exactly approval. It was assessment, yes, but deeper than that. As if she were listening to something no one else could hear, some frequency beneath the scream of events. And Harry, though he would never have been able to explain why, had the sudden terrifying impression that she was not listening to the graveyard. She was listening to him. The red filament still leaked from the crack in his wand. It twined around his wrist and vanished into the air. The woman's lips parted very slightly, like she had just found confirmation of a suspicion. Then a portkey jerked Harry behind his navel. He had snatched the Triwizard Cup. He did not remember making the decision. One moment he was staring at impossible red-lit calm under the yew tree. The next, his fingers had locked around the cup's handle, his other hand grabbing blindly for Cedric's robes, and the graveyard tore away. As he vanished, he saw one final image. The woman lifted two fingers in a motion so small it might have been nothing at all. Yet Harry felt something touch the burning line of his scar, not pain, not relief, something stranger, a mark without wound. A recognition. A thread tied from one impossible thing to another. Then the graveyard was gone. He landed in chaos. The stone of Hogwarts grounds hit his knees. Voices erupted. Feet pounded. The cup rolled from his grasp. Harry could not breathe properly. Cedric's body fell beside him with a dead weight that made the whole scene suddenly, horribly real all over again. Someone was shouting his name. Someone else was saying Cedric's. He saw the maze entrance beyond the blur of people rushing toward them, torches swinging, faces white and disbelieving. He tried to stand and failed. Hands reached for him. He flinched away until he recognized none of them were Death Eaters, and that did not help at all. He's back. What happened? Diggory, oh God! Harry found Dumbledore through the confusion as if some instinct always could. The headmaster's blue eyes took in Harry, Cedric, the state of both, the cup, the blood, the expression on Harry's face. Then his gaze sharpened with frightening precision. "What happened?" he said, and though the words were gentle, there was command in them. "Voldemort," Harry choked. "He's back. Cedric, he asked to take the cup with me. He said we should both win, and then—" His voice broke. Dumbledore moved fast then, far faster than old men were meant to. Orders snapped out around him. Moody? No, not Moody, not yet. Harry's mind stumbled uselessly. Teachers, champions, ministry officials all became a blur of noise and robes and lantern light. Through it all, Harry clung to one impossibility with stubborn, silent clarity. There had been a woman in the graveyard. He tried to tell himself it had been some effect of Voldemort's resurrection. A hallucination born from pain, blood loss, spell backlash, the scar. Yet the certainty remained. She had been real in the same way nightmares were not, too detailed, too specific, too composed. She had looked at him as if he were both danger and answer. By the time he was in the hospital wing, his body had begun to register the full inventory of pain. The cut on his arm, bruise from the headstone, cramping muscles from the cruciatus. Exhaustion sunk so deep it felt like drowning. Madame Pomfrey fussed and scolded in equal measure while ministers shouted somewhere outside and Dumbledore's voice cut through them like a blade. Harry drifted in and out. Faces came and went. Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Hermione crying openly, Ron pale and furious, as if anger were the only thing keeping him upright. Someone gave Harry a potion that eased the pain without touching the terrible alertness inside his head. At some point, long after the worst of the uproar had moved elsewhere, Harry asked for his wand. No one wanted to give it to him. Dumbledore did. It lay across the old wizard's palm as though it had become evidence in some trial only Harry understood. Harry sat up slowly in the bed and took it. The holly wood looked the same at first glance. 11 inches. Narrow, supple. Familiar where his fingers rested, but near the handle, running up in a jagged line toward the middle, was a hairline fracture. Wands can sustain stress, Dumbledore said quietly, particularly under unusual magical circumstances. Harry stared at it. The crack was so fine it should have meant nothing. Yet when his thumb brushed over it, something answered. A wisp of crimson curled out of the fracture, tiny, barely visible. It rose like smoke in still air, looped once around his knuckles and vanished. Harry froze. Dumbledore had turned away, momentarily answering Madame Pomfrey. No one else saw. Harry's pulse began to pound again. He looked down at the wand in his hand, at the place where ordinary wizarding damage should have ended and something else had begun. Then, unbidden, he remembered the graveyard edge. The yew tree. The woman in red. The impossible rip in the world, the way she had watched him as if she recognized not what he was, but what he might become. Outside, dawn had begun to thin the dark over Hogwarts. Inside, Harry closed his fingers around the cracked wand and felt, for the first time since the graveyard, a fear that had nothing to do with Voldemort. Not because something had followed him back, because something had seen him there and chosen not to look away. Far beyond Hogwarts, beyond Britain, beyond even the neat boundaries wizarding maps liked to pretend were the edges of meaningful things, a seam in reality closed with a whisper. Wanda Maximoff stood on a rooftop under a different sky and looked down at her hand. The last of the graveyard's residue clung to her fingers in threads too thin for anyone else to see. Green curse light, phoenix fire gold, and laced through both, something new, a raw crimson instability not yet strong enough to name itself, but strong enough to answer when touched. She curled her hand slowly shut. Below her, a city moved in midnight silence, unaware of other worlds brushing past it like thoughts. She had felt the fracture from an impossible distance, not the resurrection itself. Those happened in uglier forms across more realities than most people imagined. No, the thing that had called to her was the moment after. The rebound, the refusal, the emotional violence of a child surviving again when survival had already cost too much, grief weaponized into magic. She knew that frequency too well. For one suspended instant in that graveyard, she had seen the shape of the boy's future branching outward in scarlet-lit possibilities. Most were ruin, some were monstrous. A few, very few, held. Not because he would be less dangerous there, but because he might learn the difference between power and surrender before it was too late. He had no language for what was beginning in him. His world had no language for it either. That made him vulnerable. That made him interesting. Wanda turned her gaze upward. Somewhere, in another country and another framework of magic, a 15-year-old boy sat in a school hospital wing holding a cracked wand that no longer fit cleanly into the rules he had been raised to trust. She could have intervened tonight. She had not yet. Some doors, if opened before the right moment, became cages. Some children, if saved too early, never understood what they were being saved from. And some kinds of power only revealed themselves when conventional magic failed so completely that reality had to reach for a stranger answer. Her expression softened, though there was no one there to witness it. "Marked," she murmured to the night, the word neither curse nor blessing. Then red light bent around her like folding glass. She disappeared. And in the quiet hospital wing at Hogwarts, Harry Potter lay awake until sunrise with his cracked wand on the blanket beside him, listening to the castle breathe and wondering why. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw 8 windows in the great hall where there should only have been 6. The first strange thing happened 3 nights after the graveyard. Harry woke to Dudley screaming, not his usual indignant yell, not the thunderous protest of a spoiled boy denied something he believed the universe owed him. This was higher, thinner, cut through with genuine panic. It tore through Privet Drive's midnight silence hard enough to jolt Harry upright in the narrow bed of the smallest bedroom. For one disoriented second, he did not know where he was. The graveyard still clung to him in pieces. Moonlight on marble. Green fire in a cauldron. Cedric falling without a sound. Red eyes. A woman standing beside a yew tree as if she belonged to a category the world had forgotten how to describe. Then the walls of Privet Drive closed back around him. Dudley's second bedroom, stripped and mean, smelling faintly of dust and old detergent. The window over the street. The bars Uncle Vernon had once put on it and later removed. The stale suburban stillness. Dudley screamed again. A heavy pounding followed, Uncle Vernon bellowing, Aunt Petunia gasping, doors flying open down the hall. Harry shoved back the blankets before he had time to think why he was moving at all. He wasn't wanted out there. He never was, but the sound had hit something deeper than caution. He yanked open his bedroom door. Dudley's room at the end of the corridor blazed with light. Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway in striped pajamas, red-faced and enormous, while Aunt Petunia clutched her dressing gown shut with one trembling hand and peered inside as though the room itself might bite her. "What's all this racket?" Vernon thundered. "There's someone in here." Dudley howled from inside. "There was someone in here." Harry reached the doorway in time to see Dudley jammed into the far corner of his room, quilt twisted around him like a shield, his broad face gone waxy and slick with sweat. His piggy little eyes were locked on the wall above his desk. At first, Harry saw nothing. Then he realized what Dudley was staring at. The wallpaper had changed. For years, the room had been decorated in smug blue stripes with little racing cars marching along the border near the ceiling. Harry had noticed it 1,000 times in passing and never thought about it. Now half the wall had become something else entirely, dark stone under moonlight, veined with pale moss, a churchyard rising out of mist. Tombstones leaned across the plaster where there should have been childish wallpaper. A yew tree stretched upward in black silhouette. The image was not painted. It was there, not flat either. The moonlight on those false gravestones seemed to shift if Harry moved. The mist curled. One of the headstones looked so real Harry had the impossible urge to brush dirt from the carved name and read it. Dudley pointed at it with a shaking finger. "It was looking at me." Uncle Vernon turned, finally noticing Harry in the hall. "You!" He barked at once, as if Harry had personally ordered the laws of nature to embarrass the household. "What have you done now?" "I didn't do anything." But the words came out weak, because the room had gone cold and Harry knew, with the sick certainty of someone recognizing a nightmare from the inside, exactly what place the wall had become. Not the whole graveyard, not all of it, just a fragment, enough for the yew tree, enough for leaning stone. Enough for the sensation of the air before Voldemort had risen from the cauldron. Aunt Petunia made a thin, horrified sound. "Vernon, don't you Vernon me," he snapped, though his own voice wobbled around the edges. "Boy, you fix this, right now." Harry stepped inside before he knew why. The colder he got, the sharper his scar felt, not burning, not like Voldemort was near, but prickling along old pathways. Dudley cringed away from him. Vernon planted himself between Harry and the bed as if expecting fireworks. Harry ignored them. He lifted a hand toward the altered wall. The mist on it stirred. Something moved deep within the false graveyard, not a person, not exactly, but the suggestion of one, a shape between the stones, seen only if he didn't look directly at it. Then a voice slid through the room. "Not yet." Harry whipped around. Vernon and Petunia were both staring at him. Dudley had his eyes squeezed shut. No one else had heard it. The voice had not come from behind him or ahead of him. It had entered him the way dream dialogue did, arriving already understood. Female? Low, calm, not kind, not cruel. The same impossible certainty from the graveyard tightened in Harry's chest. He touched the wall. The stone became wallpaper again, blue stripes, racing cars, nothing more. The room's temperature rose so abruptly Harry almost staggered. Vernon let out a choked exhale. Dudley made the noise of someone who'd expected to die and had been told, at the last second, to reschedule. Petunia stared at the restored wallpaper with naked revulsion, as if it had betrayed her by pretending to be ordinary again. Vernon rounded on Harry, relief curdling instantly into fury. Out, out, freakish little— I told you I didn't do anything, Harry said, but his voice was elsewhere. His hand still tingled where it had touched the wall. He went back to his room before Vernon could invent a punishment large enough to match his fear. Then he sat on the edge of the bed until dawn and did not sleep again. The second strange thing happened because Harry did. Sleep, when it finally came to him, was no longer rest. It was a hallway he dreaded walking because he never knew which door would open first. Sometimes the graveyard returned. Sometimes it was the maze before it, Hedges breathing around him and Cedric's voice somewhere ahead. Sometimes it was Cedric afterward, not as a ghost, just as memory sharpened into unbearable detail. Wind flattening his hair in the first task, laughing on the way to the Quidditch pitch, saying take the cup together with easy fairness that now felt like a wound. But increasingly, something else entered the dreams. At first it was only color, scarlet, but not the bright clean red of a school banner or a Weasley jumper. This was denser, a red that carried weight. It appeared at the edges of nightmares the way dawn appeared at the edges of windows, except instead of comfort, it brought pressure, as if the dream itself were being watched. Then came the places. A street Harry had never walked, gray, broken, lined with buildings whose windows were empty black sockets. Snow or ash drifted through the air. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed in a language he did not know. He stood there in the dream without coat or wand, and yet was not cold. The whole world seemed paused around an explosion it had not yet admitted had happened. A room full of glass cases, all shattered. A kitchen with unfamiliar sunlight on pale counters, and a mug cooling beside a sink. A field of impossible flowers glowing red from within. He woke from each one with the feeling that the dream had not been random at all, that he had been shown places rather than invented them. By the end of the week, the dreams began speaking, not in speeches, not in prophecy. That would have been simpler. Instead, they spoke in instructions so oblique Harry could dismiss them if he wanted to. Look at what changes when you are afraid. You keep surviving by accident. That won't hold forever. Magic listens differently when you stop asking. He started waking with those words in his mind and no memory of who had said them. Yet the voice from Dudley's wall and the presence from the graveyard braided together into one certainty. The woman in red had not vanished from his life when he touched the cup. She had moved somewhere harder to defend against. His sleep. Privet Drive noticed the effects before Harry did. Mrs. Figg, watching him over watery tea one afternoon while the Dursleys took Dudley shopping for new trainers, peered at him above her glasses and said, "You've gone thinner." Harry nearly laughed. "That's not exactly news." "No," she said, unexpectedly sharp. "I mean in the edges." Harry stared. Mrs. Figg blinked as though surprised by her own wording, then shook herself and reached automatically for a cat that wasn't there. "You look tired, dear." That at least was true. The house had begun doing things in the hours before dawn. Harry would wake and find his blankets folded with impossible precision at the foot of the bed, though he slept restlessly enough to twist them around himself. Once he woke to discover every object on his little desk had been rearranged into a perfect circle. Ink bottle, quills, schoolbooks, the useless alarm clock Dudley had once smashed and Vernon had made Harry keep anyway. In the center of the circle sat his wand. He had left the wand under his pillow. Another morning, the cracked flowerpot on the windowsill had filled itself with damp earth, even though he'd emptied it months ago. In the soil lay 7 little stones, each dark as if wet, arranged around a dead leaf like points on a compass. Harry stood staring at them for nearly a minute before a pulse of nausea ran through him, and he swept the whole thing into the bin. The worst morning came after a dream he could barely remember. He woke with tears on his face and the certainty that he had been shouting in his sleep. The room was still gray with pre-dawn. For a long moment, nothing seemed wrong. Then he turned toward the wall opposite the bed. His cupboard was there, not the cupboard under the stairs, not literally. He was years and several growth spurts removed from sleeping in it. But the alcove opposite the bed, usually just blank wall with peeling cream paint, had become a neat wooden door with a cat flap at the bottom and a brass latch Harry knew by touch better than some people's faces. He couldn't breathe. It was exact. The scrape where Dudley had once kicked it. The flaking paint near the hinge, the warped lower panel from years of damp. Reality had opened a memory and set it into plaster. Harry crossed the room slowly, half convinced he would hear Aunt Petunia coming with a tray, or Uncle Vernon's footsteps overhead, or his own younger breathing from the other side of the wood. His hand shook when he touched the latch. The voice spoke before he could open it. "You keep building prisons from the places that made you." He snatched his hand back so fast he hit the wall behind him. No one stood there. No woman by the window, no red shape in the corner, yet the room had become crowded with her attention. Harry felt it the way one feels a thunderstorm in the air before seeing the clouds. "Who are you?" he whispered. The answer took a moment, and when it came it sounded almost like she was considering how little truth a frightened boy could survive at once. "Someone who knows what happens when grief learns how to touch the world." Harry's throat went tight. "Are you in my head? Aren't most of the dangerous things?" That should have been infuriating. Instead, it made his skin prickle. He forced himself to look at the cupboard door. "Did you do this?" "No." The answer came without hesitation, and because of that he believed it. "Then why is it happening?" Silence pressed through the room, not absence, deliberation. "Then, because you are reaching with parts of yourself that were never meant to stay untrained." Harry thought of accidental magic from childhood, glass vanishing at the zoo, his hair growing back overnight, ending up on the school roof while Dudley's gang hunted him. This was different. Those things had been bursts. Panic turning the world briefly traitor to itself. This felt slower. More intimate, like his emotions were leaking through the seams and revising objects when he wasn't watching. His gaze fell to the cupboard door again. Behind him, the first weak light of morning touched the curtains. "What are you?" he asked. This time the pause was longer. "A witch," the voice said at last. "But not the kind your world taught you to expect." Then the room blinked. There was no door, just wall, peeling cream paint. Nothing more. Harry stood there with his pulse hammering and knew with cold clarity that he had just made a terrible mistake. He was no longer hoping the dreams were only trauma. The letters from Ron and Hermione arrived in miserable fits and starts because the Ministry kept interfering with Owl Post in ways both obvious and cowardly. Harry wrote back carefully, leaving out anything that sounded too much like instability. Voldemort had returned. That truth already took up enough space. How was he meant to add "sometimes my bedroom remembers places I'm afraid of"? He did not know whether he was protecting them or protecting himself from how insane it would sound once written down. He told himself there would be time later, at Hogwarts, after he could observe the problem more clearly. After he had some proof it was real, he told himself a lot of things. Meanwhile, the Dursleys adapted in the only way they knew, by pretending the house itself had become defective rather than magical. If a spoon drawer opened to reveal the cutlery laid out in concentric spirals instead of neat rows, Petunia hissed about cheap fittings. If the television briefly reflected a red-lit skyline instead of the news, Vernon smacked the side of it and cursed electrical companies. If Dudley's wardrobe one morning held only duplicates of the same gray shirt hanging in impossible perfect intervals, Dudley howled until Petunia bought him replacements. Only once did Petunia look directly at Harry after one of the incidents and ask, very low, "Can you stop it?" It was the closest she had come in years to sounding not angry but frightened. Harry looked at her narrow face, the strained line of her mouth, the hand gripping the kitchen counter hard enough for the knuckles to pale. He could have reminded her of bars on windows, of locked cat flaps, of making a child sleep under stairs while calling him unnatural. Instead, he said the only true thing available. "I don't know how." Petunia's eyes flicked toward the hall as if the walls might be listening. Then she turned away and began scrubbing an already clean mug with such force Harry thought it might shatter. The dreams deepened in August. One night Harry found himself standing in an endless dark space pricked with red lights like distant stars. Beneath his feet there was no floor, and yet he stood. Before him hung dozens of doors, wood, iron, glass, some floating upright, some tilted at impossible angles, all drifting slowly in the dark. The woman waited among them. For the first time he saw her clearly enough that waking would not blur her features away. Not old, though old enough in the eyes. Hair loose over her shoulders. A face built for softness reshaped by too many losses into something sharper. She wore no crown, no obvious sign of power, and yet the whole place moved around her with the subtle obedience of a room adjusting itself to its owner's breathing. Harry's own breathing sounded loud. "You're real," he said. She almost smiled. "You've met quite a few unreal things, Harry. You'll need a higher standard." He should have asked how she knew his name. Instead, he looked at the doors. Some were cracked open onto places he didn't understand. A city street full of overturned cars and red energy, a mountain under a purple sky, a room full of candles burning sideways, a corridor made of mirrors that reflected strangers instead of him. "Am I asleep?" "Yes." "Then how are you here?" "I am very good at reaching places people think are private." That should have terrified him more than it did. Maybe he was too tired. Maybe some part of him had recognized her long before his mind had managed to catch up. "You were in the graveyard." "I was." "Why?" She looked at him then the way she had that night, like an equation with painful answers. "Because something happened there that sounded familiar." He thought of the crack in his wand, the red filament, the way the world had doubled for a second and shown him variations that should not have existed. "That was me, partly." That word landed heavily. "What does that mean?" She moved past him, and the doors shifted aside to make room. "It means your world calls many things magic that are actually agreements, ritual frameworks, inherited permissions. The wand chooses, the spell channels, the world allows. Useful, elegant, limited." Harry frowned. That sounds like something Hermione would say if she'd spent a week being dramatic. The woman actually did smile then, quick and surprised. It changed her face in a way that made her look younger and far sadder at once. "Maybe I'll like Hermione." "You know Hermione?" "Not yet." The answer made no sense, and before he could press her on it, she touched one floating door with 2 fingers. It opened onto Privet Drive's kitchen at dawn. He saw himself there from above, sitting at the table while Petunia washed dishes with jerking, angry movements. The image flickered red at the edges. Harry took an involuntary step back. "What is that?" "A possible memory. A live one you are still feeding." He looked from the door to her. "Stop talking like I'm supposed to understand." She turned fully toward him. The dark around them deepened. Red lights pulsed farther out like heartbeats. "You're affecting your environment in your sleep," she said plainly. "Objects, space, memory-adjacent structures. The emotional architecture of places. You are doing this because grief has broken some of the walls your world relies on." Harry swallowed. "That sounds bad." "It is not good. Helpful. I'm trying." Her gaze slid past him, not evasive exactly, more like she was measuring what he could bear. Power without language becomes haunting first, then damage. He hated how much that sounded true, so teach me the language. The words came out before he had decided to say them. The woman's expression did not change, but something in the dream space did. A few of the doors stopped drifting. The red lights steadied. "That's the first useful thing you've asked me," she said. Harry folded his arms, mostly so she would not see his hands shaking. "You still haven't told me your name." "Wanda." The syllables settled into him with the force of recognition delayed. "Of course." The name fit the voice, the graveyard, the impossible sense that she belonged to rules parallel to his own rather than inside them. "Just Wanda," a brow lifted. "You're in no position to be picky." Despite everything, a laugh escaped him. It sounded strange in that endless dark. He had not expected laughter to survive the summer. Wanda watched him with something unreadable. "Good, keep that. Keep what?" "The part of you that can still do that." Her tone had changed. Not warmer, more careful. Harry looked away first. Below them, or maybe behind them, direction didn't behave properly here. One of the doors opened wider. He saw the graveyard again. Cedric's body. Voldemort turning with fury on his inhuman face. The yew tree. Wanda standing near it, unobserved by everyone else. Harry's laugh died. "You could have helped," he said before he could stop himself. Silence. He had not meant to say it that plainly. He had not even known until this moment that the accusation lived whole inside him, waiting. But once spoken, it could not be retrieved. Wanda looked at the graveyard door for a long time. "Yes," she said, "that hurt more than denial would have." Harry's jaw tightened. "Then why didn't you?" "Because intervention has a cost your world romanticizes and mine pays." He stared at her. "That isn't an answer." "It's the honest one." He wanted to be furious. He wanted to tell her Cedric had died and honest abstractions were useless. Yet the way she said it contained so much old ruin that he could not fit simple anger around it. Wanda faced him fully. "If I had stepped in, the night would have become about me, about my power, my war, my presence. Voldemort would have survived it differently. You would have survived it differently, and whatever is beginning in you would have gone back to sleep under borrowed rescue." The dark space thrummed softly around them. "I'm not teaching you to be saved, Harry," she said. "I'm deciding whether to teach you how not to break everyone near you while surviving." That landed with brutal precision because it struck the fear he had kept least examined: Dudley's wall, the cupboard door, the cutlery spirals, the television reflection. Mrs. Fig saying he looked thinner in the edges. He glanced at his own hands. For a flicker of a second, scarlet light moved under the skin like blood, remembering it could be fire. "I don't want to hurt people. I know." "How?" "Because the room would look different if you did." Harry looked up sharply. Wanda's eyes softened by a fraction. "Intent matters. Emotion matters more. Belief matters most." "Belief in what?" "In what the world is allowed to become when you stop agreeing with it." He hated how close that came to making sense. A sharp sound cracked through the dream space. One of the floating doors had split down the middle. Beyond it, Harry saw his own cupboard again, only this time the inside was larger than it should have been. Shelves ran back into darkness, lined not with bedding and spiders but with versions of objects from Privet Drive. Snapped school glasses, mismatched socks, a bent frying pan, Dudley's old trainers, a broken toy soldier, all suspended in red light as if preserved in resin. A museum of the ordinary humiliations he had survived. He recoiled. "I didn't do that." "Yes, you did." "No, I didn't." Wanda's voice did not rise, not consciously. The cupboard expanded another foot into impossible depth. Harry felt panic climb through him. "Make it stop." "Can you?" "I don't even know what I'm doing." "Then that is the problem." The dream began to tremble. Doors swung. Red light thickened. Harry heard his own heartbeat, too loud, too fast. The dark space pulled at the edges, losing coherence. Some instinct told him he was about to wake, and that if he woke in this state, the room at Privet Drive would not remain intact. Wanda saw it too. "Listen to me," she said, stepping closer. "Choose one thing that is real because you decide it is, not because you fear it, not because it hurt you, because you choose it." Harry stared at her. The dream was coming apart. The cupboard door split wider. The objects inside it rattled against invisible restraints. "Now, Harry," he grasped at the first steady thing available. "My room, more specific." "The bed." "More, the window." "The stupid cracked flower pot." "Hedwig's cage." His breath hitched. "The blanket, the floorboards, the smell of dust." "Good, keep going." "The door, my school trunk, the moon on the wall." Red light snapped and folded inward. The endless dark collapsed. Harry woke sitting upright in bed with his wand in one hand and sweat cold on the back of his neck. Moonlight striped the room. The cracked flower pot stood on the sill where it belonged. Hedwig ruffled irritably in her cage. The blanket had tangled around his legs. Dust floated in the air. Floorboards, door, trunk, and opposite the bed where the wall should have been plain and tired, was a door-shaped dent in reality, shallow as a breath and already fading. Harry stared at it until dawn. When the escort from the Order finally came to collect him, the relief hit so hard it almost passed for illness. Mad-Eye Moody arrived with Tonks in a burst of tension, vigilance, and muttered instructions that made the Dursleys recoil as though a plague of extremely competent weirdness had entered their home. Vernon blustered. Petunia went waxy and silent. Dudley hid behind the banister. Harry hauled his trunk downstairs, while Moody's magical eye spun through walls and Tonks changed hair color every few seconds out of either nerves or cheerfulness or both. As Harry stepped into the hall, he glanced back once. The house looked normal, too normal. Yet just beside the umbrella stand, for one impossible instant, the wallpaper shimmered and became moonlit gravestones. A yew tree in the plaster, mist between the skirting boards, then it was gone again. Wanda's last words in the dream came back to him. Power without language becomes haunting first. Then damage. He tightened his grip on the trunk handle. Outside, the summer sky over Privet Drive was painfully blue. Clean. Deceptive. The kind of day that made ordinary people believe reality was reliable because their hedges were trimmed, and the bins had been collected on time. Harry had once wanted very badly to belong to that version of the world. Now, stepping away from number 4 with a cracked wand hidden up his sleeve and sleepless scarlet dreams crowding behind his eyes, he knew that desire was dead. Not because he had chosen danger, because danger had already chosen him twice, once in a graveyard and once in sleep. As Moody barked at him to keep moving and Tonks winked like this was all somehow manageable, Harry let himself glance at the wand in his hand. The hairline fracture near the hilt caught the sun. For a heartbeat, a tiny wisp of crimson curled from the crack and vanished into daylight. No one else noticed. Harry closed his fingers over it and followed the Order down the street, carrying with him a truth he could neither explain nor dismiss. Something had begun inside him that ordinary magic did not know how to name, and somewhere beyond sight, a witch called Wanda was waiting to see whether he would learn to name it before it learned to name him. Number 12. Grimmauld Place should have felt safer than Privet Drive. It did not. Harry realized that on his second night there, lying awake in a bed that belonged to no cupboard and no small mean room, under a ceiling too high and in a house too old to pretend it had no secrets. The Black family home carried a different kind of wrongness than the Dursleys' neat suburban cruelty. Privet Drive denied magic like a man refusing to acknowledge a fire in his living room. Grimmauld Place did not deny anything. It simply hoarded it. The house breathed around him in creaks and distant thumps. Pipes complained in the walls. Floorboards muttered under no visible weight. Portraits behind curtains whispered to one another when they thought no one was listening. Ancient dust held old intentions the way ordinary dust held skin and cloth fibers. It should have been familiar enough to soothe him. Instead, it made the dreams louder. At Privet Drive, the disturbances had leaked into furniture, wallpaper, architecture. Here the house seemed almost eager to answer them. The first morning Harry came down to breakfast and found the silverware laid out not in Molly Weasley's practical, bustling arrangement, but in a perfect 8-pointed star around the porridge pot. Each spoon pointed inward. Each fork lay exactly between 2 knives with ritual-like precision. Mrs. Weasley stared at the table for half a second, frowned, and clucked. "I'm getting absent-minded in my old age." Then, with a wave of her wand, she set it right. Harry said nothing. 2 nights later, he woke to the bedroom curtains hanging motionless in a room that had somehow filled with slow red light. Not bright, not enough to illuminate, just enough to tint the air as if moonlight had been filtered through blood. He sat up too fast. The light vanished. Only afterward did he notice the wallpaper opposite his bed had changed. Not into the graveyard or the cupboard this time, but into a city street he did not know. Snow or ash, broken windows, a distant traffic signal swinging over an empty intersection. It was gone the moment he truly focused on it. A trick of half-sleep, he told himself. Then he got out of bed and found wet footprints on the floorboards leading nowhere, not muddy. Not clean water either. Scarlet, translucent, fading as he watched. He stood above them until his pulse calmed. By breakfast they were gone. No one noticed. No one ever noticed. That was becoming the most unnerving part. Not that strange things happened, but that they arranged themselves around everyone else's attention like thieves slipping through a crowd. Ron noticed Harry was tired. Hermione noticed Harry was distracted. Sirius noticed Harry had gone quieter in a way that looked less like sadness and more like bracing for impact. But none of them saw what he saw when he looked away from objects half a second too soon. A vase reflected a corridor that was not there. A staircase briefly gained one extra step. A teacup left on a shelf turned its handle toward him every time he entered the room. Small things. Constant things. The kind that could make a person doubt himself before they ever made him ask for help, and behind all of it, in dreams and not dreams, Wanda remained, not always present. Never predictable. Sometimes he would feel her before he saw her, a stillness entering the landscape of sleep, doors aligning, red lights settling into order instead of drifting wild. Sometimes she spoke only a sentence. You keep expecting reality to be a wall. It's more often a negotiation. Or, stop flinching every time you feel it move. That only teaches it fear is instruction. He hated how little those helped and how impossible they were to ignore. He also hated that he had begun waiting for them. The hearing at the ministry came and went like a badly choreographed attempt to pretend power still meant dignity. Harry won. Barely. Dumbledore reappeared with infuriating timing and surgical precision, spoke truth like a blade, and left Harry with more questions than answers, particularly because the headmaster kept looking at him in brief, unreadable glances, as if measuring something Harry himself had not yet fully seen. Afterward, back at Grimmauld Place, Sirius tried to celebrate. Ron wanted details. Hermione wanted procedural analysis. The twins wanted to hear the parts where ministry officials looked foolish. Harry answered where he could, smiled when expected, and all the while felt an odd pressure just behind his eyes, not pain exactly but static. The feeling worsened whenever someone said Voldemort's name aloud, not the scar, something adjacent to it. That night, he dreamed of a corridor lined in mirrors. Every mirror showed a different Harry. In one he wore Hogwarts robes and still held his Harley wand. In another, he stood in ordinary Muggle clothes with no wand at all and red lights spilling from both hands. In a third, he looked older, colder, with a crown-shaped shadow behind him he instinctively hated. In one mirror, he was laughing. In another, he was kneeling in the graveyard beside Cedric's body and could not stand up again. Wanda stood at the far end of the corridor. "You're doing that on purpose now," Harry called to her. The mirrors flickered. "Yes," she said, "at least that's honest. I've had some practice." He walked toward her, glancing only once at a mirror where the reflection was not him at all but a boy with silver hair and a bruised face standing in a city street lit red from the sky down. He looked away before the image could settle. When he reached Wanda, he leaned against the cold mirror glass beside her and said, "You're still not telling me what you want." She considered that. "A better question is whether wanting has anything to do with it," Harry snorted. "That's unbearable. Also honest." He should have been frightened by how normal this exchange had started to feel. Instead he asked, "Did you know it would happen? The stuff in the house, the walls, the objects, all of it." "No, but you knew something would." "I knew the graveyard cracked you open." Wanda turned her head, looking down the corridor of selves. "I didn't know how your world would answer." "My world? You were trained in a system that uses focus objects, inherited ritual frameworks, verbal architecture." She tapped one of the mirrors lightly, and it rippled red. "Wands. Incantations. Intention narrowed into channels, efficient, stable, not built for grief large enough to stop respecting borders." Harry folded his arms. "You keep talking like grief is a fuel source." "It is." "That sounds awful." "It is." There was no drama in the answer, no mysticism. Just recognition worn smooth by use. Harry looked at the mirrors again. "And if I don't learn whatever it is you think I should learn, then you'll keep rewriting your environment through sleep, fear, and reflex." Wanda's gaze remained on the corridor. "And eventually, one of those rewrites won't stay small." The mirror nearest Harry changed. It showed Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, arguing over a blank patch in the middle of a parchment map. Harry couldn't hear them, but Hermione's face held the pinched frustration of a problem refusing to obey logic. He turned sharply to Wanda. "What is that?" "A possibility." It looked real. "That's because it's close." A sick feeling went through him. "Ron and Hermione, not yet." She looked at him then. "But proximity matters. Emotional entanglement matters more." Harry stared. "Are you saying I could do something to them?" "I'm saying power leaks along lines of intimacy before it learns discipline." He did not like how carefully she had phrased that. He woke with Hermione's name in his mouth, and his heart beat too fast. The next morning at breakfast, he watched Ron and Hermione over the rim of his tea as if they might already be damaged. Ron noticed and asked whether he'd swallowed a bug. Hermione asked whether his headache was worse. Harry lied to both and felt, under the lie, the first cold edge of distance beginning to form. By the time September came and the students returned to Hogwarts, Harry had stopped hoping the castle would make things normal. Still, seeing the turrets rise against the Scottish sky, dark and familiar and impossibly old, hit him in the chest with something close to relief. Hogwarts had contained every version of his life that mattered: fear, friendship, danger, victory, humiliation, survival. If anywhere in the world could tolerate impossible magic without collapsing into melodrama, it ought to be here. Then the sorting feast began, and Harry looked up at the enchanted ceiling. The stars were wrong, only slightly. No one else reacted. Yet for a moment the constellations above the floating candles were not Scottish autumn sky at all. They had been rearranged into patterns he did not know, spirals and broken crowns and lines of red light joining star to star in a geometry too deliberate to be accidental. He blinked, and the ordinary enchanted sky returned. His appetite vanished. Across the hall, Dumbledore paused mid-sentence. "Just for an instant." Then he continued, introducing Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. While half the hall stared in varying degrees of dismay, and Harry sat very still, wondering whether the headmaster had seen the stars change too, or only felt the castle react to them. Hogwarts settled around him again in the days that followed, but never entirely. Lessons resumed. Homework resumed. The irritating grinding machinery of school life resumed. Umbridge's smile and ministry voice turned every classroom she entered into a room that resented its own wallpaper. Ron raged. Hermione planned. Seamus argued. The castle carried on being a castle, and beneath that surface, things shifted. Harry passed a blank wall on the third-floor corridor and saw, in peripheral vision, a line of doors hanging in darkness beyond it. He reached for a book in the library, and found the title had changed for 1 second from Defensive Magical Theory to On the Revision of Local Reality Through Emotional Force, before flickering back. During History of Magic, he glanced out the window and saw red birds wheel once over the lake, impossible, translucent things, gone when he leaned closer. Each incident lasted less than a breath. Each left him more certain that Hogwarts wasn't protecting him from this. It was noticing. The first unmistakable intervention came in the room of requirement. He had not meant to go there. He had been looking for a place to think without Ron's questions or Hermione's analysis or the DA plans everyone kept not yet calling the DA. Angry after another infuriating lesson with Umbridge, raw from the way she smiled while dismissing Voldemort as rumor. Harry paced a stretch of corridor on the 7th floor and wished, with all the blunt force of 15 and frightened and furious. For somewhere no one could tell him what he had and had not seen. The door appeared. He almost laughed from sheer exhaustion. Of course the castle would answer plain need with old magic. Familiar, understandable, harmless by Hogwarts standards. He opened it. The room inside was empty except for a stone bench, a narrow window, and Wanda. She sat on the edge of the bench with one hand braced beside her, looking not surprised to see him, but faintly amused that he had managed it through conventional Hogwarts magic at all. Harry stopped in the doorway. "This is getting ridiculous. Your standards for ridiculous are lagging behind events," she said. He shut the door behind him harder than necessary. "Did you do this?" "I helped. So you can just get into Hogwarts," a small shrug. "I can get into most places that think they understand what counts as entry." Harry hated that answer because it sounded exactly like the kind of thing someone said when they were too powerful to bother being clear. The room around them was plain, but wrong in subtle ways. The window showed no landscape Harry recognized, only red-gray clouds moving over distant water. The stones in the wall pulsed with faint warmth like held breath. Yet the overall shape of the room obeyed Hogwarts logic enough not to make his head hurt. Wanda studied him openly. "You're thinner." That's Mrs. Figg's line. She was right. Harry shoved his hands in his pockets. "You keep doing that." "What?" "Talking like you've known me longer than you have." Her expression changed so slightly he might have imagined it. "Power has a way of introducing people ahead of schedule." He exhaled hard through his nose. "Fine. Explain something useful for once. Why am I seeing things? Why is the castle acting strange around me? Why do objects keep becoming other objects when I wake up? And why do I feel like if I say any of that out loud to the wrong person, something worse happens?" Wanda listened without interrupting. When he finished, the room held a quiet thick enough to step on. Then she rose. "Show me your wand." Harry hesitated, not because she seemed threatening, because the request struck something strangely intimate. In the wizarding world, wands weren't exactly private, but they were close. More than tools, extensions, witnesses. Wanda waited. He drew it at last and laid it across his palm. The Hollywood looked ordinary in this room's strange light. Then Wanda touched one finger lightly to the crack near the hilt. Crimson hexlight bled from the fracture at once, twining up around her fingertip like smoke finding a familiar draft. Harry's breath caught. "There," she said quietly. "That's the first honest thing it's done." He stepped closer despite himself. "What is that?" "Overflow, translation failure, a system trying to route something through a structure too small for it." "You're saying my wand can't handle me?" The words came out harsher than intended. Wanda lifted her eyes to his. "I'm saying your wand was chosen for the kind of magic you were expected to become." The room seemed to narrow around that sentence. Harry looked at the wand again. 11 inches. Holly, phoenix feather. He had held it through trolls and dragons and dementors and every humiliating, miraculous, violent year of school. It had been the first thing in the magical world that felt like it answered to him rather than evaluated him. "You're wrong," he said automatically. "Maybe." Wanda released the wand. "But you didn't ask because you thought I was wrong. You asked because part of you already knows it isn't fitting cleanly anymore." His hand tightened. He wanted to deny it. Wanted to say that of course things felt wrong after the graveyard, after priori incantatem, after trauma, after all the other grand abstract words adults used when children survived terrible things, and then behaved as though survival should be the end of the story. Instead, he heard himself say, "Sometimes when I cast, it feels like I'm aiming through a hole that used to be the right shape." Wanda did not look triumphant, only unsurprised. "Yes," she said. "That," Harry swallowed. "Then fix it." "No," the answer hit like a slap. He stared. "No, no. You can explain everything in riddles and show up in my dreams and in hidden rooms, but you can't fix a wand." "I could," Wanda said. "That isn't the same as should." Anger flared. Thank God for anger. Anger was easier than fear. "You don't get to decide that." A faint current ran through the room's stones. The window darkened. Outside the impossible clouds, red lightning flashed once. Wanda's gaze sharpened. "Actually, Harry, I might be the only one in your current life willing to decide anything about this before it decides for you." The room went still. His anger did not vanish, but it changed shape. Less heat, more edge. "What do you want from me?" he asked, very quiet now. Wanda walked to the window, though whatever lay beyond it could not possibly be outside Hogwarts. "A choice," she said. He laughed once, humorless. "That's become a theme." "It's a useful one," she turned back to him. "Your world teaches magic as relationship, gesture, spell, tool, result. It's externalized to make it stable, safe enough for institutions, teachable, repeatable." Her eyes dropped to the wand in his hand. "Chaos magic doesn't work like that." The words settled into the room with a weight that made Harry straighten without meaning to. "Chaos magic," he repeated. Yes, he hated how badly he wanted the phrase explained. "And that is a declaration." He frowned. Wanda came back toward him slowly, choosing the pace the way some people chose tone. "Wand magic is a conversation between a witch or wizard and a pre-agreed framework of reality. You ask, in a very specific language, for one result. The framework responds if your intent, skill, and power line up. That's just magic." "That's your magic," Wanda corrected. "Chaos magic is not a request. It does not ask reality to cooperate. It asserts a revised possibility and dares the world to object." Harry stared at her. The sentence should have sounded dramatic, ridiculous, impossible. Instead, it landed with a sick, precise click against everything he had been living through since the graveyard, the wallpaper becoming tombstones, the cupboard door, wet scarlet footprints, rearranged objects, stars changing above the great hall, not spells, not accidents, assertions, badly formed. Uncontrolled, emotional, it changes what's there, he asked slowly, Wanda's expression sharpened with approval. Wand magic changes what happens. Chaos magic changes what is possible. Something in Harry's stomach dropped. That sounds dangerous. It is. That's your entire sales pitch. It should be enough. He looked down at the wand again, at the crack, at the tiny line where ordinary magic had broken and something else had started escaping through it. "And you think I can do that?" "I think you already are." He was quiet for a long time. The room did not rush him. Somewhere beyond the impossible window, thunder moved under red clouds like something large turning over in sleep. Finally, Harry said, "And if I keep the wand?" Wanda answered immediately. "Then you will keep trying to route a changing self through an unchanged instrument. Sometimes it will work. Sometimes it will distort. Sometimes the distortion will hit the people nearest you before it hits anything else." Ron and Hermione flashed in his mind at once. He hated that she could probably see it in his face. "That's manipulative." "It's true. And if I don't keep it?" "Then you stop pretending the old framework is enough." Harry barked out a laugh. "You say that like putting down a wand is equivalent to changing shoes." "No," Wanda's voice softened by a fraction. "I say it like amputating a certainty." That shut him up, because yes, that was closer. A wand was not just a tool in his world. It was identity, legitimacy, belonging. First proof that he had not imagined the other life waiting beyond Privet Drive. The feel of Holly Wood in his palm was tangled up with Ollivander's shop, with Diagon Alley, with Hagrid telling him he was a wizard, with every duel and class and impossible survival since. Without it, what was he? A boy with trauma and dangerous dreams, and a woman from somewhere outside the map telling him he might need to redefine the laws of reality, not comforting. Wanda watched the conflict move through him without interrupting. At length he said, "If I say no, then I leave." She did not blink. "And you go on as you are until the consequences become undeniable. You might manage it longer than I think. You might fail sooner than you expect, but it will still be your choice." The bluntness of that felt more respectful than comfort would have. Harry looked around the room. Stone bench, warm walls, impossible window, a witch between worlds who spoke about catastrophe the way McGonagall spoke about detentions, serious, specific, survivable if taken seriously early enough. He looked at the wand, at the crack that kept glowing under stress, at his own hand which had begun without permission to tremble. "Why me?" he asked, and hated how young he sounded. Wanda's face altered. Not pity, something rower and older than that. "Because something in the graveyard answered when reality split," she said. Because you are already built around survival in ways your teachers mistake for resilience. Because grief found structure in you before it found language, a beat. And because power like this does not appear in people who have been kept whole. He had no defense against that sentence. The room fell very quiet. At last, Wanda said, "Come with me." He didn't remember deciding to obey. Yet moments later they were walking, not through a Hogwarts corridor, but through a fold in red light that opened inside the room of requirement and exited into Hogsmeade under grey afternoon sky. Harry stopped dead. The village spread around them exactly as it should have. Slanted roofs, crooked shop signs, the distant slope toward the station road, autumn wind carrying wood smoke and chatter from students farther down the street. But the transition had been too smooth. No apparition squeeze, no portkey hook, no castle door in between. He spun to look behind him. There was only the stone wall beside a narrow lane, no fold, no red light. Wanda stood with her coat stirring faintly in a wind that had forgotten to touch anyone else. "You'll get used to that." "I don't think I will." "That's probably healthy." She led him away from the main street, past a stack of empty crates behind Honeydukes, and along a low stone wall overlooking a sloping patch of rough grass. From here Hogwarts rose in the distance beyond the trees, old towers and dark windows and old authority. No one glanced at Wanda as they passed. A pair of sixth-year Hufflepuffs walked within inches of her and saw nothing. Madame Rosmerta stepped out the back of the 3 broomsticks with a tray and looked straight through the space Wanda occupied. Harry noticed and felt a chill. "They can't see you." "Not unless I want them to." He stopped. "That's not invisibility, is it?" "No." The honesty of that was somehow worse. They reached the low wall. Wanda sat on it as if they were discussing homework rather than the possible collapse of Harry's magical identity. "Take it out," she said. Harry obeyed. The wand looked almost too ordinary in daylight. Slim holly, familiar grain. The crack only visible if he tilted it just so. "Tell me what you feel," Wanda said. Harry almost snapped that he felt cold and irritated and entirely too close to a nervous breakdown. Instead he closed his fingers around the wand and tried to be precise. "At rest. Fine, mostly," he frowned. "No. Not fine, familiar, but not settled. Go on." "When I think about using it, it feels," he searched for language, "like I'd have to narrow first, force everything into a shape it used to fit." Wanda nodded once. "And when you don't think about using it," Harry looked up. "What does that mean?" "It means stop preparing to cast. Just stand there." He did, for a few seconds, nothing. Then the autumn air changed. Not temperature. Texture. The world around him seemed to deepen by half a layer. He became aware of possible things the way one became aware of hidden currents in deep water. The stone wall could crack and regrow in a different pattern. The grass below could silver over with frost despite the hour. The clouds could open into another sky entirely if some emotional fulcrum tipped hard enough. It was terrifying and weirdly relieving, because it meant he had not imagined the strange sense that reality had become less fixed around him since the graveyard. His grip tightened on the wand. Immediately the feeling constricted. The possibilities retreated, not gone but pressed down into channels. Safer, smaller, familiar. Harry looked at Wanda, suddenly angry again. "So the wand protects people?" "No," she said. "It limits expression." "That sounds like protection with prettier wording." "It can be. It can also become suppression." He stared at the school in the distance. Students somewhere behind the nearest buildings laughed, unaware of anything in the world except weather and gossip and whether dinner would be decent. Harry said, "If I put it down, am I still a wizard?" Wanda's answer came without pause. "You will be less explainable. That is not the same thing as less." He let out a breath that almost shook. No speeches from dead parents, no prophecy music. No grand revelation. Just a low wall in Hogsmeade, a hidden witch, a cracked wand, and the deeply unfair demand to choose between what he knew and what might be true. He thought of Privet Drive's walls changing shape, of Ron and Hermione as possible collateral, of Dumbledore watching the enchanted ceiling with one flicker of alarm, of the graveyard, and the moment the red filament curled from the broken holly wood like something being born through a splintered door. "What happens if I do this?" he asked. Wanda's gaze did not leave him. "You get honest." Harry laughed once under his breath. "That's a terrible slogan. I'm not selling comfort." He looked at the wand one last time, Ollivander's shop, the train platform, first year, the troll, the basilisk, the graveyard, Cedric. For one moment he nearly closed his fist and pocketed it again. Then he understood something small and brutal. He was not betraying the boy who had first held this wand. He was acknowledging that the boy had survived long enough to become someone the first choice had not been built for. It hurt. He laid the wand on top of the stone wall. Nothing dramatic happened, no thunder. No choir of fate, no explosion of red light. The quietness of it made the act feel larger, not smaller. The holly wand rested there in gray daylight, one end slightly overhanging the stone, as ordinary-looking as dropped kindling. Harry's hand felt suddenly wrong without it. Light, exposed, almost ridiculous, his heart kicked hard against his ribs. Wanda watched him steadily. "How does terror feel?" He did not take his eyes off the wand. "Accurate." A small, fierce approval moved through her expression. "Good. Terror is accurate. Now we begin." The wind shifted across Hogsmeade. Behind them, somewhere high in the castle, a bell rang the hour. Harry stood beside the low stone wall with empty hands and the sensation that he had just stepped off the edge of a map. Not fallen yet. Not flying either. Just committed to the fact that the ground he knew was behind him now. For a second, in the corner of his vision, the clouds over Hogwarts turned scarlet and folded into shapes like doors. Then they were only clouds again. Wanda stepped down from the wall. "Come on." "Where?" She started walking toward the lane without looking back. "To find out whether reality resents being corrected as much as your teachers do." Harry looked once more at the wand lying on stone. Then, lighter and more terrified than he had words for, he turned away from it and followed the witch between worlds. The first lesson did not begin with power. It began with silence. Wanda took Harry back to Hogwarts through one of her impossible folds in space, not by apparition or secret tunnel or any other method that belonged inside the categories he knew. One moment, they were walking the back lane behind Hogsmeade, damp leaves scraping across stone in the autumn wind. The next, the air ahead of them bent inward like glass softening in a furnace, and a seam of red opened where there had only been shadow. Harry had learned in the last hour that reacting too visibly only encouraged Wanda to say things like "good. Now you're paying attention." So this time he only stared. The fold widened enough for them to step through. Not a portal exactly, more like a place that had decided to become adjacent to another place because Wanda had informed it with unacceptable confidence that it already was. Harry passed through scarlet pressure and emerged into the room of requirement. The door clicked shut behind them. At once he knew the room was different from before. Not by decoration. It was still sparse. Stone walls, high ceiling, a broad empty floor with no furniture except a single bench against the far side and a deep-set window that looked out on nothing Hogwarts should have contained. Gray water stretched beyond it under an iron sky. No shore, no horizon he could trust. Just vastness. But the room's proportions were wrong in a way that made his skin tighten. The ceiling was slightly too high for the width. The corners did not meet at comforting angles. The window should have let in cold and did not. The stones underfoot were warm, as though heat moved behind them in slow currents. It felt less like a room and more like the memory of one. Harry turned slowly. "This isn't Hogwarts." Wanda shrugged out of her coat and laid it over the bench. "Enough of it is." "That isn't reassuring." "It wasn't meant to be." She faced him fully then, and whatever thin margin of ordinary conversation had existed out in Hogsmeade fell away. Harry felt the shift like weather turning, no wand at his side, no spellbook, no familiar method waiting to be reached for. Just him, the room, and Wanda looking at him as if training him and dismantling him were separated by less distance than he would prefer. He folded his arms. "So now what?" Now, Wanda said, you stop mistaking uncertainty for helplessness. Harry frowned. You always talk like that? Only when I'm trying to be gentle, he snorted despite himself. The laugh died fast. Wanda began to pace, one measured step at a time, red coat gone, dark sleeves pushed back from her wrists. Without the coat, she looked less theatrical, more dangerous, not because she resembled a weapon, because she resembled a person who had once mistaken herself for one and survived the correction badly. Your world taught you that magic begins at the point of use, she said. Gesture, spell, tool, result. Even accidental magic is treated as a misfire of the same basic mechanism. That's not wrong. It's incomplete. She stopped a few feet from him. Chaos magic does not begin when you act, Harry. It begins when you mean. Her gaze was steady and mercilessly focused. And meaning is almost never clean. He shifted his weight. You keep saying grief matters? That's not exactly something I can switch off. No, that's why it's useful. She saw his expression harden and added, useful doesn't mean good. Could have fooled me. Wanda ignored that. You're already reaching into the world through fear, memory, and loss. The walls at Privet Drive. The changes in Grimmauld Place. The distortions in Hogwarts. That was uncontrolled expression through emotional breach. Harry looked away, jaw tight. Hearing the incidents arranged in one line made them sound less like strange episodes and more like symptoms. Wanda's voice softened by a fraction. Today, I teach you the difference between being haunted by what you feel and using it. He did not like the using. He also knew she had chosen the word on purpose. What do I have to do? He asked. Wanda lifted one hand toward the window. The view beyond it changed at once. Gray water folded into mist. Mist thinned into moonlit grass. Headstones emerged, white and leaning. A yew tree blackened the horizon. Harry froze. No. Yes. The room's floor did not become graveyard earth, not fully. It remained stone beneath his shoes, but the air cooled. Damp crept into it. The smell of wet soil, marble, old leaves, and potion smoke drifted in with quiet, surgical accuracy. The graveyard was no longer only outside the window. It bled across the edges of the room in subtle ways. The corners darkened into crypt-like shadow. The far wall acquired lines like carved names under lichen. A single iron fence post seemed to rise from the floor before resolving back into stone when he looked directly at it. Harry's pulse kicked hard. You said we were training, he said. Wanda's expression did not change. We are. This is not training. It is if your power keeps feeding on the worst night of your life. He took a step back. No, Harry. No, the word came out sharper, louder, younger than he wanted. It hit the room and made the window glass tremble scarlet at the edges. Wanda watched the reaction, not him. Then she nodded once, as if confirming a measurement. There, she said quietly. That, Harry stared at her. You're insane. Probably. She turned back to him. Say his name. He knew at once which name she meant. The refusal rose instinctively. Too personal, too raw, too unfair. Cedric's death had already been made public property by the Daily Prophet, by whispers in corridors, by the Ministry's desperate contempt. Harry had held onto the private center of it by force, the exact note of surprise frozen on Cedric's face, the wrongness of him lying in the grass, the unbearable simplicity of kill the spare. No, Wanda's voice stayed calm. Your magic knows when you're lying to yourself. It knows when you evade. It knows when you reduce what hurt you into something narratively acceptable. What does that even mean? It means don't turn your grief into a school report. Anger flashed. You don't get to talk about him like that. No, Wanda said. You do, so do it. Harry wanted to walk out. The instinct was so strong he actually half-turned toward the door, except there was no visible door anymore. Only stone wall warm beneath the room's impossible geometry. His breath shortened. Open the room, he snapped. Wanda folded her arms. Not until you stop trying to escape your own memory like it's the aggressor. It is the aggressor that struck something. The stones underfoot pulsed. The window darkened. The yew tree beyond it bent in a wind the room did not yet feel. Wanda spoke before the room could decide what to do with that truth. Good, she said. Now we're close. Harry hated her, or wanted to. That would have been easier. Instead, he looked at the graveyard window and realized with sudden clarity that Wanda wasn't asking him to remember the night. She was forcing him to stop remembering it in fragments that protected him from the full emotional architecture of it. He had been surviving by cuts, images, pain, not sequence. That was apparently no longer enough. His hands shook. Wanda did not move toward him, did not soften, did not offer comfort like an exit ramp. "Out loud," she said. Harry swallowed hard enough it hurt. "I got to the cup before Cedric. The room held." He caught up. Harry's voice was tight flat. "He said we should take it together." The stones warmed under his feet. "We touched it. It was a portkey. We landed in Little Hangleton." He shut his eyes. "A graveyard. The air changed, not colder, denser. The way storm air densified before lightning." Wanda's voice cut through it. "Keep going." Harry opened his eyes again because shutting them only made the images worse. He was alive. The words came harder now, as if the truth had grown hooks on the way up. He was right there, confused. He had his wand, and then Pettigrew came out and Voldemort said. He stopped. The room's right wall bulged outward with a groan of shifting stone. Harry spun toward it. The bulge sharpened, lengthened, and became the suggestion of a grave marker pressing through architecture from the wrong side. The carved top of it emerged from the wall by inches, marble white and wet with impossible dew. Harry stumbled back. Wanda didn't even glance at it. "What did he say?" Harry looked at her in disbelief. "Are you not seeing that?" "I am, and you're just—" "Yes." The room groaned again. Another wall stretched, its corners widening by degrees too slow to be immediate and too fast to be natural. The ceiling rose another foot. The window elongated upward, becoming narrow and cathedral-like. Harry could feel it now, the mechanism, or lack of one. The room wasn't reacting to spellwork. It was obeying emotion with terrible sincerity. Chaos magic changes what is possible. The memory wasn't only being recalled, it was being given structure. He turned back to the window and said, voice rough, "Voldemort said, kill the spare." The room changed at once, not violently. More horribly than that, the bench at the far wall slid 3 feet to the left without scraping. The stone floor developed a seam through the center, dark as turned earth. The air filled with the smell of wet grass and fresh-cut potion ingredients. The false grave marker pushed farther through the wall, and now Harry could read part of a name on it, Idle, before the letters blurred again. Harry's stomach twisted. He kept talking because if he stopped now, the room might decide stopping was concealment. He died straight away. "Cedric?" Harry heard the break in his own voice and hated it. There wasn't even, he didn't know what was happening long enough to be scared properly. The floor tilted, just a few degrees, enough for his balance to protest. Enough for him to notice that gravity had quietly chosen a new opinion and not informed the rest of the room. Harry grabbed at empty air. Wanda lifted one hand, not to stop the room but to bracket it, contain it, like a musician holding a note at the edges. Crimson light moved around her fingers, almost invisible, more concept than flame. "Good," she said. He wanted to scream at her for using that word here. Instead, he said, "Pettigrew tied me to the grave. Voldemort used my blood. He came back and he looked at me like—" Harry swallowed. "Like I was a debt he intended to collect personally." The room's geometry shifted again. A second window opened where there had been only stone. It did not look onto the graveyard. It looked onto black water under no stars at all. A line of red moved beneath that water like something enormous turning in sleep. Harry stared. The original window remained. The graveyard beyond it sharpened until he could make out individual blades of wet grass around Cedric's body, though that body itself was mercifully absent. "You're splitting the room," Wanda said softly, more to herself than to him. Harry tore his gaze from the water window. "What does that mean?" "It means your grief isn't singular." Before he could demand a translation, she said, "Continue." He laughed once, jagged with panic. "You cannot be serious." "I am most serious when architecture starts disagreeing with itself." The room gave a deep shudder, as if to underline her point. Harry dragged a shaking hand through his hair. "Fine." His voice went low. He gave me back my wand, we dueled, the wands connected, there were ghosts, or echoes. And then, he stopped again, because the next part remained impossible even in memory, Wanda's gaze fixed on him. And then, Harry looked at her, at the woman who had stepped through a tear in reality and watched him break against a night too large for him. At the woman who had not saved Cedric, not saved him, but had remained there like an unanswered question until his mind no longer knew whether seeing her had been terror or invitation. The world tore, he said quietly. The room went still, not calm. Listening, Harry felt it. Every stone, every false window, every altered angle waiting. There was a crack beside us, in the air. He spoke slowly now, each word selected by pain. Not light, not a spell, a real fracture. I saw other things through it, places that weren't there, and you stepped out. Wanda did not react visibly, but crimson light at her fingertips sharpened once and vanished. Harry kept going because now he was inside it, and the only way through was forward. You looked at me like you already knew what I was doing before I did. He laughed again, small and bitter. Which apparently was true. The room changed hardest at that sentence. The far left wall surged outward another yard, not crumbling, not breaking, expanding. Stone remade itself in smooth, impossible increments. The floor seemed widened into a dark strip of earth lined with pale grass. The second window multiplied into 3, then 4, each different. Graveyard, black water, a city street under scarlet ash, a corridor of floating doors receding into dark. Harry backed up until his shoulders hit stone. The ceiling tilted with the floor, then corrected halfway, leaving the room in a state no architect could have survived diagramming. "Wanda, hold," she said. "I'm not doing this on purpose." "I know." "Then stop it." "No," he stared at her. Wanda stepped closer, and the room's distortions bent subtly away from her, not out of obedience but acknowledgement. "This," she said, voice level and iron steady, "is your first lesson." Harry laughed in disbelief. "That I can ruin a room, that you can no longer pretend your feelings are private." The words struck harder than he expected. Wanda stopped an arm's length away. "Wizarding magic trains expression outward. You lift the wand, say the spell, make the result happen there. Chaos magic doesn't preserve that distance for your comfort. Emotion is not background. Memory is not background. Belief is not background. They are the medium." The room hummed around them. Somewhere behind Harry, one of the new windows showed red birds scattering into black sky. Wanda went on. "And because your grief is real, not performative, not abstract, not processed into a story you can admire from a safe distance, the room responds." Harry's throat tightened. "That's supposed to be a good thing." "No." Her eyes were clear and merciless. "It's supposed to be true." He looked past her at the shifting room. The windows. The grave marker half-born from stone. The floor tipped toward a memory that had not stopped happening inside him just because the calendar had moved on. He was breathing too fast. Wanda saw it and finally changed tactics. "Tell me the part you keep leaving out," she said. Harry blinked. "What?" "The part you skip every time you narrate the graveyard to yourself." "I'm not skipping anything." "Yes, you are." Her certainty infuriated him because it was almost certainly correct. "What part?" Wanda's gaze held his. "The one where you were not only afraid." The room's hum deepened. Harry opened his mouth to deny it, stopped. Because under the terror, under the pain, under the helplessness and fury, there had been another feeling in the graveyard when the red filament rose from his cracked wand and reality split beside him. Not relief, recognition. As if something in the impossible had recognized something in him and answered. Harry looked away first. Wanda's voice dropped lower. "Say it!" He hated her. He hated that she was right. "I wasn't just scared," he said at last, barely above a whisper. When the crack opened, part of me wasn't surprised. The room convulsed. The false grave marker surged all the way through the wall and landed upright in the floor seam with a heavy marble thud. Every window flashed scarlet at once. The ceiling stretched upward another impossible yard, and gravity shifted 10 degrees to the left so abruptly Harry staggered sideways. He would have fallen if Wanda had not seized his wrist. Her hand was warm and human and immovable. "Good," she said again, and this time he heard what she meant. Not good as approval, good as diagnosis. The room steadied enough for him to remain standing, though the tilt remained. The bench now sat partly sideways against a wall that had become something between room and chapel. The windows stayed. The grave marker stood in the center like a punctuation mark driven through architecture. Harry was shaking hard. Wanda released his wrist carefully. There. He looked around. I can't fix this. Not yet. His laugh came out ragged. Helpful? Wanda moved to the grave marker and laid her palm against the marble. You've learned 2 things already, she said. First, you cannot fake the emotional truth. The room only changed when you stopped reciting and started remembering honestly. Harry swallowed. That was true. He hated that it was true. Second, Wanda said, turning back to him, you do not currently know how to reverse a revision once it has taken structural hold. He stared at the room again. The walls remained altered. The windows remained. Even the floor tilt, though less severe now, had settled into the room like a decision. There's no spell for that, he asked, in your framework, maybe one that would damage the room enough to hide the problem. Wanda shook her head. But chaos revisions don't work like vanished objects or banishing charms. You can overwrite, you can negotiate a new state, but you do not simply delete what became real. A cold sensation moved through him, the cupboard door at Privet Drive, the graveyard wall in Dudley's room, the altered stars. The footprints, all those little distortions he'd secretly hoped were temporary accidents reality would clean up after itself, Harry said. So if I change something badly enough, it stays changed until changed again. He sank onto the edge of the now sideways bench because his legs had abruptly lost all interest in the conversation. For a while neither of them spoke. The room breathed. That was the only word for it. The windows pulsed faintly with different worlds. The grave marker gathered no dust. Outside the graveyard window, mist shifted among stones that were and were not present. At last, Harry said, very quietly, you train with this. Wanda leaned against the altered wall. I survived with this. It was not an answer. It was a confession shaped like one. Harry looked up. For the first time since meeting her, he saw not just control in her, but cost. The way she kept herself aligned, the way she chose every word like stepping stone to stepping stone over something deep and hungry. Chaos magic had not made her elegant. It had made elegance a survival skill. How many things did you change before you learned how not to? He asked. Wanda's mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. Enough. There were more questions in that word than he could touch without opening wounds neither of them were ready to discuss. So instead he said, what now? Wanda straightened. Now you learn containment before expansion. Containment how? By noticing the emotional sequence before the world does. She gestured to the room. This didn't start when the wall moved. It started when you resisted truth hard enough that your power searched for architecture to express it through. Harry frowned. That sounds impossible to track. It isn't impossible. Her gaze pinned him. It's exhausting. That's your version of encouraging. That was my version of mercy. He rubbed both hands over his face. Great. Wanda let him breathe for a few seconds, then said, stand up. Harry groaned. I've already had one psychological collapse. That feels like enough for a day. Stand up, Harry. He stood. Wanda pointed to the grave marker in the center of the room. Tell the room what it is. He stared. It's a grave marker. It's a structural expression of memory under emotional force. Be more precise. He blinked at her. No one talks like that. You're right. Most people let their lives happen to them in simpler vocabulary. Harry almost smiled despite himself. He looked at the marker again. The carved name remained blurred, as if the room knew exactly which specificity would be cruelty and had decided against it for now. It's not actually from the graveyard, he said slowly. It's the room making one because I'm remembering the graveyard. Wanda nodded once. Better. So what? I just explain things until reality calms down, in a sense. That's absurd. It's discernment. Harry eyed the marker. Fine. It's a room-made object responding to my memory, not an actual stolen grave. The room hummed. The grave marker did not disappear, but the marble softened at the edges, becoming slightly less solid, as if certainty had been reduced by a small but meaningful amount. Harry straightened. "I did that." "Yes." A strange feeling moved through him, not triumph, not exactly. More like the first hint of a handhold on a cliff face he had not realized he was already climbing. Wanda saw it. Again! He spent the next hour doing exactly that, naming distortions, locating their emotional trigger, separating memory from current physical reality without denying the truth of either. The floor tilt took longest. He had to admit that part of him still felt as if life since Cedric's death had gone slanted in a way everyone else kept insisting was manageable, because they weren't the ones trying to stand on it. Once he said that aloud, the room leveled by 2 degrees. One window, the Blackwater one, dimmed when he acknowledged it did not belong to the graveyard at all, but to fear of what came after, fear of how much of himself had answered the impossible when it called. By the end he was wrung out, sweat cooling at his spine, throat sore from talking, but the room had stabilized into something merely unsettling rather than actively mutating. 2 windows remained. The grave marker remained. The bench sat crooked but usable. The walls no longer bulged with every unguarded thought. Harry slumped back against stone. Wanda watched him with that unreadable mixture of severity and regard that had become somehow familiar. "You didn't lose control," she said. He let out a tired laugh. "The room looks like it survived a philosophical argument with a cemetery." "And yet," she said, "it's still a room." He looked around. She was right. That annoyed him. Then a new sensation ran through the stones beneath his feet, different from his own pressure. Older, broader, the castle. Wanda felt it too. Her head turned sharply toward the doorless wall. Harry straightened. "What is that?" "Hogwarts noticed," she said. The answer landed like cold water. As if to confirm it, the room's surviving window to the graveyard flickered once. The walls drew subtly inward, not back to normal but into a more defensible shape, like an animal making itself smaller while listening. Harry's scar prickled. "Can the castle tell what happened?" "Not exactly." Wanda's eyes narrowed. "But someone tied strongly enough into its wards just felt a localized structural revision where no localized structural revision should exist." Harry's stomach sank. Dumbledore, most likely. He looked around at the impossible room, the extra windows, the grave marker, the half-corrected geometry. Can he get in, if the room wants him to? That's not reassuring either. It still wasn't meant to be. The pressure in the stones deepened, like distant footsteps heard through water. Harry imagined Dumbledore somewhere in the castle pausing, head lifting, that sharp mind touching Hogwarts through years of stewardship, and feeling one hidden room bend wrong under a kind of magic it did not recognize. Wanda moved toward the center of the room, crimson gathering low around her hands. "Lesson's over." Harry almost laughed. "Now, yes, you've done enough damage for one day. I'm glad we're setting healthy milestones." That got a tiny flicker of amusement from her, gone in an instant. The walls began to shift again under her guidance, not erasing what had happened, never that, but folding it inward, tucking the most impossible features beneath the room's visible surface. One of the extra windows sealed over with stone. The grave marker sank by inches into the floor, leaving only its top edge visible like buried memory. The air warmed. The graveyard smell retreated, though it did not fully vanish. "Can you just hide it?" Harry asked. "Some of it." Wanda's jaw tightened. "Not all." The pressure in the stones came once more, firmer now, curious. Probing, Harry thought of Dumbledore's blue eyes and old patience, of how little in the castle escaped his notice for long. "What happens if he asks?" Wanda looked at him. "Then you decide how much truth you're ready to survive in public." Before Harry could answer, the room's wall rippled and a plain wooden door appeared where none had been. Wanda stepped back from it. The red light around her hands vanished. "Go," she said. Harry moved toward the door, then hesitated and looked over his shoulder. The room behind him no longer resembled the graveyard, not quite. Yet it did not resemble any safe Hogwarts practice chamber either. It looked like evidence, not of wrongdoing, of emergence. Wanda stood amid the altered geometry as though she had always belonged in places built from truth and damage in equal measure. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked, before he could decide whether the question was sensible. Wanda's expression changed, surprised, then approving, then something more carefully hidden. "Yes," she said, "assuming the headmaster doesn't get there first." Harry pulled the door open. The ordinary corridor outside felt absurdly narrow. He stepped through and the door shut behind him at once. For a moment he stood alone in the 7th-floor passage, breathing hard, hand braced on cool stone, listening to the castle settle around him. Distant student voices drifted from somewhere below. A suit of armor creaked. A draft moved dust along the baseboards, all ordinary, almost. Because beneath the ordinary, Harry could still feel it. The room behind the wall no longer matching the shape of the castle that contained it. And somewhere else in Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore had just turned his head toward that disturbance and begun, in the silent, careful way of dangerous old men, to worry. The first sign that the damage had spread was so ordinary Harry nearly missed it. It happened on a Tuesday morning in the Gryffindor common room, under weather so aggressively normal it felt insulting. Rain tapped at the tower windows. Fire snapped in the grate. Somebody's chess pieces were muttering over an unfinished game near the armchairs. Dean and Seamus argued in low voices about Quidditch statistics, while Lavender braided Parvati's hair with the concentration of a person doing something she considered socially vital. Harry came downstairs late, exhausted from a night split between restless sleep and Wanda's exercises in naming the emotional pressure before it reached the architecture of a room. He had managed, barely, to keep his own dormitory intact. That already felt like an accomplishment worth more than most homework. Ron was waiting by the portrait hole with a satchel over one shoulder, and the expression of someone who had been winding himself into a grievance for long enough that it had started giving off heat. "There you are," Ron said. Harry blinked. "Yeah," Ron stared at him. "That's it," Harry frowned. "What's it?" Ron's ears went slightly pink. "You could at least admit it." Harry looked at him more carefully. Ron did not look furious exactly, more baffled furious. Personally affronted in a way that suggested he believed Harry ought to know why. "I honestly have no idea what you're on about." Ron's face shifted, not calmer, more confused. "Last night." The common room's background noise continued, safely oblivious. Hermione was at a table by the window, already surrounded by books, quill moving at ridiculous speed across parchment. She had not looked up yet. Harry kept his voice low. "What happened last night?" Ron let out a disbelieving breath. "You had a go at me." Harry stared. Ron stared back. For one strange second, Harry thought this might be a joke, except Ron was a terrible liar in the specific scenario where he had no reason to lie, and there was nothing joking about the set of his mouth. "I did not," Harry said. Ron's brows climbed. "Harry, I didn't." That came out more sharply than intended. Hermione's quill paused. She glanced over at them. Ron ran a hand through his hair. "You were in a state after dinner, and I said maybe you should stop picking fights with Umbridge because she obviously wants you to react, and you said—" He stopped, eyes narrowing with the effort of retrieval. "You said I didn't get to tell you how to survive things I'd never seen." Harry went still, because those words did sound like him, not last night, but possible. The kind of line his temper might produce under enough pressure, and all the more dangerous because of that. He searched his memory and found nothing, not a blur, not confusion, nothing. "I was with Neville after dinner," Harry said slowly. "Then I went upstairs, then—" His stomach dipped. He had gone to the room of requirement, training, the altered grave marker. Dumbledore sensing the disturbance through the wards. He had not spoken to Ron alone at any point. Hermione was on her feet now, books forgotten. "What's happened?" Ron turned to her at once, relieved for reinforcement. "Tell him." Hermione frowned between them. "Tell him what?" Ron's mouth opened, then closed. Harry watched the confusion arrive in real time. It was not like forgetting homework or losing track of a date. It was stranger, thinner. As if Ron's certainty had reached for a supporting memory and found the shelf gone. "You heard him." Ron said after a second, but with less force. Hermione's frown deepened. I heard you two were sniping at each other during breakfast on Sunday, but I don't remember anything last night. Ron flushed. Not breakfast, last night. Hermione folded her arms. Ron, I was in the common room all evening. Exactly. That doesn't support your case. It would if either of you remembered it properly. Harry felt the room narrow by a degree, not physically, socially, morally. This was it. Not architecture, not walls, not objects. Something subtler and more frightening. Memory sliding around the shape of an event that had not happened and had somehow still left pressure behind it. Wanda's warning came back with surgical precision. Power leaks along lines of intimacy before it learns discipline. Harry forced himself to shrug, aiming for mild annoyance rather than emerging panic. Maybe you dreamed it. Ron looked offended. I know the difference between a dream and an argument. Do you? Hermione asked dryly. Normally, that would have ended it. Ron would have huffed, Hermione would have returned to her books, Harry would have seized the escape route. Instead, Ron stayed where he was, still uncertain, still irritated, but now clearly less certain whether the irritation had proper grounds. That's what makes it weird, he muttered. I can remember being angry, I just can't remember the exact bit that made me angry. Hermione opened her mouth, then paused. Harry saw it, the smallest break in her composure, not fear yet, recognition of anomaly. Because Hermione Granger did not like memory behaving imprecisely around observable events. She tolerated emotional irrationality in others the way people tolerated rain in Britain, with practical resentment and contingency plans. But structural confusion, gaps, contradictions, those she hunted. She looked at Harry next, too directly. He made himself hold the look without flinching. After a moment, Hermione said, We'll miss charms. And just like that, she let them all escape. But as they left the common room, Harry knew the problem had crossed a threshold. Before, the distortions had belonged to him alone. Now they were pressing fingerprints into the people nearest him. Ron forgot what had made him angry. Hermione noticed. Harry walked to charms between them and said almost nothing, because he was suddenly afraid language itself might become another surface his power could warp if he handled it carelessly. The second sign was worse because it involved Hermione's notes. In every possible version of reality, Hermione's notes were sacred, not in the mystical sense. In the practical one, Hermione wrote with a discipline that bordered on military precision and the emotional investment of a woman laying railway tracks through a war zone. Her handwriting was small and swift and infuriatingly consistent. Her headings aligned. Her diagrams made sense. Her footnotes occasionally had footnotes. If Hogwarts had ever burned down completely, Harry suspected Hermione could have reconstructed half the curriculum from first principles and righteous indignation. So when she snapped a book shut during Transfiguration and said, under her breath, "No," Harry looked up immediately. She was staring at a parchment page as if it had insulted her bloodline. Professor McGonagall, halfway through a lecture on switching spells, lifted one brow. "Miss Granger," Hermione straightened at once. "Sorry, Professor." McGonagall watched her for a moment longer, then continued her explanation of why anyone foolish enough to switch a ferret into a teacup without understanding trans-species persistence deserved the results. The classroom settled again. Hermione looked back down. Harry tried not to stare, which became impossible when, seconds later, she tore open her satchel, pulled out another roll of parchment, and compared the two with increasingly narrowed eyes. Ron, on Harry's other side, whispered, "What?" Hermione didn't answer. She flipped pages faster. At last, she shoved one parchment silently across the desk between Harry and Ron. Harry looked down. It was a page of charms notes from the previous week. He recognized Flitwick's neat lesson title copied at the top in Hermione's hand. Non-verbal stabilization in routine casting. Beneath it, the first paragraph began normally enough. Then, halfway down the page, the ink changed, not color. Density. Hermione's handwriting remained technically hers, but something about it was wrong in the rhythm. Letters too evenly spaced, curves fractionally over-controlled. As if someone had copied the style after understanding the shape, but not the habit. More disturbing was the content. Instead of the expected notes on wand movement and intention buffering, the second half of the page contained sentences Harry knew Flitwick had never said. Memory is only architecture agreeing to repeat itself. Strong feeling alters the load-bearing structures first. If a room changes shape around you, ask what part of you needed walls to answer. Harry's mouth went dry. Ron squinted. "What is that supposed to be?" Hermione's voice was almost too calm. "That is supposed to be my notes from Charms." Ron gave a short, helpless laugh. "Well, it's not, obviously." McGonagall's voice cut across the room. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Unless the three of you have discovered a superior approach to controlled alteration, I would be delighted to hear it." Hermione snatched the parchment back. "No, Professor." "Then kindly return your attention to the lesson." They obeyed, or appeared to. Harry's ears were roaring. He did not need Wanda present to recognize her phrasing embedded in altered ink. She had said versions of all those sentences to him over the last week, about memory, emotional structure, rooms, truth. But she had not been in Charms. She had not touched Hermione's notes. Unless proximity no longer required touch, unless his passive field. The phrase Wanda had not yet used, but whose concept was already becoming visible, was not only altering memory around him, but bleeding training language into nearby cognitive structures. Hermione had written her own notes. Yet somewhere between class and now, another layer of reality had revised them in the direction of Harry's current hidden life. That was not leakage. That was contamination. Hermione kept her face composed for the rest of Transfiguration, which was more alarming than panic would have been. Ron fidgeted. Harry could barely track the lesson at all. When the bell rang, Hermione was on her feet before anyone else. "Library," she said. Ron groaned. "You say that like it's an emergency room." "In this case it is." She was already striding for the door. Ron and Harry followed. The corridors between Transfiguration and the library had never seemed longer. Students streamed around them in knots and pairs, discussing homework, lunch, gossip, Quidditch, the latest Umbridge offense. None of them knew that Harry's skin felt too tight, and that every moving staircase suddenly seemed like a metaphor he would have preferred not to inhabit. Hermione did not stop until they reached a table in the back corner of the library, beneath a stained glass window. Then she spread out her notes like evidence in a criminal inquiry. There were 5 affected pages, 3 from Charms. 1 from Defense Against the Dark Arts, though that one was subtler. Half the page's text had faded entirely, leaving blank space beneath the heading. 1 from History of Magic, except the missing section had been replaced by a meticulous sketch of a doorway Hermione swore she had not drawn. Ron picked up the sketch and frowned. "Looks familiar." "It shouldn't," Hermione snapped. He gave her an injured look. "I was trying to help." Harry stared at the doorway sketch. It was not a Hogwarts doorway. Not precisely. It had no frame, just a rectangular space edged in thin red shading, as if the artist had tried to capture not wood or stone, but an interruption in both, one of Wanda's folds. Hermione noticed where he was looking. Their eyes met across the table, something in hers sharpened, not accusation, pattern recognition. "Harry," she said carefully, "have you seen anything like this before?" There it was. The question he had been dreading in fragments had arrived whole. Ron looked between them. "Seen what?" Harry could feel the lie approaching before he chose it. It came with terrible ease, perhaps because fear had already prepared the route. "No," Hermione kept watching him. "You're sure?" Yes, the word landed too quickly. He knew she heard it. Hermione always heard timing. Ron, thankfully, was occupied leafing through the altered Charms page with mounting disgust. "Why would your own notes change? That's mental." Hermione sat back slowly. "There are enchantments that affect written records. Memory adjustment spells can occasionally produce secondary distortions in journals or associated materials if cast sloppily. There are also cursed inks, adaptive texts, mimic scripts. But none of those fit," Harry said before he could stop himself. Hermione's gaze flicked back to him immediately. "Why not?" Because cursed ink wouldn't rewrite itself in Wanda's language. Because mimic script required imitation, and no one else had access to what he had been hearing in hidden rooms and dreams. Because this was not a spell acting on parchment, but reality reaching for the nearest organized thought structure and revising it through association. He could not say any of that, so he shrugged, trying for uncertainty. Just seems weird, that's all. Hermione's expression gave away nothing, which on her was never a good sign. She gathered the pages again, aligning their edges with unnecessary precision. I'm checking the restricted section index. Ron groaned louder this time. You can't just say restricted section like it's a place you're naturally allowed to go. Hermione ignored him. Something is affecting recall and adjacent records. I want references on memory-adjacent magical interference, environmental enchantment bleed through, and psychogenic imprinting if the library has anything that modern. The library doesn't have anything modern. Ron muttered, I'm aware. Harry should have left then, offered some excuse. Escaped before she found anything remotely relevant and started triangulating toward him with that terrifying, patient brilliance of hers. Instead he heard himself ask, what if it's not memory magic? Hermione paused. Then what? He regretted the question instantly. Ron, however, brightened with the relief of someone else taking the conversational risk. Yeah, what if it's something to do with Umbridge or the Ministry? They've been sticking their noses everywhere. Hermione shook her head. Possible, but unlikely. This isn't broad enough, too localized. Her fingers tightened slightly on the altered pages. And too intimate. Harry went cold. Hermione noticed because of course she did. What's wrong? Nothing. That came out flat. Ron made a face. You've both been saying nothing a lot lately, and none of it sounds like nothing. Hermione rose with the notes tucked under one arm. Come on, to the restricted section. To the nearest shelf that mentions induced memory variants, she said. If Madame Pince catches us reading first and asking permission later, we'll improvise. Ron sighed like a martyr. Harry followed because not following would have looked worse. They wound through the library stacks in silence thickened by dust and old paper. Sunlight from the high windows fell in narrow bars across the shelves. Madame Pince prowled somewhere near the front desk, with the predatory calm of a woman who considered page folding a moral failing. Hermione moved fast, scanning titles with inhuman efficiency, mnemonic defenses and countercurses. Residual imprints in enchanted space. A survey of improper mind influence in post-war Europe, hallucination, hex, or hysteria. A modern inquiry. Harry read the spines without really seeing them, then he felt it, a pull, subtle, wrong. Not toward Hermione or Ron, but past them, deeper into the shelves. A direction his body recognized before his mind did. He turned his head, 3 aisles over, near a forgotten corner where older magical theory books slumped in cracked bindings. A narrow shelf stood partly in shadow. Nothing visibly unusual about it, yet Harry's entire awareness snagged on that stretch of wood and paper like cloth on a nail. He knew with the irrational precision of dream logic, that if he walked over there he would find the correct book. Not by title, by resonance. The right answer or one too close to it. Something old enough, strange enough, adjacent enough to chaos and memory and reality revision to put a language around his current disaster. Hermione noticed him stop moving. What is it? Harry did not answer at once. Because the pull intensified when she spoke. The shelf seemed to lean toward his attention, not physically, but in the way certain possibilities did around him now. A book midway along the 3rd row had shifted half an inch from the others. Its spine was black and unmarked. He took one step toward it, then another. Harry, Hermione said again, sharper now. Ron looked up from a dusty volume on false memory jinxes. Where are you going? Harry barely heard them. The shelf was 8 feet away, then 6, then 4. And then, with the horrible smoothness of a dream becoming self-aware, the entire sensation vanished, not faded, vanished. Harry stopped so abruptly he almost stumbled. The shadowed shelf became only shelf again. Ordinary, dull, crammed with obscure texts whose titles all looked tedious rather than necessary. The black, unmarked spine was gone. In its place sat a warped green volume on 17th-century household wards. Harry stood staring. "What happened?" Hermione demanded, now at his side. He looked at the shelf, at his own empty hands, at the dead certainty that had, 1 second ago, felt truer than gravity. "Nothing," he said. Hermione's expression hardened. "No," he dragged a hand through his hair. "I don't know, that something was there," her voice lowered. "What something?" He should lie. He knew that. He had already started, but the near miss had unsettled him badly enough that the truth almost surfaced whole. "A book," he said at last. "I thought I knew where to look." Hermione stared at the shelf, then at him. "Why there?" "I don't know." Ron joined them, peering between Harry and Hermione as if one of them had become temporarily contagious. "Did you see a title?" "No." "Then how did you know?" Harry had no answer that didn't make the room around them dangerous. Hermione stepped toward the shelf and began reading titles with controlled intensity. She reached the exact stretch Harry had been heading for and scanned row after row, then crouched to the lower shelf, then stood again. "There's nothing here," she said. That was not the troubling part. The troubling part was the way she said it, quietly, as if she suspected that nothing was increasingly not the same category for Harry as it had been a month ago. He looked away first. After that, the library search became a performance everyone knew was failing but no one wanted to admit. Hermione found references to memory charm drift, residual magical impressions on diaries, even a bizarre 18th-century case involving a bewitched monastery whose records rewrote themselves according to the abbot's moods. None of it matched closely enough. None explained Ron remembering an argument that never happened, or Hermione's notes absorbing phrases from conversations she had not heard, or Harry being momentarily guided toward a shelf by some instinct that disappeared the second anyone else's attention touched it. At last, Madame Pince hissed them out for breathing too near a first edition. They left with no answers. Harry took from that no comfort at all. Wanda found him that night in the 7th-floor room. This time the room of requirement had shaped itself into something closer to a study. 2 chairs, 1 table, no impossible windows visible at first glance, though the walls still carried that subtle wrongness in their angles. Harry stepped inside, already angry enough that the room warmed around the edges. Wanda looked up from where she sat, one leg crossed over the other, as if secret meetings with unstable teenagers in sentient magical architecture were a reasonable use of her evening. "You affected them?" Harry said without greeting. Wanda did not pretend confusion. "Tell me." So he did. Ron's false certainty of an argument, the vanished cause beneath the emotion, Hermione's notes altered with Wanda's phrases. The library shelf that had called to him and then hidden itself the second attention broadened. He talked faster as he went, pacing the room because standing still would have felt too much like admitting helplessness. When he finished, Wanda was quiet for several seconds. Then she said, "Your field is broadening." Harry stared. "My what?" "Your passive probability field." The phrase sounded clinical enough to be insulting. "My passive probability field is broadening?" "Yes, that sounds made up." "Most important things do the first time." Harry threw both hands up. "Could you not?" Wanda ignored that too. Chaos magic under strain doesn't only respond through direct acts, it radiates. Low-level probability wash, associative revision, emotional contouring. You're close to them, you care about them, you think around them, and your power, untaught, defensive, frightened power, is beginning to treat that closeness as relevant structure. Harry's skin went cold. Relevant structure was an inhuman phrase for Ron and Hermione. Wanda saw that and amended, not softly but more accurately. "It's touching the people you're most anchored to because it assumes anything central to you is part of the environment it must manage." Harry stopped pacing. That sentence hit somewhere deep and ugly, because yes, that felt like him in the worst possible way. To protect, to brace. To survive by trying to manage conditions before they got anyone else killed. The same instinct that made him run toward danger if someone he cared about was near it might, under chaos logic, have become something broader and more terrible. Reality itself reaching outward around him to preempt threats, discomfort, conflict, uncertainty. Ron's anger becoming detached from its cause, Hermione's notes rewriting toward hidden truths, the library guiding him toward a book while hiding the route once someone else might share it. What does emotional contouring mean? He asked, though he almost didn't want to know. Wanda folded her hands. It means feelings can persist after the memory supporting them changes, weakens, or never existed in the first place. A person remembers the pressure but loses the architecture. Ron being angry without knowing why, Harry sat down hard in the nearest chair. And associative revision. Nearby systems, notes, objects, spatial cues, patterns of recall, shifting toward what your power considers more truthful or more useful. Wanda's expression stayed unreadable. Hermione's pages picked up language from the strongest active framework in your vicinity. My training, Harry said. Yes, he laughed once with no humor in it. Brilliant, so I'm haunting my friends with homework. Wanda did not smile. You should be taking this seriously. Harry looked up sharply. I am, not enough. The words stung because fear had already done half the work of believing them. He stood again, unable to stay still. How do I stop it? Containment. You keep saying that like it's one button. It isn't a button, it's discipline. He turned away, hand braced against the table. I'm serious. So am I. Wanda's voice remained calm enough to be infuriating. You need better emotional gating, tighter awareness at the point of escalation, and less reflexive concealment. Hiding increases pressure. Pressure leaks. Harry spun back. So this is my fault because I didn't tell them, in part? In part, yes. He stared at her. Wanda rose from her chair. Your power is not punishing you for secrecy. It's responding to unresolved pressure by finding other exits. But yes, concealment makes it worse. That landed like a moral verdict, even if she hadn't meant it that way. Harry looked away. Great. Wanda watched him for a moment, then very slightly her tone changed. Not gentler, more exact. This is the part where people with power usually decide one of two things, she said. Either that their isolation is noble and necessary, or that the damage is inevitable and therefore forgivable. Both are lies. Pick carefully. Harry did not answer, because he had already felt the first lie taking shape. I can't tell Ron and Hermione because it will put them at risk. There was truth in it, maybe even a lot of truth, but there was vanity in it too. The old dangerous comfort of deciding alone because explanation felt harder than command. That realization made him feel ill. After a long silence, he said, Hermione's looking into it. I know. He jerked his head up. What does that mean? It means Hermione Granger is exactly the sort of mind a reality field like yours will attract and resist in equal measure. That is somehow the least comforting sentence you've ever said. It wasn't meant to comfort you. It was meant to warn you. Harry dragged a hand over his face. What happens if I don't get this under control quickly? Wanda met his eyes. The distortions stop being deniable. He understood the sentence at once. Right now, Ron could dismiss his own missing memory as confusion. Hermione could tell herself altered notes had some obscure magical cause. Harry could lie. Later, perhaps very soon, the anomalies would grow too precise, too repeated, too personal. And then choice would disappear. The room had gone very still around them. Harry heard himself ask quietly, Did this happen to you? Wanda did not answer right away. When she did, the words were sparse enough to suggest omission without dishonesty. Not exactly this, but enough like this, Harry thought. Enough to make her recognize the shape of it and refuse to sentimentalize it. What do I do tomorrow? He asked. Watch them, Wanda said. That sounds sinister. It's diagnostic, he glared. Watch patterns, she corrected. Not just incidents. When the pressure rises in you, what changes around them, what subjects produce slippage, what emotional states precede distortions. If you want control, stop treating events as random. Harry exhaled slowly. This, at least, he could understand. Observe. Map. Track. It sounded almost like homework if homework were trying not to accidentally rewrite the cognition of the two people he trusted most. Then Wanda added, And if either of them asks directly again, do not lie cheaply. Harry's stomach dropped. That's oddly specific. Yes, he looked at her sharply. You think they will? Wanda's silence was answer enough. The next day, Harry did exactly what Wanda had told him and hated every second of it. Watching friends was different from being with them. It introduced distance, even where no overt secrecy existed. Harry found himself cataloging instead of relaxing, measuring instead of responding. Ron laughed at lunch, and Harry wondered whether the laughter had its full memory attached. Hermione frowned over her timetable, and Harry looked for tension in the air around her ink bottle. Neville asked if Harry was coming to the first proper DA meeting, and Harry checked, absurdly, whether the corridor lights flickered when he agreed. For most of the day, nothing happened. That was almost worse. It made him feel paranoid, vain, unstable. Then in herbology, Ron passed him a folded note that read, "You still annoyed with me." Harry blinked at it, then looked across the row of puffapods. Ron shrugged one shoulder with awkward defensiveness, as if admitting confusion without wanting to discuss it out loud in front of half the class. Harry wrote back, "No, wasn't in the first place." Ron read that, frowned, then scribbled underneath. "Then why'd it feel like you were?" Harry stared at the question long enough that Professor Sprout told him, rather tartly, to stop glaring at parchment and repot the pod before it exploded. There it was again, pressure without structure, emotion detached from event. And because Harry now knew what he was looking for, he felt the corresponding shift in himself, guilt, fear, protective instinct all tightening at once. A puffapod on the tray beside him burst prematurely. Purple spores blew across the table. 3 students coughed. Hannah Abbott shrieked. Ron swore. Hermione, 2 benches away, turned so sharply her stack of reference cards slid off her lap and scattered across the dirt. Harry felt the moment like a pulse leaving him, not strong, not overt, but real. His emotional spike, the pod responding, collateral immediate. He went cold. That night in the common room, Hermione sat down across from him without invitation, carrying the altered notes and a look of determined restraint. Ron had gone upstairs. The room was mostly empty. Firelight moved softly across worn red armchairs and the gold stitching in the drapes. Hermione laid the parchments on the table between them. "I'm going to ask you one question," she said. Harry's pulse thudded. "If you lie to me, I'll know." There was no threat in her voice. That made it worse. She touched the page with Wanda's phrases written in false Hermione handwriting. "Is this connected to you?" The room seemed to stop breathing. Harry looked at Hermione, at the friend who had crossed traps and riddles and basilisks and time loops and ministry disasters with him, who had earned truth 100 times over. Then he looked at the parchment, then back at her. And because he was terrified of what honesty would do, because Wanda was right that concealment increased pressure, but fear was still faster than wisdom. Because some old part of him had already decided that bearing dangerous knowledge alone was the price of keeping people safe. He lied. "I don't know," Harry said. Not quite, but close enough. Hermione held his gaze. For one unbearable second, he thought she was going to call it exactly what it was. Instead, she sat back, the smallest fraction more distant than she had been a moment earlier, and gathered the parchments. "All right," she said. That word hurt more than anger would have, because Hermione's all right did not mean belief. It meant notation. It meant she had just moved a fact from one category to another and would act accordingly. She stood. Harry almost stopped her, almost said her name and then the whole truth after it, but fear won by a breath. Hermione gave him one last searching look, then turned and walked to the girls' staircase with the altered notes tucked under her arm. Harry remained by the fire long after the coals settled. He could feel with nauseating clarity the shape of the thing he had just done. It was not betrayal, not yet, but it was the first crack, not in power, in trust. And somewhere deep in the castle, in hidden rooms and folded spaces, and the silent pressure of reality learning his emotional habits, Harry could almost sense the world noticing that too. Because secrecy, once chosen, had architecture of its own. Hermione did not forgive him the next day. She also did not accuse him. That was worse. anger would have been visible. Harry could have answered it, argued with it, failed against it in ways he understood, but Hermione's distance arrived in the form of tiny corrections. She stopped assuming he would volunteer information. She asked more precise questions and accepted his answers too quickly. She watched him the way she watched unstable potions, without panic, without trust, fully prepared for the possibility that one wrong move would force immediate intervention. Ron noticed the change without understanding it. "Did you two have another row?" he asked during breakfast, halfway through a piece of toast and entirely too loud for Harry's nerves. Hermione did not look up from the Daily Prophet. "No." Harry pushed his eggs around with a fork and said nothing. Ron frowned between them. "That sounded very much like no, but only because I'm taking notes for later." Hermione folded one corner of the paper with surgical neatness. "Then perhaps don't be loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear your analysis." Ron muttered something under his breath and resumed eating. Harry looked up at the enchanted ceiling, partly to avoid Hermione's face and partly because he had developed the unhelpful habit of checking whether the sky had decided to remain an honest sky. Today it was merely overcast, gray clouds. Autumn light, safe enough to bore him. Even so, he felt watched, not by a person, by the castle. That sensation had been growing since the Room of Requirement's first major alteration. Hogwarts had always felt aware in the vague, storybook way old magical places did. Doors preferred certain students. Staircases revised travel plans for moral or comic reasons. The castle tolerated chaos in children because children were, from its point of view, a seasonal condition. But now awareness had sharpened into scrutiny. When Harry walked certain corridors, portraits fell silent a beat too early. Drafts moved against him and then around him, as if testing for edges. On the stair from the 4th floor to the entrance hall, the banister warmed beneath his hand for 3 steps and then cooled again. In the library, 2 books dropped from a shelf only after he had passed, not before. Not attack. Not warning either, attention, and under that attention lay another truth he had not yet wanted to name. Dumbledore knew something was wrong. The headmaster did not behave differently in obvious ways. He still moved through meals and announcements with that combination of mildness and impossible strategic depth that made adults forgive his theatrical habits and children distrust them. He still wore absurd robes, still spoke to students with gentle gravity, still looked at Harry only in those brief, searching glances that could mean concern or calculation or both. But Harry had begun catching him listening, not with his ears, with the castle. Sometimes Dumbledore would pause in mid-turn, hand lightly on a staircase rail or beside a window embrasure, and Harry would feel the same subtle pressure he had sensed in the Room of Requirement after the Gravemarker lesson. The old wizard, touching Hogwarts through years of stewardship and trying, carefully, to understand what type of wrongness had entered its bones. Harry knew that look. It was the look Dumbledore wore when he had not yet decided whether a phenomenon was a threat, a tragedy, a lesson, or an opportunity. This time, Harry had the disturbing sense it might be all 4. That evening, while students filled the common room with homework and noise and the ordinary misery of adolescence, Dumbledore descended alone into parts of Hogwarts most of the school had forgotten existed. The lower wards were not a place students knew by name. Beneath the dungeons, beneath even the old service passages the house elves used, the castle had older layers where magic was less architecture than sediment. Stone circles built into foundation chambers. Ward anchors cut into the bedrock by founders who had not trusted the ministry because the ministry did not yet exist. Rooms that did not appear on any map because maps liked straight lines and ward networks did not. A lantern floated at Dumbledore's shoulder as he walked. He wore no expression at all. The chamber he entered at last was low-ceilinged and circular, the center set with a shallow basin of black stone. Runes ran around the lip in 4 distinct hands, the founder's original work overlaid with centuries of quieter corrections. The air smelled of iron, old rain, and candle smoke long absorbed into masonry. Dumbledore laid his fingertips on the basin's rim. At once the stone darkened. A liquid surface formed where there had been none, deep black shifting into layered color. Most nights the ward basin answered in simple gradients, heat signatures of active spellwork in the upper towers. Stress lines around Quidditch season, the occasional undulation of adolescent magical experimentation gone predictably wrong. Hogwarts was a school. Schools made magical turbulence the way oceans made weather. Tonight the surface divided, thin red filaments moved through the basin's image like cracks under ice. They did not behave like curse residue, did not answer like possession, did not correspond to any known blood ritual architecture. They appeared strongest around the 7th floor, but not only there. Lesser pulses marked the Gryffindor Tower, a corridor outside the library, a classroom in the north wing. Atmospheric revisions, the old wards would have called it if the wards had used language instead of symbolism. Localized probability instability, Dumbledore translated privately. He watched one filament thicken, then retreat. It had done that twice today around Harry Potter and his 2 closest friends. Not enough to cause direct harm, enough to suggest influence. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. He had known, after the graveyard, that the boy had come back carrying more than trauma. The castle had felt it the same night Harry returned. A wrong note in the wards. A tiny but undeniable shift in the way space held around one particular child. At first, Dumbledore had hoped it was a transient consequence of the Uharli Priori connection amplified by blood magic. Rare, dangerous, but categorizable. Then the room of requirement had changed shape in a way no ordinary emotional spill could explain. Then the lower wards had begun reporting impossibilities. Dumbledore withdrew one hand and with the other drew a narrow silver instrument from his sleeve. It resembled a wand only if one had never seen either a wand or a scalpel used properly. He dipped its point into the basin. The surface split into symbols, not runes, not exactly. They came closest to old probability notation found in a handful of pre-ministry texts the wizarding world had collectively agreed to mistranslate until the implications stopped being alarming. Branching sigils. Revision marks. An extinct grammar for describing events not as certainties but as negotiated outcomes. And there, beneath them all, like a watermark behind the pattern, a book shape, not literal. Resonant, Dumbledore closed his eyes. There were very few magical traditions old enough, dangerous enough, and philosophically alien enough to produce that kind of echo inside Hogwarts' foundational wards. Fewer still that treated reality not as material to be manipulated, but as text to be amended. His fingers went still on the basin. "Darkhold," he murmured into the chamber. The word fell heavily. The basin's surface shivered once and blackened. Dumbledore stood in silence for several seconds. Then he turned, lantern following, and climbed back toward the castle with a pace no slower than usual and a mind already assembling the shape of the problem. He had encountered references before. Never the book itself, thank Merlin, but scholars old and reckless enough to chase pre-modern magical ontologies left traces in libraries, correspondence, private marginalia. The Darkhold did not teach spells in any conventional sense. It altered the reader's relationship to possibility. Corrupted was the word most histories used, though corruption implied degradation from a prior healthy state. The texts Dumbledore remembered suggested something more intimate and more terrible. The Darkhold did not merely ruin, it convinced. And if the ward's signatures were telling the truth, Harry Potter now moved through Hogwarts carrying echoes uncomfortably adjacent to its logic. Not the same, but adjacent, which might, in the end, be worse. Harry did not know any of that when he went to the room of requirement that night. He went because he could not bear the common room's layered normality any longer. Ron's attempts to bridge a distance he did not understand. Hermione's precision. Neville asking whether they should move the next DA meeting because someone thought Umbridge was tracking corridors more aggressively. Dean complaining about ink. Lavender laughing too loudly. all of it pressing against Harry's skin until he felt one emotional misstep away from making the fireplace remember some other kind of flame. He paced the 7th-floor corridor 3 times. The door appeared. Inside, the room had chosen austerity: stone floor, 2 chairs, 1 narrow table. No windows at first glance, though the air held that faint, impossible depth he had come to associate with Wanda's alterations. A coal fire burned in a low grate, not for warmth so much as for focus. Wanda stood beside the fireplace, staring into the flames as if they were showing her an argument she had already won and disliked on principle. "You're late," she said without turning. "I had to stop Ron from inventing reasons Hermione hates me." "That sounds exhausting." "It is." Harry shut the door behind him and leaned against it for a second. "You knew this would happen?" "Yes," he scowled. "I'm starting to hate when you say yes that quickly." Wanda turned at last. "You'd hate me more if I pretended surprise." He crossed the room and stopped a few feet away. "Dumbledore knows." Wanda's expression did not shift much, but something in the room did. The fire lowered by half an inch. The walls seemed to listen. "How much?" she asked. "I don't know, enough to be looking." Harry dragged a hand through his hair. "The castle feels different around me. Like it's reporting things." "It is." That shouldn't have been surprising, and yet it was. "Can Hogwarts actually do that?" Wanda gave him a look. "Harry, Hogwarts is older than most governments and more emotionally invested in its inhabitants than many parents. Of course it can." He glanced around the room. "Comforting." "Not meant to be," he exhaled sharply. "There's a pattern, isn't there? The memory stuff, Hermione's notes, Ron's missing argument. It's not random." "No." Harry stared at her until she relented by a fraction. "Your field is broadening," Wanda said. "And someone older than you, wiser than most, and deeply invested in magical systems is now close enough to notice the shape of the broadening." That was the sort of sentence that ought to have come with a chair and a warning. Harry sank into one anyway. "You think he knows what it is?" "I think he knows what it resembles." The distinction landed badly. "What does it resemble?" For the first time that evening, Wanda hesitated. That alone made Harry's pulse jump. "What?" he asked. Wanda's gaze dropped to the fire. "There are traditions in older magic that treat chaos not as a wild force but as a textual one. Revision, annotation, reauthorship. Human beings like containers, so those traditions often survive through objects, grimoires, codices, books. A beat. One book in particular becomes the answer whenever scholars are frightened enough to simplify." Harry heard the word before she said it. "Darkhold," he said. Wanda looked up sharply. "I know the name," Harry added. "Only the name." "Bits from something Dumbledore once mentioned to Sirius in Grimmauld, I think. Dangerous book. Very old. Bad idea." "That's the public version. And the private version," Wanda's eyes held his. "The private version is that the Darkhold is not a source. It's a doorway with opinions." Harry let that sit for a second. "That's somehow worse." "It is." He leaned forward. "Is that what this is? Is that what I'm doing?" "No," Wanda answered before the fear could finish organizing. "Not unless someone has hidden a reality-warping prototext under your mattress. And if they have, your taste in secrecy is stranger than I estimated." Despite himself, Harry barked a laugh, then the laugh died. "But it's close enough that Dumbledore might think it is." "Yes." He rubbed both hands over his face. "Brilliant." Wanda moved to the table and rested her fingertips on the stone surface. "Chaos magic existed before the Darkhold ever pretended to explain it. Books are human attempts to trap forces larger than instruction. Some traditions mistake the archive for the origin." Harry looked at her through his fingers. "And you're saying I'm not learning from a book?" "You're learning a philosophy," Wanda said. "A grammar, a way of relating to reality that doesn't require textual mediation." "That sounds exactly like something Dumbledore would say still counts as dangerous." "Dumbledore would be correct." Harry dropped his hands. "You are terrible at reassurance." "I'm not here to reassure you." Before he could answer, the room changed, not dramatically. The fire drew inward. The stone around the door cooled. Somewhere in the wall behind Harry, a line of old runes he had not noticed before glimmered and went dark again. Wanda straightened. "He's here," she said. Harry was on his feet at once. What? He found us. The doorknob did not turn. The wall to the left of the fireplace simply opened, stone folding inward along seams that had not existed a moment before. Albus Dumbledore stepped through as if the castle had personally decided argument was preferable to intrusion and arranged accordingly. He did not look angry. That would have been easier. He looked tired, very alert, and older than usual in the firelight, the silver of his beard and hair reduced to iron and ash. His robes tonight were plain midnight blue. No jeweled stars, no embroidered moons. His wand remained in his sleeve. For half a second his gaze went to Harry, then to Wanda. Recognition moved through his face not as shock, but as confirmation of a hypothesis he had not wanted confirmed. "Good evening," Dumbledore said. Wanda did not incline her head. "Headmaster?" Harry looked between them and had the distinct, ridiculous impression that the room had just become too small to contain both their ideas of power at the same time. Dumbledore's eyes flicked around the chamber once, taking in its false simplicity, the shaped quiet, the places where the walls had been persuaded rather than built. "The Room of Requirement has become unusually cooperative of late." "The castle is curious," Wanda said. "Curiosity?" Dumbledore replied gently, "Is not always consent." Wanda's mouth curved very slightly. "And authority is not always wisdom." Harry stayed where he was, every instinct screaming at him that this conversation was not meant to happen with him in the middle of it, and every other instinct refusing to leave. Dumbledore turned his attention back to Wanda fully now. "I have spent several days deciding whether I would rather this resemblance be coincidence." "Resemblance to what?" He held her gaze. "The Darkhold." Harry felt the word like a dropped stone. Wanda did not flinch. "That would be a poor fit," she said. "Would it?" Dumbledore's tone stayed mild, but mildness on him was often a pressure system rather than a comfort. "Hogwarts' deeper wards disagree. They register local probability distortion, architectural revision under emotional load, and what older texts would describe as textual ontology." Harry had no idea what the last phrase meant and was increasingly irritated by how often terrifying things arrived in scholarly language. Wanda's expression remained unreadable. "Older texts describe many things badly." "On that," Dumbledore said, "we are likely to agree." The fire lowered again. Harry swallowed. "Professor," Dumbledore raised one hand very slightly, not to silence him cruelly, but to ask, with the gentleness only powerful adults managed to wait. Harry hated how effectively it worked. Dumbledore returned to Wanda. "If you are teaching the boy chaos philosophy without recourse to the text itself, then I concede the mechanism differs. I do not yet concede the outcome will." There it was, clear, precise. The line of argument Harry had been waiting for without knowing it. Wanda folded her arms. "The Darkhold corrupts by substituting itself for discernment. It tells frightened people what their power means before they have earned the right to define it. Harry is not learning obedience to a book. He is still learning a system in which emotional truth overrules conventional magical safeguards. He is learning a system that admits those safeguards were never universal." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "And if the distinction matters only to those still alive to appreciate it?" Harry could feel the conversation moving at a level half above him, and yet every word mattered. Wanda took one step closer to Dumbledore, not threatening, clarifying. "You are afraid," she said, "that the shape of the power remains dangerous regardless of how it is delivered." Dumbledore did not deny it. "I am afraid of any power that convinces its wielder reality's objections are optional." Wanda let that line hang. "Reality's objections have never been evenly distributed. Some children are told that earlier than others." Something unspoken flickered between them, then Harry's childhood, perhaps, or the larger cruel mathematics by which suffering selected certain people for exceptional magic and then asked them to be grateful for the opportunity. Dumbledore's gaze moved, briefly, to Harry again. When he spoke next, it was softer. I do not object because the boy is powerful. I object because power of this kind has a historical relationship with isolation, self-justification, and damage that announces itself too late. Harry felt that in his ribs, Hermione's notes, Ron's anger without cause. The lie by the fire. Wanda saw the effect and did not exploit it. Instead she said, "Then your objection is to badly taught chaos, not to chaos itself." Dumbledore smiled faintly without mirth. "That is a lawyer's distinction. It is an accurate one. And accuracy," Dumbledore said, "has never guaranteed mercy." No one spoke for a moment. Harry realized abruptly that this was the duel, not spells, not blasts of light, not shields. A conversation so exact each line tried to define the moral territory on which the next decade of his life might stand. He hated it because both of them were partly right. Dumbledore's attention sharpened again, old intellect turning like a key in a lock. "May I ask," he said, "whether you have used the Darkhold yourself?" Harry looked at Wanda at once. She answered after only a second. "Yes." The honesty of it stunned the room into deeper silence. Dumbledore absorbed the answer with no outward triumph. If anything, he looked sadder. "And yet you would teach him adjacent methods," he said. "I would teach him how not to become the kind of person a book like that can finish." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "You say adjacent, I say resonant. The power is the same regardless of delivery mechanism." There. The argument made whole. Harry felt it strike. Wanda did not speak at once. When she did, her voice had lost the last traces of irony. "No," she said. "The hunger may be the same, the scale may be the same, the cost may even rhyme, but meaning matters. A book tells you what the world owes your pain. I am teaching him that pain is not authority." Harry went still. That sentence did something to the room, not visible magic, something truer. The stone settled around it. Dumbledore heard it too. Harry knew he did from the way the old wizard's face changed, not convinced, not defeated, but forced to take the line seriously because it had been spoken from experience rather than theory. He asked quietly, "And if the lesson fails?" Wanda's answer came without softness. "Then you will have one more damaged young man shaped by adults who were so afraid of what he might become that they mistook containment for care." Dumbledore did not reply. Wanda's gaze hardened. "You have been protecting Harry for 5 years by keeping him weak enough to need protection. I am teaching him to be strong enough not to need it." The words fell into the room like judgment. Harry looked at Dumbledore because he could not. For the first time since entering, the headmaster seemed stripped of all his easy, symbolic advantages. Robes, office, title, patient mystique. He was only an old man standing before a truth that, if answered honestly, would accuse him whether he agreed with it or not. Harry saw the reply form and die behind Dumbledore's eyes. Because what could he say? That he had meant well. That love and strategy had become indistinguishable in wartime. That keeping Harry ordinary, dependent, manageable, had once seemed merciful compared to raising him as a weapon. All of it might have been true, none of it would acquit him. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice was so quiet Harry almost missed it. "Strength," he said, "can become another dependency if a child is taught to trust nothing except his own extraordinary capacity." Wanda nodded once. "Agreed." The swiftness of the agreement surprised Harry. Wanda continued, "Which is why he must learn accountability before scale." Dumbledore studied her. Then Harry. Then the room itself. The fire in the grate rose half an inch as if the chamber, too, had been waiting to see what he would do. At length Dumbledore inclined his head. It was not surrender. It was not blessing either. "I will not attempt to stop the lessons tonight," he said. Harry's pulse jumped. Wanda said nothing. Dumbledore went on, "That should not be mistaken for trust. Nor should it be mistaken for permission." Wanda replied. A faint smile touched his mouth, tired and old. "Then perhaps we understand one another sufficiently." He turned toward Harry then, and the weight of that gaze was different now, not less complicated, more honest perhaps. "Mr. Potter," he said, "whatever path you walk, secrecy will distort it faster than power alone." Harry felt the words hit the bruise Hermione had left behind. He opened his mouth, but no answer came. Dumbledore's expression softened by a grief so brief Harry might have imagined it. "I suspect you know that already." Then the headmaster looked once more to Wanda. "If there is even a chance you are wrong about the boundaries of what you are teaching him, I trust you are wise enough to fear that." Wanda did not smile. "Constantly." That, more than anything else, seemed to satisfy some part of Dumbledore. Not comfort him, simply persuade him that she was not careless. He stepped back toward the opened wall. The stone had already begun remembering how to be closed. Before leaving, Dumbledore said, "For what it is worth, Miss Maximoff, I do not doubt your intentions." Wanda's eyes cooled. "Intentions are where dangerous magic begins." Dumbledore inclined his head once more and vanished into the folding stone. The wall sealed. The room breathed out. Harry realized only then how tightly every muscle in his body had locked. For several seconds, neither he nor Wanda moved. Then Harry said hoarse, "Did that go well?" Wanda looked at the closed wall. "Better than it could have." "That's terrifying." "Yes." He sat down because his legs had abruptly reconsidered their duties. "He's going to do something. Of course he is." Harry laughed weakly. "Comforting?" "Still not meant to be." He looked up at her. "What kind of something?" Wanda was quiet long enough that the fire became loud. Then she said, "Contingencies." Harry hated the word on instinct. "He won't move openly against you," Wanda continued. "Not yet. He doesn't have enough certainty, and he knows too well what direct pressure might do to your field. So he'll do what clever, frightened men do. He'll widen observation. Build countermeasures he hopes never to use. Place people near you who will notice changes. Reinforce ward structures. Revisit old texts. Prepare moral justifications in case preparation becomes intervention." Harry stared into the fire. That sounded exactly like Dumbledore, which was the problem. "What do I do?" he asked. Wanda looked at him carefully. "Learn faster." He gave a tired, disbelieving laugh. "That's not advice. That's a threat shaped like homework." "It's both." He dragged a hand down his face. "He was right about one thing." "Only one." Harry ignored that. "About secrecy. I can feel what it's doing." Wanda said nothing. After a moment he added, "I lied to Hermione again." A small shadow passed through Wanda's expression. Not surprise, recognition. "Yes," she said. Harry looked at her sharply. "You knew." Your field tightened around the lie. "I didn't need a transcript." He leaned back in the chair and stared at the ceiling. "Brilliant." Wanda moved to the windowless wall and rested one hand against stone. "Then let the knowledge cost you now, while it still fits inside guilt. Later it will cost more." Harry shut his eyes. The room was quiet except for the fire, and the subtle low thrum of Hogwarts around them, older and more watchful than before. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore would already be adjusting his plans, reclassifying risks, deciding what forms of protection were morally permitted when ordinary categories stopped applying. Harry could almost feel it. New wards prepared in thought, if not yet in stone, silent observations, old books opened under lamplight, a headmaster not choosing trust but not abandoning him either. A line had changed tonight. No one had crossed it visibly. That did not make it less real. When Harry opened his eyes again, the fire had settled to coals. Wanda stood half in shadow, not remote exactly, but separate in the way people became separate after telling dangerous truths aloud. "Same time tomorrow?" Harry asked, because apparently his life now measured itself in lessons and consequences. Wanda's gaze softened by the smallest amount. "If the room permits," he almost smiled. Then he remembered Hermione's face, Ron's confusion, Dumbledore's silence after being told he had kept Harry weak enough to need protection. The smile died before fully forming. As he stood to leave, the room gave him one last reminder of what kind of chapter this had been. For an instant the wall beside the fireplace shimmered, and Harry saw the faint outline of shelves behind it. Not Hogwarts shelves, not real ones. Just the ghost of a book-shaped absence pressing against stone from somewhere adjacent. Darkhold echo, he thought, not possession, not instruction, but resonance. The wall turned ordinary again. Harry left through the door the room chose for him and stepped into the seventh-floor corridor, feeling older by something smaller and more exhausting than years. Behind him, the hidden room folded back into quiet. Elsewhere in the castle, Albus Dumbledore climbed to his office and began, with steady hands and a heart he trusted less than his mind, to build the plans one makes when hoping not to use them. And in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione Granger sat by the fire with altered notes on her lap, rereading Harry's face from memory and deciding, with terrible patience, that whatever secret he was carrying had started touching the world around him. The story had not broken yet, but every person wise enough to matter had heard the strain in it now. If Harry had been asked, afterward, exactly when the day began going wrong, he would have had too many answers. He could have said it started with breakfast, when Hermione chose the seat across from him instead of beside him, and spent the first 10 minutes of the meal discussing arithmancy homework with Ron in a voice too carefully normal to be natural. He could have said it started in potions, when Snape deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for Harry's astonishing ability to stare at a cauldron as though it has personally disappointed him. And Harry nearly answered with a line Wanda would have called emotionally expensive. He could have said it started in the corridor outside Defense Against the Dark Arts, where a notice signed in Dolores Umbridge's neat pink-inked hand announced a new decree authorizing additional truth verification measures in disciplinary and educational proceedings relating to student instability, insubordination, and dangerous rumor propagation. That one made several students groan aloud. Harry stopped walking. The parchment fluttered slightly on the board as if pleased with itself. Ron read it over Harry's shoulder and let out a disgusted noise. Truth verification measures. That sounds like something Fudge says right before he ruins your life with paperwork. Hermione stepped closer and scanned the text with a face that went from wary to angry in 3 lines. She can't mean Veritaserum, Ron muttered. Hermione's answer came too fast. Not legally. That word did not help. Harry kept reading. By authority of the Educational Inquisitor, instructional staff may employ approved methods to confirm honesty in matters bearing on student safety, moral order, and respect for ministry-sanctioned curriculum. Approved methods. That was slipperier than a direct threat, which made it more Umbridge than Umbridge herself. A strange tightness moved through Harry's chest, not fear exactly. Recognition. Language like that did not exist to discover truth. It existed to stage authority, to make obedience visible and resistance theatrical. The decree was not only a tool, it was a set, and Harry, whether he liked it or not, had a role in it. "You all right?" Ron asked. Harry realized he had gone still enough for students to split around him in the corridor like water around a stone. "Fine," he said. Hermione looked at him sharply. She no longer trusted the word. That, more than the decree itself, almost made him flinch. By lunchtime, the whole school had begun orbiting the notice. Some students thought it was another hollow threat, ministry bluster dressed as procedure. Others were less certain. The older Ravenclaws argued about whether approved methods could conceal several things at once. Truth potions, memory checks, magically enforced oaths, even enchanted quills that reacted to falsehood. The Slytherins were having far too much fun speculating. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in the great hall and barely tasted his food. He had become too aware of halls as spaces with emotional charge, too aware of architecture as something that listened. The great hall especially had grown complicated in his perception over the last weeks. It was no longer merely long tables, candles, banners, enchanted ceiling. It carried centuries of ceremonial intent. Feast, punishment, sorting, declaration, community, spectacle. So much of Hogwarts' collective meaning ran through this one room that Harry sometimes felt its structure hum when enough people looked in one direction at once. That had begun to worry him. Wanda, when he told her, had not been comforting. Large rooms built for shared attention are dangerous if humiliation becomes the trigger, she had said. Harry had tried not to think about that since. Now he sat under the floating candles, staring at Umbridge at the staff table as she smiled over her goblet and spoke to Professor Flitwick as though she had never ruined a child's sense of safety in her life. Dumbledore was not present. That made everything worse. Hermione broke a roll in half with unnecessary force. She won't try it publicly. Ron looked unconvinced. Why not? Because even Umbridge knows there are lines. Harry said nothing. Hermione noticed and turned to him. What? He pushed peas around his plate. People keep saying that. What? That there are lines. Ron frowned. There are. Harry looked up at the staff table again. Umbridge laughed at something Professor Vector had clearly not meant as a joke. Only if everyone agrees they're real, he said quietly. Hermione's eyes stayed on him a second longer than comfortable. Then she said, if she calls on you in class, don't engage. Let her perform to the room and give her nothing solid to push against. He almost laughed. Nothing solid to push against. That would have been good advice for an ordinary kind of danger. Unfortunately, nothing about Harry's life was staying ordinary anymore. Not in mechanism, not in scale, and certainly not in the humiliating little pressure points where adults like to prove they were in control. Ron leaned closer. We'll be there. That helped and did not. Ron meant support. Harry's power increasingly interpreted closeness as relevant structure. The people he cared about had become both anchor and risk. Hermione lowered her voice. If she tries anything improper, speak clearly. McGonagall's just 2 seats away. Snape as well, even he wouldn't. She stopped. Because all 3 of them knew wouldn't had become a foolish word in a school where the ministry had posted itself at the staff table and called it governance. Harry forced down a mouthful of pumpkin juice that tasted like nothing. Above them, the enchanted ceiling showed low gray cloud over Scotland for 1 heartbeat, so fast he nearly doubted it. The clouds froze, not vanished, stopped. Then the sky resumed. Harry gripped the edge of the table. Hermione saw the movement. What happened? Nothing, he said automatically. Her face closed a little. He hated that on sight now. Defense against the dark arts that afternoon took place with all the ambience of a hearing before incompetent royalty. Umbridge had rearranged the desks. Instead of the usual orderly rows facing the blackboard, the classroom had been opened into a shallow horseshoe, with 1 chair alone at the front center, angled toward both the students' and Umbridge's desk. A silver tray sat neatly on that desk beside a stack of parchment, 2 pink quills, and a glass vial containing a pale liquid that caught the light with oily brightness. Harry felt the entire room before he fully saw it. Stage. Wanda's voice arrived from memory with terrible precision. Humiliation is dangerous because it recruits witnesses. Shared attention amplifies revision pressure. Ron muttered, "That's not ominous at all." Hermione had gone very still. Umbridge stood as they entered, hands clasped warmly before her chest. "Wands away, please, dears. Today we shall be pursuing a rather more practical branch of defensive education." No one moved at first. "Wands away," she repeated more softly. Chairs scraped. Students sat. Harry kept his face blank while he slid into a seat between Ron and Dean. His pulse had already climbed too high. The pale liquid in the glass vial seemed absurdly bright. Umbridge waited until everyone had settled. Then she smiled. "As educational inquisitor," she said, "I am occasionally required to determine whether certain disruptive narratives originate in mere youthful imagination or in more serious sources of instability." No one spoke. She let silence do her work for her. We have, regrettably, in this classroom 1 pupil whose appetite for attention has repeatedly unsettled others, challenged legitimate authority, and spread dangerous misinformation. Ron made an ugly sound under his breath. Hermione's hand shot out and gripped his sleeve hard enough to shut him up. "Harry did not move, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sweetly. "Do come sit here." There it was. The room seemed to narrow, not literally, not yet, but in the social, ancient way shared attention could compress a space into 1 spotlight and many edges. Students shifted. No one met Harry's eyes for more than a second. Even those who believed him were trapped by the scene she had built. Their attention now fed it whether they wanted to or not. Harry stood. He heard Ron whisper, "Don't." But the alternative was refusing in precisely the theatrical way Umbridge hoped for. He walked to the chair at the front. The wood felt cold through his robes. Umbridge lifted the little glass vial and held it up so the class could see. Before anyone allows themselves to be alarmed, this is not Veritasrum. That substance is tightly regulated, as we all know. A faint ripple of uneasy laughter passed through the room. Harry looked at the vial and knew at once that the distinction mattered less than she wanted it to. Rather, Umbridge continued, "This is a ministry-sanctioned derivative designed to test effective consistency in cases of adolescent fabrication." Hermione's voice cut in before Harry could stop her. "There is no such approved classroom potion under current educational statute." The room snapped toward her. Umbridge turned with exaggerated surprise. 5 points from Gryffindor for interruption, Miss Granger. How industrious of you to take such an interest in ministry governance." Hermione's face went pale with fury, but she bit back whatever came next. Umbridge beamed. "As I was saying, this preparation merely clarifies whether a subject's verbal responses correspond to authentic memory. It cannot compel truth, but it may reveal instability." Harry heard every word and also none of them. The classroom air had changed. The walls felt too close. The blackboard seemed fractionally tilted. Students' faces swam in the periphery as if painted on water. Umbridge set the vial down with delicate precision. "Mr. Potter," she said, "you have made numerous claims in recent months. Before your peers, let us settle a simple matter. When you say you know who has returned, are you speaking from fact, fantasy, or grief-induced confusion?" The last phrase landed like a slap dressed as procedure. The class went dead silent. Harry saw Cedric before he answered. Not because he wanted to, because the scene demanded it. Wet grass. Open eyes. A boy dead before he understood why. He kept his voice steady by force. Fact. Umbridge nodded, as if she had expected nothing more interesting. "And the ministry, the prophet, and this school's broader adult community are all mistaken?" "Yes." She uncorked the vial. Hermione half rose. "Professor, sit down, Miss Granger." Harry did not look at Hermione. Couldn't. The moment he did, support would become intimacy, and intimacy would become pressure. He knew that now the way one knew where bruises were without touching them. Umbridge tipped a few shimmering drops onto a small silver spoon. "Open your mouth, dear." Harry stared at her. "This is absurd," he said. "Probably," Umbridge replied. "Do cooperate." For one wild second he considered refusing outright. Wandless or not, he had survived worse than detentions and decrees. But the room had already been arranged to interpret refusal as proof. Every eye watched. Every held breath fed the architecture of humiliation. Wanda had warned him. He had not imagined it would feel like this. Harry opened his mouth. The potion touched his tongue. It was cold, metallic, and wrong, not invasive in the brute force way of Veritasrum, but slippery. It spread through his mouth like silver thread and sank downward with the disturbing sensation of something listening rather than acting. The classroom tilted, or perhaps it didn't. Perhaps Harry's perception did. Umbridge stepped back, pleased. "Now then, state your name." "Harry Potter." The room remained ordinary. "Your year." "5th." Still ordinary. Umbridge smiled wider. "And Lord Voldemort returned in the little Hangleton graveyard at the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament?" "Yes." The change was tiny. A candle nearest the door stopped flickering. Only one. Harry noticed because he was becoming frighteningly good at noticing changes in environments before others did. Umbridge either didn't see it or pretended not to. "And Cedric Diggory was killed there." Harry's throat tightened. "Yes." A second candle froze, then a third. The classroom air thickened by one subtle degree. Someone in the back shifted uneasily. Umbridge looked delighted. "By whom?" "Peter Pettigrew cast the curse," Harry said, "because Voldemort told him to." A chalk line on the board straightened itself. The corners of the room sharpened, no longer softened by age and academic clutter. Desks seemed fractionally farther apart from one another without moving. Harry felt it and knew at once what was happening. Not here, not this room. The pressure was wrong, too broad, the attention too collective. The classroom could not contain what was building. Umbridge, oblivious, moved closer. And you expect your little friends to believe that all the responsible adults in Britain are conspiring to lie, while you alone, poor traumatized child that you are, remember accurately? There it was. Not the potion, not the question, the performance of powerlessness, the invitation to enact humiliation in front of witnesses and call it verification. Harry heard a rushing sound in his ears. "I remember," he said. Umbridge tilted her head. "Do you? Or do you merely enjoy the feeling of being central?" The room snapped, not explosively. Worse. The windows went white, every pane at once, as if the outside world had been erased in a single indifferent gesture. Students gasped. One desk near the wall shifted 3 inches to the left without sound. The blackboard rippled. Umbridge spun. Ron was on his feet now. Hermione, too. Harry remained seated only because shock pinned him there. The white windows held for 1 second, too, then resolved again into ordinary afternoon light. But the desks had not shifted back. They sat subtly misaligned, their careful horseshoe broken. Umbridge turned slowly toward Harry. The pink pleasantness had thinned around the edges. "What?" she said, still smiling. "Did you do?" Harry laughed once under his breath because the question was so useless. "I didn't do anything." Which was true only in the way storms were not guilty of the coastlines they redrew. The pale potion was still moving through him, not forcing truth. Clarifying effective consistency, she had called it. He could feel what it had actually done. Thinned the membrane between memory and environment, made his internal certainty more legible to the room. Wanda had taught him to watch for the moment before revision. This was it. Too late. Umbridge lifted the spoon again. Hermione's voice rang out this time, sharp enough to cut glass. "You are not authorized to repeat administration after an environmental reaction." Even now, Hermione argued like a legal brief on fire. Umbridge turned on her, flush high in her cheeks. "Detention, Miss Granger!" Then back to Harry. "We shall continue." She reached for him. He flinched before she touched him. That was all it took. The entire classroom folded inward by an inch, not metaphorically. Spatially, students cried out as desks scraped toward the center. The blackboard lengthened. The ceiling flattened, then rose. A poster about defensive theory tore loose and hovered in midair, its corners trembling. Harry shoved himself out of the chair. "No," he said, and the word went somewhere larger than sound. The walls answered. The classroom door vanished. In its place stood polished oak paneling that had never existed there, carved in patterns too intricate for any defense classroom. The ceiling beams multiplied. The windows narrowed and grew taller. The whole room seemed to inhale around the axis of Harry's humiliation, and decide it was not, in fact, a classroom at all but a tribunal chamber. Students screamed. Umbridge stumbled backward, pink cardigan suddenly ridiculous against architecture that had stopped recognizing her authority. Harry looked around once and understood with nauseating clarity that he had to get out, not for himself, for everyone. "Move!" he shouted. But the room had already stopped being locally manageable. One of the walls cracked, not breaking, but opening into a corridor that did not belong to the defense wing. Stone arches beyond it. Candlelight. A stretch of passage Harry recognized with horror as leading toward the great hall, shared attention, ceremonial space. Oh no. The revision had found a larger stage. "Everybody out!" Hermione shouted at the exact same moment. That helped. Students scrambled. Ron grabbed Ginny by the arm. Dean dragged a panicking first-year clear of a desk that had decided to become 2 desks, and then one again. Even Umbridge, sputtering outrage, was forced toward the opening because the room behind her no longer agreed about where its rear wall should be. Harry followed last because the air around him had gone dangerously smooth. He could feel the field broadening with every frightened glance thrown in his direction. The corridor outside offered no relief. The shift was traveling. Candles along the passage had frozen into vertical lines of flame. Portraits had gone silent inside their frames. The floor tiles rearranged themselves in patterns too symmetrical to be accidental. black and white and red-edged. Students pouring out behind him became a moving current of fear and noise. Ahead, from beyond the final turn, came the unmistakable sound of hundreds of voices inside the great hall. Lunch had ended not long ago. Afternoon free period for some years. Study sessions, clubs, too many people. Harry ran. "Harry," Ron yelled after him. He kept going. If he reached the hall first, maybe he could turn it, maybe contain it. Maybe tell the room, tell the castle, tell himself. Something precise enough to stop the pressure from reaching the largest communal chamber in Hogwarts. The corridor opened. The great hall lay ahead in full afternoon brightness, populated but not packed, still far too full. Students at the house tables working, talking, reading. A cluster of Ravenclaws near the dais. Several Hufflepuffs by the entrance comparing notes. Teachers at the staff table, McGonagall and Flitwick among them. No Dumbledore. Harry hit the threshold, and the hall noticed. Everything stopped. It happened so fast the silence arrived before comprehension. Conversation cut off mid-word. Quills halted. Chairs stilled. 100 heads turned toward the doorway at once. Shared attention, ceremonial architecture, collective witness. Harry felt the room take hold of the pressure and amplify it into structure. Umbridge burst from the corridor behind him and, in the worst possible choice available to any adult in Britain, shouted, "Do not move! Mr. Potter has caused a dangerous magical disturbance." The statement turned attention into judgment. The hall obeyed the oldest instinct it possessed. It became a place of trial. The enchanted ceiling froze mid-cloud, not darkened, not stormed, simply stopped as if sky had forgotten how weather worked. Hundreds of floating candles went motionless in the air. Then the geometry began to revise. One of the Slytherin tables shifted half a yard east with a grinding sound that somehow produced no scrape. The Hufflepuff benches aligned themselves perfectly parallel to nothing else in the room. Floor tiles nearest Harry rearranged in expanding concentric patterns no one could comfortably look at for long. 2 high windows on the left wall stretched, split, and became 4. Gasps rippled through the hall like a wave. Harry stood at the center of it, unable to breathe properly. He could feel the hall drawing from him and from them all, their shock. Umbridge's vindictive triumph curdling instantly into fear. His own unbearable awareness of being made spectacle again. Not only powerless, but publicly framed as dangerous by the very adult abusing authority. This was humiliation scaled to architecture. A perfect trigger. He tried to do what Wanda had taught him, name the pressure. Separate memory from current space. State what is real because he chooses it. But the hall was too loud with other people's reality. You are dangerous. You are lying. You are unstable. You are all of us looking at one boy and deciding what to call him. The floor rippled. Students screamed again as the nearest house tables slid another inch. The pattern in the tiles widened toward the center dais. The staff table doubled for one impossible blink and then resolved back, but not quite where it had been. McGonagall was on her feet, wand out. "Everyone back from the center!" she shouted. Flitwick already had his wand raised too, not toward Harry but toward the ceiling, trying to stabilize the room's charm work. Silver threads shot upward and dissolved uselessly against frozen cloud. Umbridge, astonishingly, still tried to retain procedural control. "This is exactly the kind of instability I was warning against," she cried, voice breaking. "Stand down, Potter!" Harry turned on her. He did not cast, did not raise a hand, but everything in him rejected the sentence. The spoonful of pseudo-truth potion still sat cold in his system, exposing not only fact but effective certainty. The hall heard the rejection through him. The room that had seen feasts, punishments, wars, speeches, and generations of children deciding what institutions meant was not neutral about public coercion. Umbridge's words came back to her, literally. A coil of red light unwound from the air between them, thin as ribbon, bright as fresh blood in sunlight, and wrapped itself around her last sentence. Harry saw the syllables twist inside it like trapped breath. Then the ribbon folded back into her open mouth. Umbridge choked. No curse harmed her. No physical wound appeared. But the phrase she had just spoken vanished from the room's acoustic memory, and Umbridge clapped both hands over her throat in horror, as if something had eaten the sound before she could own it. The hall lurched. 8 windows now. The left wall had finished revising. Students were moving back, some crying, some trying to obey McGonagall, some frozen. Ron and Hermione had reached the doorway and stopped dead at the sight of the hall remaking itself around Harry. Hermione's face went white, not because he was monstrous, because she understood all at once that the hidden thing touching notes and memory and corridors had just stepped beyond deniability. Harry tried again. "I'm not doing this to hurt anyone," he said aloud, voice shaking. The hall listened, the floor pattern stabilized by a degree. The nearest candles shivered but did not move. Good, a handhold. He looked at the tables. "This is the Great Hall," he said, forcing precision through terror. "Students are safe. No one's on trial." The room answered imperfectly. One of the Ravenclaw benches slid back half an inch. The concentric tile pattern stopped expanding. But the ceiling remained frozen, the windows remained 8, and the hall's length now felt subtly stretched, as if the far end had moved a little farther away from the doors. Not enough. Not enough. He felt the cost rising. The hall's collective gaze pressed at him from every side, students whispering, teachers bracing, Umbridge gasping and furious, Ron horrified, Hermione afraid in a way she had not let herself be until now, and beneath it, the oldest wound in the scene, forced public powerlessness. Harry's vision blurred, not from tears, from psychic strain. He saw overlays. Adjacent possibilities flickering at the edge of the room, one version of the hall empty and cracked, one underwater, one lit entirely in red, one with the house tables arranged like a courtroom, one where Cedric Diggory sat alive at the Hufflepuff table and looked up smiling because nothing had gone wrong in that world yet. Harry made a sound he would not later remember making. The hall answered. The floor beneath Umbridge's feet became transparent for 1 second, not a hole, not a trap, but the visible concept of falling through the narrative authority she had tried to claim. She shrieked and lurched sideways straight into Professor McGonagall, who caught her by the elbow with the reflex of someone refusing, on principle, to let even her worst colleague die stupidly. Then a voice cut through the hall. Harry. Not shouted, not amplified. Yet it reached him through the pressure like a hand to the center of the chest. Dumbledore stood in the main entrance now. He must have arrived seconds ago, but the hall had been too loud for Harry to perceive it. The headmaster's robes moved in no wind at all. His wand remained lowered, which Harry recognized belatedly as intentional. Any overt act of magical contest might have told the hall this was a duel. It could not become that. Dumbledore stepped forward once and looked not at the room, not at the teachers, not at Umbridge, but directly at Harry. "This is Hogwarts," he said. Harry almost laughed because he had just said that. But Dumbledore was not repeating him. He was reinforcing an agreed reality from outside the field, lending institutional weight without opposition. Not containment by force, containment by co-authorship. The hall listened differently to him. A few candles trembled free of stillness. Dumbledore took another step. "No one here is your enemy." That one was harder. Less true, perhaps. The room hesitated around it. Harry felt Umbridge's protest as a sour crackle in the air. The hall itself did not fully believe the claim. Dumbledore adjusted instantly. "No one here will be harmed." Better. The frozen clouds above them stirred by a fraction. Harry swayed. The cost had become enormous now, psychic pressure grinding behind his eyes, in his teeth, along the old burn of his scar. He understood with sudden clarity why Wanda trained him in smaller rooms. Why she insisted on emotional sequence before power. Why scale without accountability became catastrophe. He was holding the Great Hall together with pain and social trust he was not even sure he fully possessed. Hermione moved then. Against all sense, against all safety planning, she stepped out from the doorway and into the hall proper. "Harry," she said, voice steady though her face was not. "Look at me." Ron made a strangled noise. "Hermione," but she kept walking, carefully, hands visible, like approaching a frightened magical creature and a dear friend at the same time. Harry could barely focus on her. The overlays kept coming. Different Hermiones. One furious. One gone. One writing his name in altered notes. One never meeting him because some corridor of fate had closed years ago. Harry, closer now. "Look at me," he did. Hermione stood maybe 10 feet away, robes slightly askew from running, books still clutched under one arm because of course they were. "You told the whole students are safe," she said. "Make that true." It was such a Hermione sentence. Practical, moral, impossible to hide behind. Harry clung to it. "Students are safe," he repeated. The room responded, not normal, safer. The nearest benches locked into place. The transparency beneath Umbridge vanished fully. Several screaming first-years quieted as the floor stopped shifting under them. The hole's length shortened by a fraction toward its proper dimensions. Hermione took one more step. "And no one's on trial," Harry swallowed. "No one's on trial." The concentric floor pattern faded at the edges. Dumbledore, still near the entrance, said nothing now. Good. He understood the moment had become about giving Harry stable truths rather than imposing them. Harry's knees trembled. He could feel the backlash waiting. Not a threat. A biological inevitability. Too much psychic force spent maintaining coherence against emotional avalanche. He looked at the windows. 8. They should have been 6. Every Hogwarts student knew that without knowing they knew it. Yet now the wall held 8 tall panes of afternoon light, and the hall had already begun incorporating them into itself with the speed of institutions normalizing the impossible once it stopped moving. He did not know how to change them back. That terrified him. Dumbledore saw it. His voice came, finally, very gentle. "You may let go now." Harry understood what he meant and also knew he could not do it cleanly. Still, the choice had arrived. Hold the hall until he broke. Or trust the room, the castle, the adults, his friends, trust enough to stop insisting his consciousness remain the sole anchor. That was new. That was hard. That was probably the real lesson. Harry let go, not dramatically, not all at once, more like unclenching a fist around something hot. The hall exhaled. Sound rushed back first. Candles flickered normally. The enchanted ceiling resumed its cloud drift with a visible jerk that sent half the room gasping afresh. The oppressive thickness in the air thinned. Students began crying for more ordinary reasons now. Professors moved quickly among them, shepherding, checking, stabilizing. The tables stopped exactly where they were. The floor tiles settled into a new pattern not wholly like the old one. And the windows remained 8. Harry saw them and thought, absurdly, the room couldn't undo all of it either. Then the backlash hit. Pain was not the right word. Pain had edges. This was a full psychic brownout. Every thought in his head became light, then static, then distance. He felt his own body as something much farther away than usual. Knees giving. Air vanishing. The hall tilting around a center he no longer occupied. The last thing he saw clearly before the floor rose up was Hermione reaching for him and the expression on her face not of accusation, not even fear, but devastating understanding. Then dark. When Harry woke, he thought for one strange second that the room itself had become simpler out of courtesy. White curtains. A bedside table. A bottle of potion catching moonlight. The smell of linens and hospital magic. The hospital wing. His body felt borrowed. He tried to sit up, and discovered the effort was enough to make the world dim at the edges again. "Don't!" said Madame Pomfrey at once from somewhere to his left, moving into view with the purposeful alarm of someone who had been waiting exactly for this. "If you faint again after the night I have had, I may start billing the ministry for emotional damage." Harry blinked at her. "What time is it?" 1:30 in the morning. He stared. Afternoon memory slammed back in fragments. Umbridge, the classroom, the hall, the windows. How long? 16 hours. 16! Harry closed his eyes, not sleep. Reaction, his head ached, but not sharply. More like the internal structures of thought had been overused and now resented light, memory, movement, and perhaps existence. Madame Pomfrey muttered over a tray of potions, then thrust a goblet at him. Drink, he did. It tasted like herbs arguing in a cellar. Good, she said. Now no heroic nonsense. You are in no danger of dying tonight, which is the sort of luxury I would appreciate you treating with respect. Harry lowered the goblet. Anyone hurt? Only in the ordinary ways terror and shifting furniture tend to inconvenience people. Her face softened slightly. A few bruises, one twisted ankle, 3 cases of panic, no lasting injuries. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Then, because he could not help it, the hole, Madame Pomfrey gave him a look. Still there. That's not what I meant. I know perfectly well what you meant. She adjusted the blanket at his feet with more force than necessary. And yes, parts of it remain altered. The staff have spent the evening pretending not to find that deeply alarming in front of students. Harry turned his head toward the nearest window of the hospital wing as if he might somehow see through walls to the great hall beyond. The windows, he said. Madame Pomfrey went still for half a second, then, "You remember that?" "Yes." That noise conveyed a wealth of medical and institutional displeasure. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows despite her earlier warning. "Are there still 8?" Madame Pomfrey sighed as if she had hoped very much not to answer. "Yes." The word landed with impossible weight. Harry sank back. 8 windows, not illusion, not temporary shimmer, a structural remainder. The hall had revised, and then partially stabilized around the event, holding onto one visible impossibility as if to mark where the ordinary architecture had failed to contain what passed through it. He thought, unwillingly, of the grave marker in the training room, of Wanda's lessons, of her repeated insistence that chaos revisions were not banished, only overwritten, negotiated, replaced. A curtain rustled. Harry turned his head. Dumbledore sat in the chair beyond the bed, hands folded over a dark cane he did not need but occasionally adopted when thinking demanded a prop. He must have been there the whole time, outside Harry's immediate perception, until the conversation narrowed enough to include him. Harry looked away first, then back. "You stayed." Dumbledore's expression was unreadable in the low light. "I thought it possible you might prefer your first waking questions answered by someone who was there." Harry almost laughed. "That depends on the answers. A fair position." Silence settled. Madame Pomfrey, after one last look that promised consequences for any dramatic overexertion, retreated to the far end of the ward under the pretense of arranging bottles. Harry looked at Dumbledore again. "Was it my fault?" The old man did not answer immediately, which Harry appreciated more than comfort. "At fault," Dumbledore said at last, "is an insufficiently precise phrase." Harry let out a weak breath. "Of course it is." "You were the locus," Dumbledore continued. "You were not the only cause." That mattered and did not. Harry stared at the sheets. "Umbridge did it? Partly. She humiliated me in front of everyone." Dumbledore's eyes were very tired. "Yes." Harry waited for correction, for balance, for some adult footnote about proportionality. It did not come. That somehow hurt worse. After a moment he said, "Hermione stepped into it." "She did." Was that stupid? Dumbledore's mouth almost smiled. Dangerous, brave, characteristically precise. Harry closed his eyes briefly. That sounded like Hermione. Impossible situation, impossible sentence, and still she had reached for the most useful truth available. When he opened them again, Dumbledore was watching him with a gentleness that refused to become absolution. "The students saw," Harry said. "They did." "They'll think many things," Dumbledore said quietly. "Some foolish, some fearful, some truer than either." Harry swallowed. "What do you think?" The question hung between them like something already paid for. Dumbledore looked past Harry for a second, perhaps toward some version of the Great Hall still fresh in memory, frozen ceiling, shifting tables, 8 windows where 6 should have stood. Then he said, "I think you crossed a threshold this afternoon." Harry was too tired to pretend ignorance. Meaning power ceased to be deniable. Dumbledore's gaze returned to him. "For you, for others, for the school." Harry looked away. That was it then. The private anomalies were over. The world had seen enough to start naming what it feared. He wondered what Wanda would call that. Probably inevitability, probably Tuesday. His eyelids had begun growing heavy again, not natural sleep, but the body reclaiming territory from aftershock. Before the dark pulled him back under, one final thought forced itself forward. "Hermione," he said. Dumbledore understood without elaboration. She and Mr. Weasley remained until Miss Pomfrey removed them by threat. That nearly made Harry smile. Did she? He stopped. Did she understand? Did she forgive him? Did she know the lie had broken open today in front of the whole school? Dumbledore spared him having to choose one wording. "She is afraid for you," he said, "and rather more afraid of being shut out again." Harry shut his eyes. Yes, that sounded right. The last thing he heard before sleep took him was Dumbledore's voice, not addressed to him now, but soft enough for the room itself to hear. "No more public experiments," he said, and though the sentence might have been for Umbridge, the Ministry, the castle, or fate itself, Harry had the distinct feeling none of them were likely to obey easily. By morning, all of Hogwarts knew not the details, not the mechanism, certainly not the full truth, but every corridor carried the shape of it. Students whispered about the Great Hall freezing, about Umbridge choking on her own words, about tables that moved, about floor patterns no one could look at properly, about Harry Potter standing in the center of it while the room rewrote itself around him. And when they filed into the hall for breakfast, they all looked up. Because on the left side of the ancient chamber, catching the pale Scottish morning as if they had always belonged there, 8 windows shone where there should only have been 6. No one touched them, no one explained them. And no one, not even the bravest or stupidest student in the castle, tried to pretend that nothing had changed, because something had, not just the hall, the story itself. Harry felt it the moment he was well enough to stand in the hospital wing doorway and look down the corridor toward the distant hum of the waking school. Before yesterday, the hidden thing inside him could still be treated as rumor, mystery, private damage. After yesterday, it had architecture. And Hogwarts, with 8 impossible windows admitting ordinary morning light, had become its witness. By the 3rd day after the Great Hall incident, Hogwarts had developed a new habit. People looked up before they looked at Harry. It happened in corridors, at meals, on staircases, outside classrooms. Students would spot him first in the ordinary way. Scar, glasses, dark hair, the familiar shape of a classmate who had been mythologized so long the school often forgot he still counted as 15. Then, almost reflexively, their gaze would flick toward the left wall of the Great Hall through open doors or remembered angles, toward the place where the architecture itself had chosen to remember. 8 windows, no cracks, no scorch marks, no obvious spell residue for students to whisper over and then dismiss. Just 8 tall panes of morning and afternoon light where there should have been 6, settled into stone with the calm confidence of a lie reality had decided to keep. The staff did not discuss them publicly. That silence made them worse, because if Professor Flitwick had laughed it off as a temporary charm disturbance, or McGonagall had announced that repairs were underway, or even Snape had sneered at the whole school for indulging hysteria, students could have wrapped language around the event and made it smaller. Instead, the windows remained untouched, unexplained. So Hogwarts did what schools always did when adults refused to narrate danger. It invented stories. By Thursday, Harry had heard at least 7. In one version, he had cursed Umbridge so badly the hall rejected her and changed shape out of disgust. In another, the castle itself had taken his side because old magic recognized old truth. Some students thought he had lost control because Voldemort had marked him more deeply than anyone knew. A surprising number of younger years believed the windows showed alternate futures if you looked through them at sunset, though no one had yet been brave enough to test it. The Slytherins, predictably, developed the cruelest theory, that Harry Potter had finally snapped and the hall was only the first room too famous to hide. Harry heard that one outside potions and kept walking before the anger in him could become structurally interesting. What unsettled him more than rumors, though, was the precision with which the adults had begun moving. Umbridge was absent from classes for 2 days. When she reappeared, her voice had returned, but with the strained quality of someone who no longer trusted silence not to turn on her. She did not call on Harry, she barely looked at him directly. That alone would have been satisfying if it weren't so obvious she had shifted tactics rather than retreated. Ministry owls came hourly now, not to Harry, to Dumbledore, to McGonagall, to the school generally, judging by the volume of angry paper moving through the staff table at meals. And Dumbledore, without becoming more visibly protective, became harder to approach by accident. He was always somewhere else just before Harry arrived, or already moving when Harry considered following, as if the headmaster had entered one of his long games and was placing pieces faster than anyone could publicly acknowledge. Then the official language arrived. It came at breakfast. A ministry owl the size of a barn cat dropped a sealed memorandum directly onto Harry's plate, scattering fried tomatoes and making several first-years yelp. The parchment was thick, cream-colored, stamped with the crest of the ministry so aggressively it looked accusatory. Every head near him turned. Hermione's hand froze halfway to a goblet. Ron muttered, "Subtle." Harry broke the seal. The letter inside was written in a painfully neutral bureaucratic hand. By order of the Office of Educational Safety, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and the Provisional Authority of the Ministry's School Conduct Review Panel. The student Harry James Potter is hereby designated as exhibiting unstable and dangerous accidental magic, pending full classification review. This temporary status is administrative, not criminal, and shall remain in force until formal assessment is concluded. Restrictions, escorts, and observational measures may be enacted at ministry discretion in cooperation with Hogwarts school staff. Further disturbances may result in upgraded containment protocols. Harry read it twice, then a third time, because his mind kept tripping over the phrase in the middle. Unstable and dangerous accidental magic. The ministry had found a way to name the Great Hall without naming what it meant. Not curse, not prophecy, not Voldemort, not an emergent form of power that made traditional magical categories feel suddenly provincial. Accidental magic. As if Harry were 6 again, making school roofs and vanished glass happen around himself because the Dursleys were cruel, and the world had no better language for a child pushing back. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione took the letter from Harry's hand before he realized he had let it go. "This is deliberate," she said, voice low and dangerously clear. "It avoids acknowledging intent, training, coercion, or any external trigger. If they call it accidental, they can treat it as developmental instability rather than political fallout." Ron stared at her. "How do you make that sound even worse?" Hermione flattened the parchment against the table. "Because it is worse. This is legal framing." Harry looked at Umbridge. She was watching from the staff table over the rim of her tea. When their eyes met, she smiled. No triumph in it, not exactly. Something smaller and meaner. Vindication disguised as patience. Harry's hand tightened on the bench so hard the wood creaked. Hermione touched his wrist immediately, not to restrain him, to anchor him. He looked down at her hand and, for one impossible second, saw another possible version of the same moment layered over it. Hermione not beside him at all, but seated 2 chairs away and taking notes on him instead of for him. The overlay vanished. Harry shut his eyes once. When he opened them again, Dumbledore was already speaking to Professor McGonagall in tones too low to hear. Their expressions had the calm ferocity of people deciding which rules they were willing to pretend still mattered. Ron leaned in. "What does upgraded containment protocols mean?" Hermione's mouth tightened. "It means they don't know yet." That answer should not have been frightening. It was. The meeting took place that evening in Dumbledore's office. Harry had expected the order, or at least the useful half of it. What he got instead was a room arranged like a compromise between strategy session and court hearing. Dumbledore stood by the window. McGonagall sat ramrod straight in one of the high-backed chairs. Snape leaned in shadow near the bookcases with the expression of a man morally opposed to the existence of nearly everyone present. Arthur Weasley was there, looking worried in an open, exhausted way. So was Kingsley Shacklebolt. That last part mattered immediately. Kingsley had always made Harry think of quiet doors that locked from the inside. Big, composed, dark-robed, with a calmness too stable to be accidental, he occupied space like someone who understood both force and restraint and preferred not to waste either. Seeing him here, in plain ministry robes rather than aura leathers, told Harry at once that whatever was happening had already crossed several institutional lines. Fawkes watched from his perch above the door, molten-eyed and silent. Dumbledore gestured Harry into the remaining chair. "Thank you for coming." Harry almost said as if I had options, but McGonagall looked one interruption away from turning the room into a disciplinary seminar, and he was too tired for that. He sat. Dumbledore did not waste time. "The Ministry has decided," he said, "that public denial of recent events is no longer tenable in the simple form previously attempted." Harry blinked. "Because of the hole?" "Yes." McGonagall's mouth went thin. "The impossible windows appear to have offended administrative sensibilities." Snape made a faint sound that might have been a laugh if he had not despised joy. Arthur rubbed both hands over his face. "Cornelius is trying to hold 3 contradictory positions at once. He wants to deny that you-know-whose return was proven by you, deny that the Ministry abused a student publicly, and still be seen responding decisively to a phenomenon half the school witnessed." Harry looked at Kingsley. "So they made me a category?" Kingsley met his gaze evenly. "A temporary classification." Harry let out a breath with no humor in it. That sounded bureaucratic enough to hurt. Kingsley did not smile. "It was meant to." McGonagall cut in. "Mr. Potter is not a magically unstable appliance requiring ministry labeling." "Minerva," Dumbledore said mildly. "No, Albus. They do not get to humiliate him in a public room and then file him under an accidents office because the aftermath is politically inconvenient." Kingsley's voice stayed low and steady. "No one in this room disagrees with that." McGonagall looked as if she might enjoy being the exception. Dumbledore raised one hand slightly. "The relevant fact is not what we think of the classification. It is what the Ministry intends to do with it." Harry turned back to Kingsley. "Well," Kingsley took a folded document from inside his sleeve and set it on Dumbledore's desk without flourish. "A containment detail has been authorized." Harry stared. "Containment!" The word hung there, not escort, not protection, not observation, containment. Arthur spoke quickly. "In ministry language that can mean several things." "Yes," Snape drawled softly from the wall. "And they all sound so much better once you begin clarifying them." Harry ignored him. "Who's on it?" Kingsley's eyes flicked once to Dumbledore before returning to Harry. "Officially, a rotating team under the Auror Office, advised by Educational Safety and monitored by the Department of Mysteries." Hermione would have called that 3 bad ideas pretending to balance one another, Harry said, "and unofficially." Kingsley was quiet for half a beat then. "Me!" The room held still. Harry understood before anyone spoke. Dumbledore had put him there. Not by open command. Kingsley was too much his own man for that. But by influence, by trust, by choosing the one ministry operative least likely to mistake coercion for competence. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster did not deny it. "It seemed prudent," Dumbledore said. "That someone intelligent, discreet, and not wholly beholden to panic should have line of sight on ministry decision-making." Snape's lip curled by almost nothing. "A charming description of the current standard." Kingsley ignored him. Harry said, "And the Department of Mysteries." That changed the air. Arthur looked ill. McGonagall looked murderous. Even Dumbledore's expression acquired a new shade of attention. Kingsley answered carefully. 3 unspeakables have been assigned as technical observers." Harry laughed once, because sometimes if a situation became too absurd, laughter was the only response left. "Observers?" "Yes." "What do they think I am?" Kingsley did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. Dumbledore did. "They do not know," he said. "And ignorance in the Department of Mysteries is rarely experienced as peace." Harry leaned back in the chair and stared up at the spinning silver instruments overhead. "Brilliant!" Arthur spoke before the silence could deepen. "We don't need to let this become a private ministry process." There are procedural objections, parental objections. Harry almost smiled at parental, and then remembered Sirius was currently the only living candidate for that role, which complicated the phrase beyond usefulness. McGonagall said, "They are not taking him anywhere unaccompanied." Kingsley nodded once. "Agreed." Snape from Shadow, a sentiment the Ministry may not share if they believe Potter represents a novel hazard with public witnesses. Harry turned toward him. "Do you ever help in a way that doesn't sound like a threat?" Snape lifted one shoulder. "I help by describing the room accurately." Wanda would have approved the phrasing. Harry hated that. Dumbledore folded his hands. "There is to be a formal assessment in Diagon Alley on Saturday." That pulled everyone's attention back. "Why Diagon Alley?" Harry asked. Arthur answered this time. "Public optics. The Ministry wants a visible, non-carceral setting. Somewhere civil enough to imply reassurance, central enough to reassure the public, and magically dense enough to support containment teams without alarming muggles." "In other words," McGonagall said coldly, "they mean to display reasonableness while surrounding you with enough wands to subdue a dragon." Kingsley's face did not change, which Harry took as confirmation. Dumbledore went on. "The stated purpose is diagnostic. They will attempt to measure your magical profile, determine whether the Great Hall incident can be classed as an extension of accidental magic, and assess risk." Harry thought of Wanda using the word grammar for his power, of Dumbledore using threshold, of the Ministry incapable of admitting either, calling him an administrative category instead. "What happens if they decide I'm too much of a risk?" No one answered immediately. That, too, was answer enough. Then Kingsley said, "That depends on who gets to decide." Harry looked at him for a long moment, not friendship, not comfort, but alignment. It helped more than Harry expected. Dumbledore's voice softened slightly. "You will not attend alone." Harry almost said, "I know," because of course they wouldn't let him. Then he saw the shape of the sentence more clearly, not be escorted, not be observed, not alone. It was the closest thing to reassurance anyone in the room had offered. He nodded once. The meeting should have ended there. Instead, Harry heard himself ask, "Do they know why it happened?" McGonagall frowned. "What do you mean?" Harry looked at Dumbledore. He was too tired for careful phrasing. "Do they know Umbridge pushed it, that it wasn't just me suddenly deciding to rearrange one of the most important rooms in the school?" Kingsley answered before Dumbledore could. "Officially, no." Harry's laugh this time came sharp enough to cut. "Of course not." Kingsley continued, still steady. "Unofficially, some of us understand the trigger mattered." McGonagall's eyes flashed. "Trigger?" "Yes. No, let us not bureaucratize public humiliation into a technical input." "Minerva," Dumbledore said. But something in Harry had already caught on that word, trigger. Wanda would have used it without flinching. A mechanism. Emotional pressure plus public witness plus coercion plus a room built for ceremony, not excuse, not absolution, but structure. Harry looked down at his own hands and wondered how many adults in Britain were currently choosing language designed to make what happened about his instability rather than their cruelty. Too many. Saturday came gray and wet, the kind of London morning that made stone look tired and shop windows seem surprised by their own existence. Harry had not been to Diagon Alley in months, and under any better circumstances, the approach through the leaky cauldron would have hurt with nostalgia. First wand, first books, first glimpse of a life larger than Privet Drive. Whole categories of wonder introduced between Crooked Brick and Hidden Street. Today it felt like walking toward an ambush, both sides intended to call procedure. Dumbledore had not come. That mattered. Not because Harry wanted him there, though perhaps some part of him did, but because Dumbledore's absence was strategic. Too much visible headmaster involvement would turn the event into open institutional conflict. Better, apparently, to send other pieces. Kingsley walked on Harry's left, Arthur on his right, Tonks a half-step behind with forced casualness and pink hair that kept flickering to darker shades when her concentration slipped. Two more auras accompanied them, both order-adjacent enough not to feel immediately hostile. The leaky cauldron's backyard was slick with recent rain. Tom the barman pretended not to stare as they crossed to the wall. "Ready," Tonks murmured, too lightly. No, Harry said. Good, I distrust anyone who says yes. Arthur tapped the bricks with his wand. The archway opened. Diagon Alley appeared beyond it, bright with shop signs, owls, umbrellas, and a public trying very hard to behave as though it had not come out in part to see what the ministry was calling reassurance. Harry knew immediately this had been a mistake. Too many eyes, not all on him at first. Some on the Aurors, some on the weather, some on the rumor of ministry business. But once someone in a green cloak recognized Harry, attention spread along the street in visible ripples, whispers, pointing, the social equivalent of sparks looking for dry wood. They did not take him to Gringotts or the apothecary, or any of the places that still belonged, in Harry's mind, to ordinary magical commerce. Instead, Kingsley steered the group toward a cordoned-off section of open street near quality Quidditch supplies, where ministry barriers had been placed in a loose square around a temporary brass stand, holding what looked like 3 diagnostic lenses mounted on articulated arms. And waiting beside them, 3 unspeakables. They did not wear dramatic hoods, which somehow made them worse. 2 men and 1 woman in dark plum coats that refused to catch the eye correctly, as if the color existed primarily in an academic dispute. Their faces were unmemorable in the unsettling way of people trained to make memory slide off them. The woman held a silver case. One of the men was writing on parchment without looking down. The third watched Harry with the expressionless interest of a scholar encountering a manuscript no one had been authorized to own. Harry stopped walking. Kingsley did not force him forward. "That's them," Harry said needlessly. "Yes, they look pleased. They look curious." "That's not better." One of the unspeakables stepped forward. "Mr. Potter, thank you for cooperating." His voice was dry, educated, and entirely untroubled by the fact that Harry had not agreed to anything so much as arrived under pressure from institutions with a long history of euphemism. "I didn't," Harry said. The man tilted his head very slightly. "Noted." The crowd at the edges of the square thickened. Ministry personnel were trying to keep the public back without making it look like a detention. Fudge had likely imagined a quiet diagnostic exercise. Britain, being Britain, had instead produced spectators. Kingsley's voice went low, meant only for Harry. "Stay with me. If it escalates, we move east toward the apothecary lane. More space." Harry nearly asked whether Kingsley said that from practice or pessimism. The answer was probably both. The female unspeakable opened her silver case. Inside lay a ring of crystal objects no bigger than walnuts, each etched with tiny lines that made Harry's eyes ache if he looked too long. "Baseline resonance sweep," she said to no one in particular. Arthur stepped forward at once. "Before any examination begins, I'd like the record to show that the subject is a minor and that I am objecting to undefined Department of Mysteries instruments being used without full disclosure." The parchment-writing unspeakable finally looked up. "Objection recorded." Arthur blinked. "That's it. It is all your current authority entitles you to." Arthur's ears went red. Harry saw, from the corner of his eye, Tonks shift her stance. Pressure gathered, not magical yet, human, that mattered too. The first crystal lifted from the case and floated toward Harry. It did not move like a wand-guided charm. It moved like a fact somebody had persuaded into flight. Harry felt the field in him notice it. Not attack, not danger. Classification attempt that alone was enough to make everything under his skin go cold. The crystal hovered inches from his face, then drifted lower toward his chest. The female unspeakable narrowed her eyes. "Interesting." Harry did not appreciate becoming a sentence. "What does it do?" he asked. "No harm," she said. "That wasn't the question." Before she could answer, the crystal changed color, not red, not green, something stranger. Clear at the center, but around the edges probability itself seemed to wrinkle, showing momentary afterimages of the object in 3 or 4 slightly different positions at once. The crowd murmured. Kingsley stepped closer without appearing to. The writing unspeakable looked up sharply now. "Increase distance." Slowly. Too late. The field in Harry had already interpreted the apparatus as interpretive pressure, and interpretive pressure in public felt too close to the Great Hall for comfort. Wanda's training snapped into place, but only partly. Name the room, name the people, state what is true. This is Diagon Alley, these are shops. No one is on trial. He grabbed the thoughts fast. For 1 second it worked. Then a witch in the crowd called, "Is it him doing that?" And the attention shifted from curiosity to fear. That was the moment. Harry felt it travel through the square like a match touching oil. The ministry barriers brightened. The crystals split into 4 transparent copies that overlapped and rejoined. One aura flinched and reached for his wand, which made 3 other wand hands tighten in reflex. The crowd pressed backward. Public spectacle became containment seen in the collective mind. The street answered. 7 auras at the perimeter all gasped at once. Not pain, dislocation. Harry looked wildly from face to face and saw probability shear across them like heat over stone. 2 auras went white and stared at each other in alarm. "Who are you?" one said. The other blinked. "What?" Your name." He had forgotten it just for a moment. But the panic in his face made clear that for that moment it had been entirely gone. His own identity stepped sideways by the field's contact. Another aura shouted as his patronus charm misfired. He had cast instinctively, likely meaning reassurance or dispersal. Instead of a known animal, a shape erupted from his wand like silver smoke, trying to become an answer and failing. It took form as something long-limbed and antlered and almost human-faced, its outlines sliding between possibilities too quickly to settle. The crowd screamed and scattered farther back. The creature did nothing except look around with blind, unfinished attention before dissolving into glittering static. The crystal apparatus around Harry burst into a ring of afterimages. The unspeakables all moved at once now, no longer detached. One drew a narrow wand. Another spoke sharply into the air, summoning secondary wards. The third, the woman, watched Harry with scientific horror so intense it bordered on fascination. Kingsley's hand closed on Harry's shoulder, not to pin, to anchor. "Harry," he said, voice low and iron-stable. "Look at me." Harry did. The square blurred at the edges, rain on brass signs, people shouting, Arthur trying to calm someone, Tonks holding a line between Harry and the crowd while still refusing to point her wand at him. "Name 3 things," Kingsley said. Harry almost laughed from sheer disbelief. Kingsley tightened his grip once. "Now, street," Harry said. "Shops. You. Good. Again. Stone. Rain. Kingsley." The field wavered. At the perimeter, one of the nameless for a second auras sucked in a shaking breath. "Dawlish," he said aloud, as if reintroducing himself to the world. Relief broke across his face so hard it looked painful. The other followed a beat later. "Savage." Names restored, pressure eased by a fraction. Kingsley kept his gaze locked on Harry's. "No one's attacking you." Harry heard the statement and knew it was partly false. Not in intention, perhaps, but in structure. Instruments were trying to define him. Crowds were fearing him. The ministry had ringed the square with wands and called it care. Still, the sentence worked better than it deserved. The barriers dimmed. The crystal copies rejoined. The street stopped trying to decide whether space itself should widen to let fear pass. Harry drew one careful breath, then another. When the surge finally receded, it did so like a tide too embarrassed to admit it had climbed that high. No one was hurt. That fact hung in the aftermath like astonishment. The crowd was shaken, the auras furious or frightened depending on temperament, the unspeakables suddenly very alert. But no curses had flown, no buildings had collapsed, no bystander lay bleeding in the gutter. Only identity slippage, probability duplication, and a patronus that wasn't lingering in collective memory. The female unspeakable closed her silver case with hands that were steady only because she wanted them to be. "We are done," Kingsley said. One of the other unspeakables turned. "We are not remotely." "Yes," Kingsley said, louder now, and something in his bearing changed. He had been calm until this point. He remained calm, but the calm became official, operative, impossible to mistake for passivity. You attempted an undefined Department of Mysteries sweep in a public corridor with inadequate emotional buffering and insufficient containment distance. The subject did not aggress. Your apparatus escalated the field. We are done. The man opened his mouth. Arthur, to Harry's private surprise, cut in with real steel. Unless the ministry would like witnesses giving statements about auras forgetting their own names in front of quality Quidditch supplies, I suggest we conclude the demonstration of competence here. That landed. Public optics, Harry thought numbly. Their own trap. The crowd was already muttering too loudly. Too many had seen. Too many would tell it badly. The parchment triting unspeakable snapped his notebook shut. Classification review will be amended, he said. There was no anger in the sentence. Only acquisition. Harry hated it more for that. Kingsley moved Harry at once, turning him away from the apparatus and the officials and guiding him east as promised, down the narrower apothecary lane where the air smelled of herbs, damp stone, and dragon liver. Tonks peeled off the crowd with efficient ugliness. Arthur followed, still muttering legal protest to anyone who looked likely to count. Only when the main square's noise had dulled behind them did Kingsley stop. Harry leaned against a wall beneath a faded sign advertising antivenoms and tried not to be sick. That went badly, he said. Kingsley considered. It went informatively. Harry glared at him. A flicker barely there touched Kingsley's expression, not amusement. Respect for the glare's persistence under pressure. The good news, he said, is that you didn't break the street. Harry looked at the wet cobbles, the intact shop fronts, the ordinary alley trying very hard to remain ordinary. That's a low standard. It's still progress. Harry shut his eyes briefly. When he opened them, Hermione was not there. Of course she wasn't. Hogwarts students had not been allowed to attend this piece of ministry theater. But he imagined, suddenly and with painful clarity, exactly what she would say if she had watched two auras forget themselves for a moment and a patroness step sideways into something no textbook recognized. Not what did you do, not anymore. What pattern caused that? That hurt because it sounded like Faith wearing a lab coat. What are they going to call it now? Harry asked. Kingsley was quiet for a second. Then, not accidental. Harry looked up. Kingsley's gaze remained on the mouth of the alley where ministry voices still snapped and recovered in the distance. They'll keep the instability language. They need that. But after today, they can't honestly maintain accidental without making themselves look foolish to too many departments at once. Harry laughed once, drained. So that's good. No, Kingsley said. It's more dangerous. That, unfortunately, sounded right. Because accidental magic belonged to children, to chaos expected to diminish with age, discipline, safety. This, identity sheer, emotional fields, probability interference, public distortions that stopped short of physical harm yet unsettled every known measuring system. This belonged to no neat ministry box. And bureaucracies hated unclassifiable things even more than they hated dangerous ones. Arthur came up beside them, rain beating on his glasses, face pale with temper. Fudge will try to lock down public language by nightfall. Kingsley nodded. He'll fail. Why? Too many witnesses, too many internal offices. Too many people just saw a ministry diagnostic team destabilize its own narrative in public. Harry straightened slowly away from the wall. His legs still felt unreliable, but the lane had stopped wavering and the field in him had gone quiet enough to hear thought again. What happens next? He asked. Arthur and Kingsley exchanged a glance. That was all he needed to know. It would be ugly. Kingsley answered anyway. They upgrade the classification. Harry looked out toward the brighter mouth of the lane, where Diagon Alley continued pretending to be a street of school supplies and sweets and wands, and not a place where governments staged their fears behind brass instruments. Into what? Kingsley's voice remained as steady as ever. Something that admits, he said, you are doing it on purpose or might be able to. Harry thought of the difference Wanda kept insisting on. Wand magic changes what happens. Chaos magic changes what is possible. The ministry, being the ministry, would not say it like that. It would say unstable. dangerous, escalating, containment-worthy, but behind all those words lay the same frightened recognition. Harry Potter was no longer merely a witness to impossible things. He had become one. And Britain had started trying, with all the elegance of an anxious filing cabinet, to decide what kind. That night, back at Hogwarts, the new memorandum came, not to breakfast this time, to Dumbledore's office, to McGonagall, to the ministry channels that mattered. Harry did not see the full text until later, when Hermione somehow acquired 3/4 of it by methods that made Ron decide, once again, that he preferred not to know details for legal reasons. The upgraded classification read, "Subject exhibits controlled and uncontrolled probability-adjacent magical phenomena with associated cognitive, spatial, and affective disruption." Current designation revised to Unstable Emergent Magic, Containment Priority Beta. Hermione read it twice and looked up at Harry with fury burning through the fear. "They're still trying not to say what it is," she said. Harry, staring past her toward the dark window of Gryffindor Tower and imagining the great hall below with its impossible 8 panes holding moonlight, could only manage one answer. "Yes," he said softly, "because if they name it properly, they'd have to admit the world got bigger." No one contradicted him, because after the hall, after Diagon Alley, after auras forgetting their names and a Patronus becoming an unfinished thing in public, everyone in the room knew that was true. The only question left was who would survive being honest about it first. After Diagon Alley, Hogwarts began treating Harry like weather, not openly. No decree appeared naming corridors to avoid. No professor stood at the front of class and announced that if Harry Potter entered a room, students were to please remain calm and refrain from contributing emotionally to structural instability. The school was still too proud for that. Hogwarts preferred its fear dressed in tradition. But the adjustments were there if you knew how to look. Students gave him more space on staircases. Teachers stopped cold arguments before they could rise to public temperature. Even Peeves, for 3 full days, limited himself to distant mockery instead of direct provocation, which Harry privately considered the strongest evidence that the castle itself had briefed its nuisances. And in the middle of all that external recalibration, something quieter and far more dangerous began happening inside him. The dreams changed again. Until now, they had moved in 2 directions. His own trauma turning rooms and walls and notes toward pressure points he could not ignore, and Wanda's deliberate intrusions into sleep, where she taught in riddles and thresholds and emotional architecture. Even when the dreams became stranger, Harry could still tell what belonged to him and what belonged to her. After Diagon Alley, that boundary started failing. The first time it happened, he woke with tears on his face and no idea why, not fear, not nightmare, grief, but not his. He lay still in the dark Gryffindor dormitory while Seamus snored softly across the room, and Dean turned over in bed with a mutter. Harry stared up at the canopy above him, breath too shallow, heart hurting in that deep, bruised way grief sometimes did when memory and body had not coordinated in advance. He saw an image, not fully a memory, not fully a dream, a pair of small hands building something on a living room floor. Bright colored blocks, clumsy towers, childish laughter. Warm lamplight, a softness in the room Harry had no category for because it was not a place he had ever been, and yet his chest reacted to it as though it had once been home. Then came another image, the same room destroyed. Smoke. Holes torn through walls. Silence so complete it seemed to accuse the surviving furniture. And beneath the image, not words exactly, but a feeling of absence with edges so sharp it had clearly once known what it was missing. Harry sat up too fast. The image vanished. The grief did not. He pressed both palms to his eyes until sparks flashed. Not mine, he thought, not mine, but the body did not care whose grief it was. The ache remained. Deep. Specific. Attached to a life he had not lived and losses he had not earned. He did not sleep again. The second time was worse because it came while he was awake. It happened in the corridor outside Charms. Students were filing out in noisy clumps after a lesson Harry barely remembered, because Professor Flitwick had spent half of it glancing at him whenever the classroom candles trembled more than candles should. Hermione was saying something to Ron about revised study schedules and how ministry language around emergent instability had likely been crafted by someone who feared both nouns and reality. Ron was listening with the expression of someone enduring an avalanche because he loved the mountain. Harry turned toward the window at the corridor landing, and for one impossible second the Scottish grounds vanished. In their place, he saw a city street covered in gray rubble and red dust, not ruined in the old weathered way of castles and battlefields. Ruined recently? Violently. Apartment blocks split open, rebar showing through concrete like bone through skin. A child's bicycle half buried in broken stone, smoke trailing upward into a sky the wrong color for safety. The image hit with such force he stopped walking. Someone knocked into his shoulder from behind and swore. The corridor snapped back into existence. Stone window, rainy grounds, students pushing past. Harry gripped the sill. "Harry!" Hermione had turned at once. He could not answer immediately because he was not entirely in the corridor yet. The ruins clung to his mind with unwanted precision, and beneath them came a single word, not spoken aloud but carried on the same emotional current as the first strange grief. Sokovia, he had never heard it before. At least he did not think he had. "Harry," Hermione said again, closer now. "What happened?" Ron frowned. "You've gone white." Harry forced air into his lungs. "Nothing." Hermione's face closed slightly. She no longer believed that word from him, not because she thought he was malicious. Because too much of the last month had proven his version of nothing could rearrange stone, memory, or ministry categories depending on stress levels. "You saw something," she said, "just dizzy." "That's not an answer." "It's the one I've got." Hermione looked like she wanted to fight him and protect him at the same time, which was increasingly becoming the emotional signature of their friendship. Ron looked mostly frightened in the loyal, frustrated way he got when the world insisted on becoming abstract around someone he loved. Before either could press harder, Professor Flitwick emerged from the classroom behind them and peered up with exaggerated concern. "Mr. Potter, should I summon Madame Pomfrey?" Harry straightened too quickly. "No, Professor." Flitwick's eyes lingered on him for a beat. Then, perhaps reading the room or perhaps deciding public concern might worsen whatever this was, he said only, "Very well. Do take care on the stairs. They are feeling dramatic this afternoon." The staircase below them groaned as if offended by understatement. Harry muttered thanks and moved before Hermione could stop him. He got all the way to the next landing before he realized the word was still in his head. Sokovia. And attached to it now was another feeling, older than the first, harder, almost metallic in its precision, not loss, survivor's anger. It frightened him far more than the image itself. Ah! That night, he went to the room of requirement before the castle could fully settle. He did not ask for a lesson, he asked for answers. The room gave him both too quickly to be comforting. It appeared tonight as a broad circular chamber with low red light burning somewhere behind the walls. No furniture except 2 chairs and a long bench against the far side. No windows. The air smelled faintly of rain and heated stone. Wanda was already there. Of course she was. She stood with her back to him at first, one hand braced against the wall as if listening through the castle to a pressure only she could hear. When the door shut behind Harry, she did not turn immediately. "You felt it," she said, not a question. Harry stared at her. "You know I hate when you do that." "Yes." She turned. Even before she faced him fully, Harry knew something was wrong. Wanda always carried grief the way other people carried posture, integrated, adaptive, inseparable from balance. But tonight it was closer to the surface, not lack of control. Never that. More like someone had opened a door in a burning building and not yet decided whether to step through or seal it again. Harry stopped a few feet into the room. "What's happening to me?" The words came out harsher than intended. Not because he was angry exactly. Because fear had finally outpaced fatigue. Wanda watched him for one long second. Then she said, "You tell me." Harry let out a disbelieving laugh. "No, no chance. I'm done with answering questions where you already know the answer." That almost earned a smile. Almost. Instead, she nodded toward the nearest chair. "Then sit." He remained standing. "I saw a place," he said. "Not one of mine, a city, destroyed. I knew its name somehow, Sokovia." Wanda went very still. Harry had expected denial, deflection. Some lecture about associative dream logic and adjacent memory structures. Instead, he got the expression of someone hearing a private wound pronounced aloud by the wrong mouth. He felt cold. "That means something to you." Wanda's silence confirmed more than any speech could have. Harry took another step toward her. "It's your memory." She looked away first, and suddenly the shape of the problem became visible. Not random bleed, not symbolic overlap, transfer. Harry said it carefully because once spoken, some truths rearranged the room. "It's not just training anymore." Wanda's jaw tightened. "It hasn't been for a while," she said. The room went very quiet. Harry stared. "You knew?" "Yes." The answer hit like a fist to the sternum. "How long?" Wanda didn't speak. "How long before the Great Hall?" That made the room smaller. Harry laughed once, sharp and empty. "You let it keep happening." "I was monitoring it." "That's not the same thing." "No," she snapped, and for the first time since he'd met her, real temper flared through the composure. Crimson light breathed once along her fingers and vanished. "It isn't." The silence that followed was not comfortable. Harry looked at her and saw, too clearly, the shape of something he had refused to examine before now. Wanda was not only teaching him. She was using shared magical space, shared emotional architecture, repeated dream contact, and the willingness of his unguarded mind to form a bridge between them. Not maliciously, maybe not even intentionally at first, but bridges did not care how nobly they were built once weights started crossing. "What is it?" he asked, quieter now because the answer had become more frightening than the accusation. "A connection, possession, some kind of not possession." That came fast enough to ring true. "Then what?" Wanda took a breath. When she spoke again, her voice was lower, steadier, but something underneath it had lost its distance. "A tether," she said. "Psychic, emotional, magical, pick your preferred language." Harry sat down because his knees had abruptly reconsidered being useful. Wanda did not move. "It began in the graveyard," she continued. "When reality fractured and you answered it, I touched the event. You were open, raw, newly destabilized. I marked you so I could find you again." Harry looked up sharply. "Marked?" "Yes," he almost laughed. "That seems like something you could have mentioned." "I am mentioning it now." "That's not better." Wanda took the anger without flinching. "No, it isn't." The room's walls darkened by a shade. Harry put both elbows on his knees, trying to keep thought linear. "So your memories are crossing into me? Some of them." "Why those?" "Because they carry the most charge." Her eyes met his. "Grief chooses efficient routes." Harry thought of the room with warm lamplight and children's hands, of the destroyed version after, of Sokovia, of all the things his body had responded to before his mind could classify them. He forced himself to ask the next part. "Who were the children?" Something in Wanda's face moved then, subtle and devastating. "My sons," she said. The words fell into the room with impossible weight. Harry had not expected that, not really. Loss, yes. Lovers, family, battlefields, a city perhaps. But children, he looked away first, because grief like that deserved privacy even if it had already trespassed into him. "The twins," he said quietly, remembering not memory but feeling. Two presences tangled together in the emotional architecture of the dream room. Joy doubled. Loss doubled. Absence shaped like two small missing gravity fields. "Yes," Harry swallowed. "Are they dead?" Wanda did not answer in any way his world would have considered simple. Instead, she said, "They were mine, and then they weren't, and then the universe became less interested in neat categories than I was." That was not comfort, but it was honest in the way her most painful statements usually were. Harry looked at his hands. "Why didn't you stop it?" This time the question held less accusation, more bewildered injury. Wanda finally moved, crossing the room to the bench and sitting opposite him rather than looming over him like instruction in human form. "I didn't intend it at first," she said. Not the transfer. Contact through dreams, yes. Emotional training, yes. But not the degree of permeability. She folded her hands once, then unfolded them. By the time I understood the tether had deepened, you were learning faster through it. Harry blinked up at her. That's your defense. It isn't a defense. What is it then? A failure with context? That answer disarmed him more than apology might have, because apology would have made it smaller, more individual, a wrongdoing that could be contained by regret. Failure with context suggested something worse. A real intimacy between power and loneliness, two wounded people using shared magical language until the border between teaching and reaching had worn too thin. Harry leaned back slowly in the chair. You were lonely, he said. Wanda's eyes sharpened. He went on before she could deny it. That's part of it. She looked at the floor for a second, then away, then finally back at him with the expression of someone deciding whether truth was survivable. Yes, she said. The word was almost too quiet to hear. I did not intend it. She said again, each syllable chosen now. But I also did not prevent it once I knew it was happening. You were open. I was alone in ways that power does not improve, and some part of me, she stopped, jaw tightening, some part of me mistook being understood for being entitled to remain. Harry sat with that, because beneath the shock, beneath the violation and fear and confusion, another truth made itself known. He had understood her grief, not intellectually, not from stories or speculation, understood it bodily, the weight of it. The way some losses did not pass through mourning so much as become infrastructure. That was dangerous. That was intimate. That was, in some awful way, useful. He looked up at her. I'm not angry the way I should be. Wanda's expression changed by almost nothing. No, Harry shook his head slowly. I'm angry, just not only that. The room waited. He searched for language and hated all of it. When it hits, he said. The memories, or whatever they are, I understand things about you I wouldn't otherwise. Why you talk like you do. Why you never pretend power makes people less breakable. Why you keep saying pain isn't authority. He let out a humorless breath. And part of me thinks that matters. Wanda's face went very still. That, she said after a moment, is the useful part. Harry laughed once. I knew you were going to say useful, because it is. He looked at her. That doesn't make it less dangerous. No, she said. It makes it both. The room held silence for a while, then Harry asked, What else? Wanda frowned. What do you mean? What else have I seen that's yours and not mine? Something in the air tightened. Wanda said very carefully, I don't know all of it. Harry almost objected, then realized she was telling the truth. The tether might not be curated. Emotional charge crossed where pathways existed, and neither of them fully controlled the traffic yet. Still, there's more, he said. Yes, he braced himself. Tell me. Wanda's eyes did something complicated then, focusing, distancing, perhaps choosing not what truth to give but which truth not to keep. A man, she said at last. The word arrived already heavy. A good man, she continued. An impossible man, artificial and more human than many people I have known. His mind felt like light trying very hard to become kindness. Harry did not breathe for a second, because there it was, the emotional contour he had touched without image yet, a gentleness under grief, unlike children, unlike a city, unlike rage. Someone beloved not because he had filled absence, but because he had recognized it and stayed anyway. Vision, Harry said. The name came from nowhere and landed perfectly. Wanda's eyes widened. How do you know that? Harry's pulse jumped. I don't, I just... He pressed a hand to his forehead. It was there. That frightened them both, not because names mattered more than images, but because names suggested deeper transfer, identity, attachment, specificity. The tether was no longer only moving emotional weather, it was carrying architecture. Wanda rose abruptly and turned away. Harry stood too. Wanda! She braced both hands on the stone wall. The room darkened a shade around them. I said it was dangerous, she said, voice tight now. I did not say it was safe. Harry stared at her back. You're scared. Yes. That answer made him colder than her composure would have. He took a step forward. Of what? Wanda turned, and for the first time since he had known her, the answer came not as a lesson, not as a strategy, but as naked fact. That you stop knowing where you end. The room seemed to contract around the sentence. Harry did not speak, because he had already begun noticing it in small ways. An impulse to close his hand around nothing when frustrated, followed by the sudden certainty that red light should gather there. A flash of protectiveness toward people in rooms he had never entered. A memory of wanting to fix a broken world so badly he could feel the shape of the attempt in his bones, even though that want had not begun with his own life. He thought of the whole, of Diagon Alley, of responding to humiliation not only with fear, but with a cold sovereign rejection that felt older than 15. "How bad is it?" he asked. Wanda's answer did not comfort. "Bad enough that we stop pretending this is only training." The next week proved her right faster than either of them wanted. Harry began getting flashes in motion, not long dreams, not whole scenes, fragments, slipping between ordinary moments with such speed he sometimes doubted them until the emotional residue refused to dissipate. A twin laugh in the middle of breakfast, the memory of a machine voice made gentle in an unfamiliar accent while walking to herbology, red smoke over snow while opening a textbook, the sudden bodily knowledge of what it felt like to stand in a ruined street and decide, with terrible sincerity, that if the world refused to stop hurting the people you loved, then you would make the world smaller until it obeyed. That last one nearly made him drop a goblet in the great hall. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. She noticed everything now, not only because she was Hermione, but because fear had sharpened her pattern recognition to a knife edge. It happened during an evening study period in the common room. Ron had gone upstairs to fetch another essay, because apparently his first one had reached that stage of development where it became sort of wrong in several directions at once. Hermione sat at the table with arithmancy notes, quill-tapping absent rhythms against the parchment. Harry was trying to read practical defensive barriers and failing because the words kept briefly becoming other words: suture, revision, threshold, collapse, before snapping back. He shut the book too hard. Hermione looked up immediately. "What did you just see?" Harry froze. There it was again, no longer if or are you all right or even tell me the truth. Now she was asking structurally, as though he were an event set requiring proper observation. That should have hurt. Instead it filled him with guilt. "Nothing," he said by reflex. Hermione put her quill down very carefully. "Harry!" Something in her voice made him look up. She was afraid, not of him, not exactly, afraid of how far behind understanding they still were. There were dark crescents under her eyes from too many nights reading, correlating, trying to build a map from altered notes and public incidents, and his increasingly poor attempts at concealment. She looked furious with the universe for turning a person into a problem set and equally furious with Harry for helping it. "What did you just see?" she asked again, softer now. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, because how was he supposed to explain that for 1 second the common room had become a place with different furniture, softer light, and children's toys on the carpet? That he had almost expected to hear a synthetic voice ask whether tea would help? That when the vision vanished, the loss of it hurt with an intimacy that was not his and yet had become partly housed in him? Hermione's face changed, not much, enough. "You don't know, do you?" she said. He stared. "You don't know what's yours anymore." The sentence hit too hard to dodge. Harry looked away first. That was answer enough. Hermione exhaled, and the sound carried more fear than anger now. "Oh, Harry!" He hated the pity in that, hated more that it wasn't pity exactly. It was horror stripped of judgment. The kind reserved for someone standing on a ledge they hadn't realized was there. He pushed back from the table. "I'm fine." Hermione stood too fast, chair scraping. "No, you're not." Her voice was still low, but sharp enough that several nearby students glanced over and then wisely decided their homework needed immediate attention elsewhere. Harry said, "I'm handling it." Hermione laughed once, incredulous and almost broken by the effort of staying quiet. "You said that before the Great Hall. You said that before Diagon Alley. You said that while lying to my face." He flinched. That mattered. Hermione saw it and hated that she had needed it. "What is it?" she demanded, taking one step closer. Who are you carrying? The phrasing was too exact. Harry's head snapped up. Hermione's eyes widened as she heard herself and realized she had guessed closer than intended. Someone, she said, voice suddenly very thin. There's someone else in it, in you. The common room fire popped loudly in the silence. Harry looked around instinctively, but no one near enough seemed to have heard the words clearly. Ron's footsteps sounded faintly on the boys' staircase. Time was collapsing toward decision. He turned back to Hermione. I didn't mean for it to happen. It was not the full truth, but it was true. Hermione's face went pale, so it did happen. Harry closed his eyes once. When he opened them, Hermione had stepped back, not dramatically, just enough to matter. That distance was the worst thing he had seen all week, because she did not step back from fear of attack. She stepped back to think, to reclassify, to build mental space between affection and assessment. You let someone into your mind, she whispered. Harry gave a tiny, helpless shake of the head. It's more complicated than that. That is not the reassuring answer you think it is. Ron came down the last few steps then, essay in hand, saw both their faces and stopped. Why does it feel like I've walked into the middle of an explosion? Neither answered. Ron looked between them. Hermione, she did not take her eyes off Harry. There's another consciousness involved. Ron blinked. A what? Hermione swallowed. Not possession, I don't think, not exactly. Then to Harry more quietly. Tell me I'm wrong. Harry could not. Ron's essay slid from his hand onto the carpet. For one absurd second that was the loudest thing in the room. Hermione shut her eyes briefly, as if bracing against a version of the future she had hoped not to meet. When she opened them again, the fear was still there. But beneath it, something else had returned, resolve. All right, she said. Harry almost laughed from sheer disbelief. That's not an all right. No, Hermione said. It's a decision. Ron looked wildly between them. Could somebody please stop talking like this is a funeral and explain? Hermione did not look away from Harry. You're going to tell us everything. Harry's first instinct was refusal. Not because he wanted distance, because full truth felt too big, too dangerous, too likely to trigger the field simply by becoming public language. But then he looked at Hermione's face. Afraid, yes. Angry, yes, but still here, still choosing proximity despite fear. Still refusing the easy option of letting institutions decide the story, because Harry had become too difficult to trust privately. He thought of what Wanda had said. Pain is not authority. He thought of what Dumbledore had said. Secrecy will distort it faster than power alone. And suddenly the choice looked very simple, not easy, never that, but simple. Harry lowered himself slowly back into the chair. Ron retrieved his essay without taking his eyes off him. Hermione sat too, posture rigid with concentration, as if bracing for impact in a library. Harry looked at them both. There's a tether, he said, and for the first time since the graveyard, he began to tell the truth before the world forced it out of him. The truth did not break Ron and Hermione. That, more than anything else, nearly broke Harry. They did not take it well. That would have been easier if Hermione had recoiled in horror, or Ron had exploded into anger, or both had looked at Harry and decided that whatever lived at the center of this problem was too large, too strange, too morally exhausting to carry with him anymore. Then at least the shape of the pain would have been familiar. Harry knew abandonment. He knew distance. He knew what it meant for people to decide he was less manageable than he was worth. Instead, they stayed, terrified, furious, overmatched, but still there. Harry told them almost everything, not elegantly, not in order at first. The graveyard fracture. Wanda. The training. The cracked wand. The room of requirement changing shape under grief. The hall. Diagon Alley. The tether. Sokovia. Children he had never met and yet mourned bodily. A man named Vision whose name had risen inside him before he understood why. Ron interrupted constantly, not because he disbelieved, but because disbelief had become structurally impossible after the Great Hall, and he had reverted to the coping mechanism of asking the loudest possible version of each question. So she's a witch, but not our kind of witch. She can just get into your dreams. You threw away your wand, not metaphorically. There are children in your head. That sounded awful, I'm sorry. You know what I meant. Hermione interrupted less often, which was worse. She listened the way she handled unstable magical theory. With all her intelligence sharpened toward structure and all her fear forced into usefulness. By the time Harry had finished, she already had a quill in hand and 3 sheets of parchment filled with tiny writing under headings that made Ron groan in moral protest. Tether mechanism, field triggers, identity permeability risk, external memory, transfer ministry classification vs. Actual ontology. Do not say actual ontology like that's a normal thing to say about me, Harry muttered. Hermione did not look up. You stopped being normal to categorize around chapter 1. Ron stared at her. We are not calling our lives chapters. Hermione's quill paused. I am absolutely calling this one a chapter. Under any better circumstances, Harry might have laughed. Instead, he looked at them. At Ron, pale with worry and anger, at Hermione already trying to build a map because maps were how she fought fear, and felt something inside him loosen that had been clenched since the graveyard. Not safety, not yet, but less solitude. That mattered. It mattered enough that, when the next crisis came, he almost made a different choice. Almost. The vision arrived on a Sunday afternoon, not in sleep, not during training, not with warning. Harry was in Gryffindor Tower pretending to revise while actually reading the same paragraph on countercurses 6 times without absorbing it. Ron was sprawled opposite him on the rug, arguing with a chess piece that insisted it had not blundered so much as attempted a daring positional sacrifice. Hermione sat beside the fire with a stack of books about mental discipline and magical self-anchoring, half of which she had definitely not checked out through normal channels. It should have been one of the safer rooms left in the world. Then Harry looked into the fire and saw Sirius. Not a reflection, not metaphor, not symbolic architecture. Sirius, bound to a stone dais in a circular chamber lit by greenish gloom. Thin, bleeding from the mouth. Bellatrix Lestrange pacing around him with the bright, delighted cruelty of someone enjoying a private performance. Behind her loomed ranks of shelves full of glass orbs. The Department of Mysteries. The Hall of Prophecy. Sirius lifted his head and Harry heard him, not through the room, not through ordinary sound, but inside the same horrible channel Voldemort's visions had always used. Harry. Bellatrix laughed and raised her wand. The image flared so bright Harry actually cried out. He was on his feet before the chair beside him had finished falling over. Ron swore. Hermione was up in the same instant. What happened? Sirius. Harry could barely get the word out. At the Ministry? It's happening now. Hermione went white. Ron went still in that particular way he did when fear and action reached him at the same time and decided to cooperate. Are you sure? Hermione asked. It was the right question, the necessary question. And because it was necessary, Harry nearly hated her for it. I saw him. Hermione stepped closer, voice low and controlled. Harry, is this Voldemort through the scar or Wanda through the tether or you through the field? I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying we have to know what kind of true it is. That stopped him for half a second, only half, because the vision had not felt like Wanda, not grief, not memory transfer, not probabilistic overlay. It had felt like Voldemort, sharp, directed, weaponized. He's luring me, Harry said, realization hitting in the same breath as urgency. He knows I'll come. Ron swore again. Then we definitely can't just sit here. Hermione's face tightened. We also can't run straight into a trap because Voldemort counts on Harry moving toward people in danger faster than he moves toward his own survival. Harry looked at her. Sirius is my survival. The sentence came out too raw to argue with. Hermione closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, she was already shifting modes from analysis to operational logic. Fine, she said. We verify fast. How? Ron demanded. Snape, Hermione said at once. Or Dumbledore, or the flu in Umbridge's office if we can get there without half the castle noticing. She looked at Harry sharply. And no one goes alone. That almost altered everything. If Harry had been calmer, or less exhausted, or less inside the old fatal instinct that said delay was danger and adults were time-consuming obstacles rather than allies. Perhaps the story would have forked cleanly there into something wiser. But Voldemort knew him too well. The vision knew exactly which emotional nerve to strike, and Harry, despite all Wanda's training about sequence and trigger and choosing what was real, was still 15 and loved Sirius in the part of himself that had never stopped wanting a door out of abandonment. They tried verification. They failed. Snape could not be found. Dumbledore was away from the castle again on some errand no one would define. McGonagall was in a disciplinary meeting with Umbridge and 2 governors and inaccessible by both corridor and common sense. The flu in Umbridge's office became briefly possible, and then impossible when Filch appeared in the wrong hallway at the wrong time. Every blocked route tightened the pressure. By the time they reached the edge of making a choice, Harry's scar was burning hard enough to turn thought jagged. "Enough," he said. "I'm going." Hermione grabbed his arm. "Then we go prepared." Ron was already reaching for his wand. They were not alone for long. Ginny came, then Neville, then Luna, because apparently explanation had become optional for her around the same time gravity had. By the time they reached the point of no return, the group looked less like a rescue team and more like a collection of adolescents in varying states of courage, fear, and terrible judgment. And still Harry went, because the trap was obvious and Sirius's suffering felt more obvious. Because sometimes knowing you are being manipulated does not cancel the hook if the bait is someone you love. Because the part of him Wanda kept trying to civilize was still the same part that believed saving people mattered more than being strategically correct afterward. That was both his virtue and his oldest weakness. The Department of Mysteries received them like a thought too old to die. The black-tiled corridors reflected wandlight in broken glimmers. Doors turned where they should not. Silence pooled in circular rooms as though the building preferred secrets over architecture. Every chamber they crossed felt less like space and more like argument. Time, brains, stars, thought, prophecy. Human beings carving up the impossible into departments and calling that mastery. By the time they found the Hall of Prophecy, Harry's scar was a live wire. The shelves loomed up in long, endless rows, glass spheres whispering softly in the dark. Somewhere beyond them, movement. Bellatrix's laughter, a curse. Sirius's voice, not illusion, real. That was the first surprise. Voldemort had baited the trap with genuine suffering after all. No half measure. No mere vision. The Department of Mysteries had become exactly what he needed it to be. Bait and battlefield. Stay together, Harry hissed. They moved between the shelves, wands up, breath loud in their own ears. Then the Death Eater stepped out. Lucius Malfoy smooth as polished arrogance. Bellatrix fever bright. Rookwood with that dead ministry precision. Others masked and robed and eager, flanking the dais where Sirius actually stood, bloodied, wand in hand, not bound now but clearly cornered with several Order members already engaged around the chamber's lower edge. The battle had begun before Harry arrived. That changed everything. Spells exploded across the rows of prophecy shelves. Glass shattered in sheets. Orbs burst into ghost voices as futures died unfulfilled all around them. Neville cried out. Ginny fired a reductor hard enough to blow apart a rack and force 2 Death Eaters to dive aside. Luna's curses came out dreamy and vicious and weirdly accurate. Harry moved for Sirius, and Bellatrix intercepted the line at once. Not physically, probabilistically. He felt her intent before he saw the wand arm shift, the way Wanda had trained him to feel certain moments as structure rather than sequence. Bellatrix wanted Sirius through the veil, not merely dead, narratively dead. Publicly, theatrically, irrevocably swallowed by the oldest death machine in the room. The archway loomed beyond the battle, black stone and ragged curtain whispering in a wind no one else felt. The veil. The room around it seemed built downward into dread. Sirius dueled 2 Death Eaters at once, laughing in that reckless black family way that always made Harry half furious with love and half afraid. Bellatrix slid sideways through the chaos with predatory grace, lining up the moment she wanted. Harry saw it. For one sickening instant, the world slowed into decision points. Bellatrix's shoulder angle, Sirius turning just a fraction too late. The veil's edge 3 steps behind him. The curse she meant to throw not at his heart but at the space around his feet, enough to stagger him backward through the curtain. Harry did not think. He hexed the moment itself. It was not a spell he knew, not something Wanda had named for him, just pure refusal shaped into probability. Red light burst from him, not wand light, because he had not used the wand in weeks, but something narrower and stranger, like reality remembering how to split under pressure. The hex struck not Bellatrix but the air beside her, and the moment rewrote. Bellatrix's curse bent, not reflected. Not blocked. Bent, her jet of vicious red-gold light curved around Sirius's shoulder like a throne blade suddenly taught mercy. It tore through empty space where his chest had been and smashed a stone pillar instead. Sirius spun, startled into survival by a chance he should not have had. Bellatrix stared. For the first time since Harry had known her by reputation or terror, Bellatrix Lestrange looked not delighted but disoriented. She had felt the certainty of the kill, and Harry had changed the certainty instead of the angle. That one act cost him. The room flickered. Not physically, ontologically. Harry saw 3 Bellatrixes for one beat, 3 possible trajectories of her body, 3 versions of Sirius's next breath, 3 futures in which the veil had either already taken him or missed him entirely. Then the overlay snapped away, too late. Harry's balance went with it. His own momentum carried him forward toward the dais, toward Sirius, toward the black arch and whispering curtain. A Death Eater curse struck the stone near his feet. The floor cracked. He slid. Someone shouted his name, Hermione, maybe Ron, maybe both. Harry hit the edge of the dais, tried to recover, failed. And the veil was suddenly all he could see, black fabric moving in non-existent wind, voices behind it murmuring at a frequency older than language. He fell through. There was no impact, no tunnel, no darkness, no clean cinematic death nearness. The veil was not death. It was pitch. That was the first thought that survived the crossing. Everything that has ever ended is still happening here, only elsewhere in the spectrum. Harry did not stand inside a place so much as become briefly audible to one. Every death was a note held beyond human tolerance. Every goodbye a harmonic. Every unfinished grief a resonance waiting for the living to stop calling it silence and understand it as continuation at a different frequency. He felt his parents not as ghosts, but as resolved chords. Cedric as a struck note still ringing. Future deaths not yet happened already leaning toward completion somewhere outside sequence. 1,000 human endings layered together until grief stopped being narrative and became weather. And running through it, thin, bright, impossible, were scarlet threads, not native to the veil, carried in by him. Chaos had touched death and discovered not annihilation but structure. Harry understood in less than a second and more than a lifetime why Wanda would call this a frequency. Why prophecy was only probability given ceremonial language. Why death itself might be less final than certain institutions preferred if one could perceive the world as revision rather than closure. Then something pulled him back, not God, not fate, hands, Sirius's hand on one arm. Another grip on his robes, Remus, maybe, or Kingsley, impossible to know. The living, dragging him hard out of a spectrum they were not built to survive. Harry came back through the veil with every nerve on fire. He landed on the stone floor gasping, red threads of impossible light still clinging to his sleeves and hair and eyes like static memory. The battle around him had changed. Sirius was alive. Bellatrix had retreated 3 paces, staring. Even the Death Eaters nearest the arch hesitated, because Harry Potter had just gone through death's oldest curtain and returned before the room could agree on what category to file him under. He pushed himself up. The veil still whispered behind him. No, through him. Sirius grabbed his shoulders. Harry looked at him and for one terrifying second saw every possible Sirius layered together. Laughing, dead, imprisoned, redeemed, still falling, already gone, still here. Then the world narrowed enough to function again. "I'm here," Harry said, though he sounded far away to his own ears. Bellatrix recovered first, because of course she did. "Kill him!" she screamed. The battle exploded back into motion. What followed would later blur in memory for almost everyone present into light. Curses, collapsing shelves, prophecies shattering underfoot, and teenagers performing feats they should not have survived. Harry would remember pieces sharply and others not at all. Neville bleeding but upright. Ginny limping and still cursing. Luna pulling Ron out of the way of a stunning spell by the sleeve with eerie calm. Hermione hit by something silver-blue that dropped her, but did not take her from the fight permanently because, in this version of events, Harry reached her fast enough to drag cover over her before the next curse landed. And above all of it, the veil light clinging to him. Every spell he cast now moved wrong, not stronger in the simple sense. Truer to refusal. Curses coming at him thinned in the air as though uncertainty had entered their conviction. A shield he did not remember raising turned one Death Eater's hex into a burst of harmless sparks. A shelf collapsing toward Ron slowed just enough to let Neville shove him clear. The battle did not become easy, it became stranger. Then the order arrived in force. Kingsley, Tonks, Moody, Remus, more chaos layered over chaos. Bellatrix saw the tide turn and fled toward the atrium passages. Voldemort's objective, the prophecy, was already functionally ash on the floor. The room was lost. The only thing left now was retreat, survival, and whatever damage could still be done on the way out. Harry saw Bellatrix run and moved after her at once. Sirius shouted. Ron swore. Hermione, half upright now and furious through pain, screamed his name. He ran anyway. Some instincts did not improve under mentorship. The atrium of the ministry was all polished stone and state theater, golden statues, shining floors, fountains pretending institutions were beautiful because they were permanent. By the time Harry burst into it, Bellatrix had already reached the center, turning once to hurl a curse behind her not at him but at the pursuing order. And there, as if the ministry could not resist adding insult to architecture, Dementors flooded in from the far entrances. Not wandering Azkaban guards, not accidental spillover, sent, summoned under emergency authority, no doubt, to contain a volatile magical event in the ministry itself. Publicly defensible, privately monstrous, Harry saw them and something in him changed register. The veil light was still in his eyes. He knew that because Bellatrix, seeing his face fully at last under the atrium's white gold light, actually faltered. The Dementors approached like absences given shape, cloaks trailing, rot and despair spilling ahead of them in waves. Every ordinary fear in the room dropped 10 degrees. Order members staggered. Ron, arriving at the edge of the atrium supported by Neville, nearly fell to his knees. Hermione clutched a pillar. Face draining, in other years, in other chapters of his life, Harry would have reached for a Patronus. Now the idea felt strangely small. Because after the veil, Dementors no longer looked like the edge of death. They looked like a bad copy, hungry things that fed on the echo of endings without understanding the song. Harry stepped forward. No incantation, no wand. He looked directly at the first Dementor and felt the scarlet probability in him meet the veil's frequency and decide, with complete merciless clarity, that these creatures were not inevitable, that they did not belong to the structure they pretended to guard, that their continued existence was contingent. The thought was enough. The Dementor nearest him unraveled, not blasted apart, not driven back, not burned, unmade. Its probability dropped to 0 so quickly the eye could barely follow the event. One moment there was black cloth and hunger and cold. The next there was empty air collapsing inward with a sound like a sucked breath. The second and third vanished before the room had finished understanding the first. Bellatrix screamed, so did someone else, an official perhaps, hidden behind a column. Harry turned. More Dementors coming in from the side corridor. He looked at them too, and the atrium became a place where their existence had never been decided firmly enough to withstand his refusal. One by one, then in pairs, they ceased. The cold lifted in patches. color returned to marble. The golden fountain resumed, reflecting something closer to reality instead of dread. At the far side of the room, above the fountain, Cornelius Fudge stood in a doorway flanked by 2 officials and 1 trembling clerk, having arrived in time to witness the worst possible thing from his point of view. Harry Potter, publicly and without a wand, erasing creatures the ministry treated as administrative assets. Fudge dropped his wand. The clatter rang absurdly loudly in the atrium. Harry looked at him through red-threaded vision and, for one exhausted, impossible moment, saw every way the minister's story could now fail. Bellatrix used that moment to disapparate. Kingsley cursed. Moody barked an order. Tonks staggered after the fading echo of Bellatrix's departure with murder in her voice and protocol nowhere near her. But none of that mattered as much as the silence now spreading through the atrium. Not fear alone. Recognition. The order stared at Harry. Ministry officials stared at Harry. His friends, arriving bruised and breathless at the edge of the chamber, stared at Harry. He stood in the center of polished state marble with veil light in his eyes and understood, too late to prevent it, that the threshold had shifted again. Not rumor, not classification. Not 8 impossible windows or public diagnostics gone wrong. They had just watched him do something the wizarding world had no clean moral or technical language for. And because the universe had not yet finished humiliating institutions around him, Voldemort chose that exact silence to arrive. Black smoke, red eyes. The impossible cold certainty of him filling the atrium opposite Harry, too late for secrecy, too late for denial. Fudge made a sound no history book would later dignify with proper vocabulary. Harry swayed. The veil light flickered. The tether in him strained. The battle was not done. But that belonged to the next threshold. This one ended here, with Sirius alive, the veil behind Harry like a second heartbeat, Dementors gone from existence where they had stood, and the Ministry of Magic forced, at last, to look directly at the thing it had spent months trying to misname. The Ministry had spent a year building a lie. It came apart in under 10 seconds. Lord Voldemort stood in the atrium with black smoke still loosening from his robes. Pale face cut sharp under the Ministry's cold gold light. Red eyes fixed on Harry with the terrible concentration of a man who had just realized his enemy had crossed into unfamiliar territory while he was still busy weaponizing old certainties. For one suspended instant, no one moved. Cornelius Fudge stood near the fountain with both hands half raised and his wand on the floor by his shoes. His face collapsed into something so raw it no longer resembled office or authority. Behind him, ministry officials who had once written memos calling Harry unstable now stared at Voldemort with the stunned clarity of people who had just watched the universe rescind their preferred paperwork. Sirius was alive. The Dementors were gone. The veil still whispered in Harry's head like a second weather system. And Voldemort, in the center of the Ministry's theater of governance, had just been forced into the open by the one thing he could never fully predict. Not Harry's courage, not Dumbledore's strategy, but reality changing faster than either prophecy or politics had prepared for. Voldemort looked from Harry to the empty spaces where the Dementors had ceased and understood instantly that this was no longer the same boy from the graveyard. His lipless mouth curved, not in amusement, in calculation. "Interesting," he said. The words slid through the atrium like oil. Harry did not answer. He was still half inside the veil's pitch. The room around him had too many versions of itself. The fountain existed in 4 probable arrangements at once, whole, shattered, blood-slick, melted into glass. Fudge stood not in one posture but several, each branching from a different next mistake. Voldemort's own outline stuttered at the edges, not because he was unstable, but because Harry could suddenly see how many ways a man like that held himself together by force of will and fear. The world had become layered, too much of it. He heard Ron at the edge of the chamber say his name, but the sound arrived through static. He saw Hermione gripping a pillar with one hand and her wand with the other, pale, furious, eyes locked on Harry not because Voldemort stood 10 yards away, but because she could already tell Harry was seeing too much. That look mattered. He held on to it. Voldemort took one step forward. The atrium darkened. Not literally, the golden statues still gleamed, the enchanted torches still burned, but power made the air denser around him. Harry felt the old instinctive fear surge, the one shaped in graveyards and corridors and dreams. Under ordinary circumstances that might have been enough to give Voldemort ground, tonight it collided with something new. The veil light in Harry did not fear him the same way the boy did, it evaluated him. A soul broken into anchors. A will held together by repetition. A prophecy-wrapped obsession mistaking narrative privilege for inevitability. Harry felt the assessment happen and almost recoiled from himself. Voldemort noticed. For the first time since appearing, his expression changed, not to fear, not yet, but to wariness. "You went through it?" he said softly, eyes flicking past Harry to the distant black arch in memory, as if even here in the atrium he could still smell the veil on him. "And came back?" Harry's scar flared. "Yes," he heard himself say. The answer did not sound like surrender or defiance. It sounded like a fact with no interest in permission. Voldemort's wand rose. Around the atrium, Order members moved at once, but too late to matter if the next second went badly. Kingsley stepped left. Moody barked something Harry did not catch. Sirius raised his wand with murder in his face, and every ministry official still capable of motion flinched toward cover. Voldemort did not cast. He looked directly into Harry's eyes. Legilimency hit not like a shove, but like a blade seeking a seam. For years that would have been disaster. Now it met not a closed mind, but a changed one. Voldemort entered expecting corridors, memories, defenses, fear, perhaps grief. Instead he found a spectrum. The contact lasted less than a second. Long enough for Harry to feel Voldemort hit the edge of the veil's frequency and recoil. Long enough for Voldemort to glimpse not only Harry's memories, but adjacent possibilities still ringing in him, Sirius dead and Sirius alive. Cedric gone and Cedric laughing in a world that had turned half a degree differently. Hogwarts with 6 windows and Hogwarts with 8. The prophecy already fulfilled and the prophecy already meaningless. Voldemort staggered a fraction. Tiny, but real. Harry felt the break in concentration and understood, with sick clarity, that Voldemort had just seen what the Department of Mysteries would have killed to classify properly. Harry Potter was no longer tied cleanly to one line of events. He was carrying alternatives. The atrium doors burst open. Dumbledore entered like the room had been waiting for someone old enough to be unsurprised. He moved with no wasted motion at all, robes sweeping once, wand already in hand, blue eyes taking in the entire chamber and immediately sorting it by priority. Voldemort visible, Harry standing, Fudge conscious, witnesses everywhere, order alive, ministry denial no longer structurally possible. "Tom," Dumbledore said. Voldemort's attention snapped away from Harry. There was history in that single syllable. Not emotion exactly, more dangerous than emotion. Intimacy stripped of affection. The duel began, and Harry, still half inside the altered pitch of the veil, watched it happen in branches. In one branch, Voldemort's first curse took Fudge through the chest and history rewrote around martyrdom. In another, Dumbledore's transfigured shield shattered the fountain too late, and gold debris killed a clerk hiding behind the west pillar. In another, Sirius reached Harry first, dragged him left, and died doing it. In the branch that became real, Dumbledore animated the golden statues in a sweep of precise brilliance, sending one to shield Harry and another to pin Fudge to the ground before the minister's panic could become a body count. Voldemort's curses hit metal, stone, air, and only once nearly hit Harry at all. Except Harry saw that branch coming and shifted half a step before his body should have known to move. The curse passed through the space where he had been, not luck, not ordinary reflex, probability awareness. Voldemort saw that too. The duel between him and Dumbledore became instantly more vicious because of it. Water from the atrium fountain rose like a living serpent under Dumbledore's command. Voldemort turned fire against it. Steam burst through the chamber. Ministry officials screamed and ran. Kingsley and Moody forced the last of the bystanders toward the exits. Tonks covered Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna with a series of vicious shields that shook under the pressure of stray magic. Harry did not move, not because he was frozen, because everything in him had become too informational. Every spell branching, every decision radiating futures. He saw how easily one intervention could collapse into catastrophe if poorly timed. Wanda had trained him to feel emotional sequence. The veil had now given him event sequence on a scale no 15-year-old should ever have to survive. Dumbledore's fire whip nearly trapped Voldemort. Voldemort split into smoke and reformed beside the fountain. A shard of transfigured stone spun toward Hermione's throat in one possible line and toward open floor in another. Harry acted. He did not cast a spell. He reached toward the smaller branch and chose it. The shard missed Hermione by inches and buried itself in the marble floor. She looked at him then, not grateful, not yet, because gratitude implied comprehension. She looked at him like someone seeing a theorem stop being theory. The duel escalated. Voldemort's rage had sharpened into something colder now. Harry could feel it, not through the scar only, but through the way the room's probabilities bent hard around a man whose entire life had become a war against mortality, dependence, and humiliation. Voldemort hated Dumbledore, yes. Hated exposure, yes. But what he was feeling now toward Harry had become more complicated: threat, possibility, a kind of horrified curiosity. Dumbledore trapped him for one luminous instant inside a sphere of conjured water and glass-hard will. Instead of escaping at once, Voldemort looked through that prison straight at Harry and understood something important. The prophecy had just become unstable. Then he vanished into smoke and serpent shadow. Gone, not defeated, not even meaningfully delayed, but witnessed. Fudge made a noise somewhere between a sob and a gasp. Dumbledore lowered his wand. The atrium, battered and scorched and permanently rewritten in memory if not in stone, exhaled as if allowed to be architecture again. Harry nearly collapsed. Sirius reached him first this time. That alone felt like the universe correcting a cruelty it had once found artistically satisfying. "Easy," Sirius said, hand on Harry's shoulder, voice rough with adrenaline and a fear he was trying very hard to disguise as steadiness. "Easy, Harry." Harry looked at him and, for one terrible second, still saw the overlays, Sirius dead through the veil. Sirius laughing at Grimmauld Place 10 years older. Sirius never imprisoned at all in a better branch. Sirius here alive, hands shaking now that the danger had reached the part where shaking was permitted. Harry shut his eyes. When he opened them, one Sirius remained. That helped, not enough. But it helped. Across the chamber, Fudge had found enough of himself to stare at Dumbledore and say, in the small, stunned voice of a man watching his political career become historical comedy, "He was here." "Yes," Dumbledore said. Fudge looked at Harry next, then at the empty spaces where the Dementors had been, then at the fountain, then at the gathered witnesses whose survival he could not manage into denial. "Yes," he said faintly again, to no one and everyone. That was the official end of disbelief. The ministry, for all practical purposes, died in the atrium that night, and would spend the next months pretending it had merely changed jackets. Harry did not sleep after that. Madame Pomfrey tried, so did potions, so did ordinary bodily collapse. None of them won. He lay in the hospital wing under moonlight and listened to the world stay too large. Every time he closed his eyes, the veil returned, not as nightmare, but as unresolved access. A whispering pitch beneath thought. Endings continuing somewhere beyond the range of ordinary grief. And wound through that frequency now were scarlet threads of his own power, as though crossing death and returning had fused two languages inside him that had no business meeting this early. By dawn, his body felt hollowed. By dusk, his mind had started doing things cups and mirrors were not designed to encourage. Water in a glass showed three surfaces at once. Reflections took a fraction too long to settle on his face. A quill on the bedside table appeared snapped in one branch of vision and whole in another. Madame Pomfrey confiscated the mirror after he asked too politely whether she could make it choose a reality and stop hovering. Sirius was not allowed to stay. Ron and Hermione were, for a while. They sat with him in the half-light, all three too tired for pretense. Ron looked at Harry as if he still couldn't quite align the person in the bed with the one who had erased Dementors and bent the outcome of a duel without casting properly at all. Hermione looked worse. Not because she was weaker, because she had understood more. She waited until Madame Pomfrey had gone to the far end of the ward before saying quietly, "The Ministry will call it something stupid." Harry almost smiled. "That's your comfort." "It's realism." Ron scrubbed both hands over his face. "I don't care what they call it. He went through death and came back glowing." "That's not how we're wording it in any future report," Hermione said automatically. Ron threw up his hands. "Fine. He came back probability adjacent or whatever nightmare phrase you're going to invent." Hermione did not answer, which told Harry she had already invented several. He looked between them. "You should be more frightened." Ron snorted, too tired to make the sound convincing. "I am frightened." Hermione's eyes held his. "So am I." There it was, clean, undressed. Harry turned away first. "Because fear was one thing. Fear plus loyalty was harder," Hermione said. "What you did in the atrium wasn't just power, Harry." He stared at the white curtain around the next bed. "That's usually how power works." "No," she leaned forward. "It wasn't force, it was selection." The word made his pulse kick. Ron frowned. "Selection of what?" Hermione answered without looking away from Harry. "Outcomes." Silence. Harry could hear the castle beyond the ward, pipes, distant steps, a portrait muttering somewhere in offended sleep. Then he said, "I don't know how to control it." Hermione nodded once, as if filing that line under confirmatory evidence. "I know." Ron looked between them. "I hate when she says that." Normally, Harry might have laughed. Now he just closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Wanda stood at the foot of the bed, not physically, not fully. The room dimmed by one scarlet shade and then restored itself so smoothly that Ron and Hermione noticed only Harry's sudden intake of breath. They turned, saw nothing. Harry did. Wanda stood with hands loose at her sides, expression unreadable and more exhausted than he had ever seen it. "Tonight," she said, though her mouth did not move. "When they sleep." Harry sat up too fast. Madame Pomfrey barked from across the ward. Ron told him to stop trying to die in installments. Hermione watched his face and understood that something had just happened without visible mechanism. "What?" she demanded. Harry looked at her, at Ron, at the invisible witch at the end of the bed carrying the gravity of a revelation she had not wanted to make in public. "Later," he said. Hermione hated the word on sight. But this time, perhaps because Harry's fear looked different, or perhaps because she had learned that not all delays were lies, she only said, "Fine." That one word held 6 conditions and 3 threats. Harry found it comforting. The room of requirement did not bother pretending to be a room tonight. It made itself into a threshold. When Harry arrived past midnight, slipping through sleeping corridors while the castle watched and chose not to object, the 7th floor door opened onto a dark circular space ringed with red light moving slowly under the floor like trapped current. There were no chairs, no bench, no false windows. Only a narrow path of stone leading to a single point in the center where Wanda waited. Harry stepped in and the door vanished behind him. He stopped halfway to the center. The room felt less like architecture than permission. Wanda looked at him for a long time before speaking. "You crossed more than the veil." Harry let out a tired laugh with no humor in it. "That sounds dramatic even for you." "It should." He kept walking until he stood opposite her over the red-lit center point. Here the air was warmer, not comfortable. More charged, like a lightning strike negotiating with weather before committing. Wanda took in his face, his posture, the new thinness around his eyes. "You're seeing branches constantly now." It was not a question. Harry rubbed one hand over the back of his neck. "Enough to be annoying." Wanda did not smile. Sometimes one room, sometimes four. Sometimes people don't settle properly for a second. I know things before they happen, and then I don't know if I knew them or caused them. He looked at her directly. I need you to stop explaining around it. Wanda breathed in slowly. Then she said, in my world there is a word. The room's red underlight deepened. Harry did not move. Wanda's eyes held his. Nexus. The word landed with the quiet of something inevitable. He frowned. Meaning what? Meaning a point where probabilities stop passing by and begin taking instruction. Harry stared at her. That's not a real answer. It's the first one. Wanda circled him once slowly as she spoke, not predatory, not ritualistic, simply building the shape of the explanation in motion. In your world, she said, magic is taught as interaction with a stable framework. In mine, some rare beings become more than participants in the framework. They become convergence points, not gods, not omnipotent, not exempt from cost. Her gaze sharpened, but no longer bound in the usual way to one version of how events must unfold. Harry thought of the atrium, of seeing Fudge die in one line and live in another, of the shard missing Hermione because he had felt the better branch and leaned reality toward it. Of Sirius, dead and not dead, and finally here, you're saying I'm one of those. I'm saying the veil passage changed the scale. He looked away. The room's central light reflected faint red off the edges of his hands. I'm still me. Wanda stopped circling. Yes. That answer came so fast it nearly hurt. Then why doesn't it feel like enough? Wanda considered him for a second, and when she answered, her voice had the weary honesty of someone describing a wound she knew too well. Because identity survives thresholds, she said, but it doesn't leave them proportioned the same. Harry laughed once under his breath. That's a terrible thing to say to a person. It's also the kindest version. He closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, Wanda lifted one hand toward the dark around them. The room answered. Not with images exactly, with possibilities made briefly visible. To Harry's left, a teacup appeared on a small table. Except it was 4 teacups at once, overlapping. Whole, cracked, empty, full of black water. The versions slid through one another like cards in a magician's hand. To most people, Wanda said, the world presents a state and allows influence. They can act on the teacup, lift it, break it, fill it, repair it. She looked at him. You are beginning to perceive the cup as probability before finality. The cups shimmered. Harry saw it not metaphorically, structurally. Each state weighting not equally but accessibly. Weighted by context, emotion, history, pressure. More likely, less likely, yet all present enough that a mind built wrongly or newly could feel the seams. Wanda stepped closer to the table. With focus, force, and sufficient consequence, you can now do more than act on what is. You can revise which version is allowed to settle. One teacup vanished, another remained, whole but empty. Wanda had not touched it. Harry felt cold. That's not omnipotence, she said, reading the fear correctly. You cannot invent reality from nothing. You cannot rewrite without cost. You cannot simply wish the world kind. Her eyes darkened a fraction. If I could have, I would have. The words between them filled briefly with the ghosts of her sons, of vision of cities and losses and impossible homes. Then she went on. But you can unmake what should not be. You can refuse a probability so completely that weaker structures collapse around the refusal. Dementors, for example. Harry swallowed. They hung in silence for a beat. Then he said, the prophecy. Wanda's attention sharpened at once. He did not know how he knew to ask, only that the question had been growing behind every other one since the veil. Something changed, he said slowly. Not just me, it feels like... He searched. Like the shape around me changed, the thing everyone kept trying to fit me into. The prophecy, Wanda said again, this time as statement. Harry nodded. Wanda's expression went strange then, not surprised. Pleased in a dark, grim way, perhaps, that he had reached the next conclusion without her forcing it. Prophecies are only probability with ceremony and audience, she said. They matter because people agree to let them, fear them, serve them, build institutions around them, sacrifice children to them if necessary. Her gaze held his. But if you become a nexus point, fixed probability ceases to own you in the same way. Harry breathed once, sharply. The phrase from years of burden and manipulation rose whole between them. Neither can live while the other survives. It had governed adults, structured Dumbledore's choices, haunted every conversation about destiny, sacrifice, and necessary endings. Harry looked at Wanda. So it's not true anymore. Wanda tilted her head. That depends what you mean by true. He hated that answer instinctively and knew it was the correct one. It was never law, she said. It was a line describing the strongest branch at the time it was spoken, enough belief gathered around it to make it heavy. Heavy things feel inevitable. She took one step closer. You cross the veil carrying chaos. You are no longer moving only inside the strongest branch. The room dimmed, then brightened, as if acknowledging the argument. Harry's scar prickled, not pain, recognition. If prophecy was only probability densified by fear, then what held it in place now? Belief, habit, the wizarding world's addiction to stories where children bore destiny cleanly enough for adults to narrate. Harry laughed once. It came out tired and almost mean. All this time. Yes, they built my life around a sentence. Wanda's face remained pitiless because pity would have insulted the truth. Many lives. Harry looked down at the red-lit floor, something in him, something exhausted, furious, frightened, and suddenly clearer than it had been in months, simply stopped consenting. He did not perform it, did not chant, did not declare rebellion to the universe in a dramatic speech. He just, very quietly, no longer believed the prophecy had authority over him. That was all. And because he was now exactly the wrong person for reality to ignore in such moments, the room of requirement showed him what happened next. The dark around them folded, not into Hogwarts, not into the Ministry, into the Hall of Prophecy. Rows upon rows of glass spheres under blue-white gloom, dustless shelves, whispering futures. One orb among thousands glowed faintly on its stand. Harry knew it instantly. The one that had once held his life in stored words and fragile glass. The one adults had broken children over. The one Voldemort had chased like a drunk man chasing his own obituary. He looked at it, not with hatred, not even with power in the blunt sense. With withdrawal, the orb dimmed. Very slowly at first, as if surprised by its own light loss. Then faster, gold thread inside the glass guttered like a candle deprived of oxygen. The recorded voice within, whether seer or spell or simply possibility crystallized, fell silent, dark. The orb did not shatter, did not scream, did not vanish. It simply became ordinary glass. Harry inhaled sharply, far away from the room, but also somehow present inside the vision. Two unspeakables turned at once from separate aisles, sensing the change. One hurried forward, wand out. Another touched the shelf with trembling fingers. Their mouths moved in words Harry could not hear. Wanda let the vision go. The room of requirement returned around them. Harry stood absolutely still. I did that. Yes. What does it mean? Wanda's answer was quiet. It means the prophecy still exists as history, not as command. Harry closed his eyes. For one suspended, terrible, merciful moment, he felt years of invisible weight shift, not disappear. Weight that shaped a life rarely vanished cleanly. But move, enough that he could finally tell it had been there. When he opened his eyes again, the room had changed subtly around them. The red underlight had softened. The walls seemed farther out, as if the act of refusing one fixed branch had made space. He looked at Wanda. Who else knows? Dumbledore will know soon if the Hall reports honestly. The Department of Mysteries will know something happened. They may not understand what. A beat. Voldemort will feel it once he starts reaching for certainty and finds less of it than expected. Harry almost smiled, not because the situation was funny, because for the first time the old sentence no longer felt like shackles disguised as sacred text. Then the broader consequences hit him. The Ministry had already failed publicly. The Hall had changed. Diagon Alley had seen him. The prophecy had gone dark. Voldemort had been witnessed. And now even the oldest narrative the Wizarding War had relied on had quietly ceased to behave. What does this do to everything else? He asked. Wanda looked not at him but through him, as if already listening to the world beyond Hogwarts. Pure-blood families will feel it first, she said. He frowned. Feel what? The hierarchy shaking. She began to walk slowly around the room again, and now the dark beyond the walls started giving up glimpses, not full visions, more impressions of the world responding elsewhere. A drawing room lit by silver candelabra, where an old witch suddenly stopped mid-sentence and touched the black family ring on her hand as if it had turned cold. Lucius Malfoy standing rigid beside a fire, hearing Bellatrix's account and understanding that Harry Potter had survived the veil, altered the whole, and shaken prophecy loose all in one season. Ministry bloodline archives humming uselessly in their cabinets, while clerks searched for precedents that did not exist. Students at Hogwarts looking at the 8 windows, and then at each other with the uncomfortable knowledge that inherited rules might not be enough anymore. Families built their identity around old continuities, Wanda said. Blood, name, house, prophecy, inheritance. They can survive Dark Lords, they understand those. A powerful man is only another version of the same ladder. Her eyes came back to Harry. What they do not understand is a force that ignores the ladder itself. Harry thought of Draco in the corridor outside potions going pale instead of sneering, of older students moving aside for him with something more complicated than celebrity or fear, of the ministry trying 6 categories in 6 weeks because none of them fit. Good, he said before he could stop himself, Wanda's mouth curved by the smallest amount. Yes, but destabilization does not sort moral from immoral people before it begins. That cooled him, because yes, structures collapsing rarely stopped to ask whether those crushed beneath them deserved it. Harry looked at his hands again, not glowing, not monstrous, just hands. Yet now the world around them had admitted, however reluctantly, that those hands could touch probability at the level of legitimacy itself. The room fell quiet. At last Harry said, "I don't feel powerful." Wanda answered without hesitation. "Good." He let out a breath that might have become a laugh in a kinder life. "That's become your answer to everything. It's become your best defense against becoming unbearable." He looked at her. Then, because the room had become too honest for pretense, he asked the question that had been waiting under all the others. "Am I still accountable?" Wanda stopped walking. The expression on her face then was the strangest Harry had ever seen from her. Not fear, not sadness, not severity alone. Something like longing for a version of herself that might once have asked the same question before things got too large. "Yes," she said, the words settled into the room with profound force. "Yes," she repeated. More than before. Harry stood very still. Because that was the real horror and the real mercy, wasn't it not that he could become vast? That he could become vast and still owe the world ethics, still owe the people near him honesty, restraint, care, consultation. Still owe Ron and Hermione the dignity of not deciding everything alone just because he now could decide more than most. Still owe Sirius more than being saved. Still owe even his enemies the refusal to let fear make him sovereign by default. Pain is not authority. Power is not acquittal. Prophecy is not command. The chapter had turned. He could feel it. Not only in himself, in the world. Somewhere below them in the castle, hundreds of students slept under ceilings older than empire while the social order that had shaped their magical childhoods began, invisibly, to loosen. Somewhere in Wiltshire or London or ancestral manors with portraits and blood wards, old families were waking to discomforts they would not yet know how to phrase. Somewhere in the Department of Mysteries, unspeakables stood around one darkened prophecy sphere and realized a future had stopped behaving. And in a hidden room at Hogwarts, Harry Potter stood at the center of converging realities with a witch from another world and understood that the story now running through him was bigger than Chosen One mythology and more dangerous than rebellion. It was revision. Not of history. Not yet. Of possibility. When he finally left the room of requirement, the castle corridor outside looked almost offensively normal. Stone, torchlight, draft under the skirting boards. A distant clock marking an hour he had long since stopped believing time obeyed cleanly. Harry paused before walking away and looked back once at the vanished door. Behind him, Wanda remained inside a room that was no longer entirely a room, watching a threshold she knew too well, and perhaps, for the first time in years, looking at someone she had taught without feeling entirely alone in the aftermath. Ahead of him, somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione's notes waited, Ron's worry waited. The first real consequences of truth with friends waited. He knew now what he was, or at least the nearest word for it, Nexus. He also knew something else. The wizarding world was about to start reacting not only to Harry Potter the survivor, the witness, the problem, the ministry classification, or even the impossible boy under the prophecy. It was about to react to the possibility that its deepest assumptions were no longer load-bearing. And people who had inherited power for generations rarely accepted that politely. For 3 days after the prophecy went dark, Hogwarts became a school built on a missing sentence. No one but a very small number of people knew exactly what had happened in the Department of Mysteries. Fewer still had the language to describe Harry's crossing of the veil, the Dementor erasure in the atrium, or the fact that somewhere deep below the Ministry, a glass sphere that once held the shape of his future had gone inert, for reasons no official report would dare phrase honestly. But the effects traveled anyway. They always did. Students still looked at the 8 windows in the Great Hall before they looked at Harry. Professors still arranged classrooms with an almost superstitious awareness of crowd pressure and exits. Ministry owls still came too often, bringing sealed notices that pretended observation was reassurance. Dumbledore remained outwardly calm while becoming internally impossible to surprise. And all through the castle, old magical assumptions were starting to feel drafty around the edges. Harry felt it most strongly in people with old blood and older certainty. Some Slytherins had stopped sneering in the simple, well-rehearsed way prejudice liked to travel when it felt institutionally backed. It was not that they had become kinder. It was that they had become less certain their inheritance still predicted outcomes. He caught Malfoy twice looking at him with something too close to calculation and too far from contempt. A few of the upper-year purebloods spoke more quietly near the doors of the Great Hall, as if the room itself had become evidence in an argument their families would rather not lose. The social order had not fallen apart. That would have been cleaner. Instead, it had begun to shift one private conversation at a time. A subtle tilt. A discomfort under the ribs of people taught from birth that bloodline, prophecy, and old names formed the hidden skeleton of the world. Harry had, simply by surviving in the wrong way, become proof that skeletons could be revised. He should have found that satisfying. Sometimes he did. More often, he found it exhausting. Because alongside the external shifts came the internal ones, and those were harder to narrate into anything heroic. The branch visions had not stopped. He had learned, with Wanda's help, to avoid drowning in them. That was not the same as no longer seeing them. Life now presented itself with a slight overabundance of options. A dropped cup briefly existed as shattered and unbroken. A conversation offered 3 emotional exits before anyone chose one. A corridor looked empty and crowded in adjacent threads until footsteps committed it. Most of the time Harry managed. Most of the time he breathed, named what was real, chose a line and moved through it. But most of the time was an ugly basis on which to build trust. Hermione understood that before anyone else. Ron understood it after she forced him to look properly. Wanda understood it because she had once mistaken surviving power for the same thing as guiding it. And Harry, unfortunately, understood it only in flashes, usually after someone he cared about had already paid the first emotional cost. That was why Hermione finally stopped waiting for him to arrive on his own. She began by documenting him, not cruelly, not secretly, exactly, but with the patient, devastating thoroughness only Hermione Granger could turn into an act of love and indictment at the same time. Harry noticed the notebook on the second day and said nothing. A dark blue Muggle notebook, uncharmed at first glance, tucked between numerology and grammatical spell structures, and a set of revised defense notes. Hermione wrote in it during breakfast, after classes, at the library, even once while waiting outside the hospital wing for Harry to come out after Madame Pomfrey forced him to rest through a headache that had briefly made the windows in the ward show two skies. Ron hated the notebook on sight. "That feels wrong," he said in the common room, watching Hermione write while Harry pretended not to notice. "He's not a magical illness outbreak." Hermione did not look up. "No. He's our friend. The Ministry is building categories faster than understanding, and his reality field keeps producing side effects that everyone would prefer to call mysterious until they get someone killed." Ron opened his mouth, closed it, because arguing with her required a better line than ordinary affection, and she had already armored herself with responsibility. Harry, sitting by the fire with a textbook open and unread in his lap, said quietly, "You could just ask me." Hermione's quill paused. She looked up then, and the look in her eyes made him wish she had kept writing instead. "I have," she said, no heat, no dramatics, just fact. That was worse. Harry looked away first. The notebook remained. He started noticing its categories after that. Hermione never left it open wide enough for most people to read, but Harry's eyes had become too good at catching structure in partial glimpses. He saw headings in her hand. Observable branch slip environmental response, VS. Emotional trigger borrowed memory incidents dissociation markers when Harry lies because he thinks it's protective. That last one made him sit down very abruptly at dinner and knock over a goblet. Ron stared at him. "What happened?" "Nothing," Harry said automatically. Across the table, Hermione lifted one eyebrow with such dry and devastating timing that even Ron laughed. It should have lightened the mood. It did, for all of 6 seconds. Then a fork beside Harry altered position twice before settling, and the silence returned. Ron's way of coping was different. He did not document. He did not classify. He did not try to build elegant theories around impossible emotional geometry. Ron watched Harry like someone standing beside a river he knew had changed course upstream and was trying to guess whether the water still recognized the banks. He asked blunt questions. Too many often, the wrong ones sometimes, but he kept asking them, which mattered. Did you just know Dean was about to say that, or did you make him decide it? When you go all still like that, are you seeing something or are you hearing something? If I get really angry at you, does that help or make it worse? That one was hypothetical. Don't look at me like that. Harry answered when he could. He lied less now, not perfectly, but less. Sometimes the answers were simple. I saw 2 versions of the staircase and picked the one where Neville didn't fall. Sometimes they were not. I don't know if that memory was mine, Wanda's, or something the tether translated between us because the emotion matched. Ron would stare at him for a second, then usually say something like, "Brilliant! Hate that!" and keep being there. That mattered too. Because Hermione was building intellectual accountability around Harry's power, but Ron was doing something equally necessary and much less praised. He was refusing to let Harry become incomprehensible. He kept bringing him back into ordinary friendship through force of personality, irritation, and snacks. That, in its way, was its own kind of anchor, yet even anchors could be strained. The real confrontation began on a Thursday evening because Harry made the mistake of thinking a quiet supper might remain quiet. He was wrong. The great hall had emptied to a manageable hum. Most students had gone up already, driven indoors by sleet needling at the windows. 8 on one side, 6 on the other, as though the castle had decided not to overcorrect itself just to soothe anyone's nerves. Candles floated lower than usual, casting warmer light over the mostly empty tables. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione near the end of the Gryffindor bench, picking at food he did not want. Hermione finished reading the day's ministry memorandum, 3 paragraphs of administrative cowardice about continued review of emergent magical instability in educational settings, and folded it with precise disgust. Ron tore a roll in half. "Do you think they actually believe any of this, or is it all just official lying?" Hermione set the paper down. "Both. Institutions believe whatever language lets them delay moral consequences." Harry almost smiled. Instead he said, That sounded rehearsed. It is. He looked at her. Hermione was tired, not dramatically, not in the visible post-battle way that drew concern from professors. The tiredness was more structural. Too many late nights, too many private correlations, too much effort spent trying to keep fear from choosing the narrative first. "Stop watching me like that," Harry said quietly. Ron looked between them. "Like what?" Hermione answered before Harry could. "Like someone deciding whether a room is safe to stand in." The words hung there. Harry's appetite vanished completely. Ron put down the roll. "All right. We're doing this now, are we?" Hermione turned to Harry, and whatever she had been building in the notebook, in the library, in the backs of conversations and pauses and too careful observations, had finally reached completion. "Yes," she said, "we are." She made him come to the room of requirement, not Wanda's version, not the threshold space of training, her version. That, in retrospect, should have frightened him more than it did. Hermione paced the 7th-floor corridor with Harry and Ron at her side and asked, in a voice so level it almost counted as ritual, for a room where no one would be interrupted, where truth could be spoken safely, and where records could be consulted without being overheard. The door appeared immediately. Harry laughed once, uneasy. "Of course the castle likes you." "It likes precision," Hermione said. Inside waited not a chamber of strange windows or red-lit floor currents, but a study, a long table, 4 chairs, shelves full of blank books and open ones, a blackboard. A decanter of water, 3 neatly stacked folders. Harry stopped in the doorway. "No," Hermione shut the door behind them. "Yes." Ron looked at the folders with open alarm. "Blimey!" Harry did not take a chair. Hermione did. She sat at the head of the table, squared the folders in front of her, and for one absurd second looked so much like a very small, very furious solicitor that Harry almost laughed from nerves alone. "Sit down," she said. "I'd rather not." That wasn't a request. Ron, attempting diplomacy because no one had taught him to fear his own inadequacy enough to avoid it, said, "Maybe we don't need to make this look like a trial." Hermione's eyes flashed. "No. We need to make it look like accountability, because the entire rest of the world is currently choosing between myth, panic, and procedure." Harry sat. Because he knew, in the marrow-level way one knows certain catastrophes cannot be postponed anymore, that running from this would cost more than hearing it. Hermione opened the first folder. Inside were sheets of parchment, some copied, some original, arranged in exact chronological order. "I am going to show you what has happened," she said. "Not because you don't remember, because you remember selectively when guilt gets involved." Harry stared at her. Ron muttered, "That's a bit ruthless." Hermione did not look away from Harry. "Yes." Then she began. The first section was labeled Peripheral Distortions. Dudley's Wall, recreated from Harry's account and from his own later attempts to describe the emotional trigger. The rearranged objects at Privet Drive, the cupboard door manifestation, the red footprints in Grimmauld Place, the altered stars over the Great Hall before public escalation, library shelf resonance. The first changed notes. Hermione slid each page across the table with the patience of someone laying out evidence in a homicide case where the victim was certainty. "This was the stage where you could still tell yourself it was only happening to you," she said. Harry looked at the pages. His own words, from conversations, from admissions, from the partial truth he had finally begun offering after the tether revelation, now sat flattened into sequence. Everything looked more real in order. That was the problem with Hermione's mind. It took the sympathetic mess of lived experience and turned it into architecture. She opened the second folder, Human Impact, Ron's false argument memory, Hermione's altered notes. The missing causal structures beneath retained emotion, her first direct questions, Harry's evasions, the common room confrontation about the tether, the Aurors in Diagon Alley forgetting their names, the unfinished Patronus, the public spectacle of being classified instead of understood. Ron watched, jaw tight. Hermione spoke more softly now, but the softness made the points cut deeper. This was the stage where it stopped being private damage and became relational damage. Harry looked up. I said I was sorry. I know. You know I didn't mean. Hermione held up one hand. This is not about intent. The phrase hit like a curse because it sounded too much like something the ministry would say, stripping morality into outcome alone. Hermione must have seen the reaction because she corrected instantly. No, she shook her head. That's not fair. Intent matters. But intent doesn't erase pattern, and your pattern, Harry, was to decide alone which truths the rest of us could survive. Ron let out a breath through his nose. Yeah, Harry turned to him. You too. Ron looked miserable. Mate. That one word carried more accumulated hurt than accusation. Hermione opened the third folder. This one had no title on the cover. Inside were fewer pages, more dangerous ones. Hospital wing notes after the Great Hall. Ron's account of Harry seeing branch possibilities mid-conversation. Hermione's own observations from the common room after Harry admitted the tether. A copied paragraph from an old magical theory text on identity permeability under shared symbolic load. Her reconstruction of the atrium events from Harry, Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna, and what little the Daily Prophet had managed to distort into publishable cowardice. And beneath all of it, handwritten more darkly than the rest, a final page. Hermione did not slide this one to him at once. She kept her fingers on it. When she spoke, all the sharp legal steel in her voice disappeared. What remained was worse. You have not become evil, she said. Harry looked up. Hermione's eyes held his. You have not become cruel. You have not lost whatever makes you you. I'm not accusing you of that. He waited, because there was more. Of course there was. Hermione's hand tightened slightly on the page. But you have started deciding alone. The room seemed to breathe once. No, Harry said quietly. I told you. You told us after the threshold was crossed. Hermione said, and now the steel returned, not in volume but in precision. After the hall. After Diagon Alley, after the tether had already progressed, after you had already spent weeks choosing what we could know based on your own fear of how we'd react. Harry opened his mouth. Hermione did not let him interrupt. That, she said, is how good people become something else. Silence, not dramatic, not echoing, simply full. Ron looked at the table instead of either of them. Harry felt the sentence enter him and settle exactly where it was most difficult to answer. Because she was right. Not completely, not simplistically, but right enough. He had not lied out of malice. He had not concealed out of hunger for superiority. He had concealed because fear plus love plus power had suggested that deciding alone was efficient. That was the danger, not villainy. Solitary justification. Wanda had warned him about pain pretending to become authority. Dumbledore had warned him that secrecy would distort faster than power alone. Hermione had now done the cruelest and kindest thing of all. Translated both warnings into a shape he could not mishear. He looked down at his own hands. They had become something strange to him lately, human, familiar, and still too capable of touching outcomes in ways 15-year-olds were not supposed to manage. He did not feel omnipotent. He felt tired and too large in the wrong dimensions. Ron spoke then. His voice was rougher than usual, less practiced around serious things. You're the most powerful person alive, he said. Harry looked up sharply. Ron met his eyes for once and did not look away, and you've stopped being scared. The sentence hit harder than Hermione's had. Because Hermione's accusation lived in structure and ethics, where Harry had at least begun trying to think. Ron's lived in instinct, in temperament, in the lived shape of Harry's moral reflexes. For years, fear had been part of the machinery that kept him careful. Not cowardly, Harry had never been that, but aware. Fear made him ask for help eventually, if too late. Fear made him understand cost before acting, even when he ignored it. Fear kept his courage connected to the fact that consequences were real. Now power was changing fear's relationship to him. Not removing it entirely, but reducing its authority. He looked at Ron and knew with a sick clarity that Ron had seen it before Harry had, the Great Hall, the atrium, even the decision to go after Bellatrix through the Ministry battle without waiting. Harry still felt fear. But increasingly, he also felt the possibility of overriding it by changing the structure that made fear reasonable in the first place. That was intoxicating in exactly the way it needed to be watched. Harry laughed once under his breath, and it sounded closer to pain than humor. That's not fair. Ron's expression crumpled at the edges. No, it really isn't. For a long time no one spoke. The room of requirement held itself very still around them, as if the castle had enough sense not to editorialize, while three friends tried to decide whether love and power could still coexist without one colonizing the other. At last, Harry said, "What do you want me to do?" Hermione blinked. The question had landed harder than accusation because it was genuine, not defensive, not performative, exhausted and real. She closed the open folder slowly. "I want you to stop making yourself a private government," she said. Ron let out a soft, pained laugh. "That's a very Hermione way of putting it." Hermione ignored him. "I want you to stop deciding that because your motives are good, your methods don't need witnesses. I want you to let us know before the next threshold if at all possible, and during it if not. I want you to tell me when you don't know whether something is your memory or Wanda's instead of pretending uncertainty is the same thing as stability." Each line landed like a vow Harry had failed before hearing it. Hermione's face softened by a fraction, only a fraction. "And I want," she said, voice lower now, "to be included before the world has to force the truth out of you in public." That one nearly undid him, because that was the heart of it. Wasn't it not merely that he had scared them, not merely that he had hidden things? He had kept making the people who loved him learn the truth at the point of disaster instead of the point of trust. Harry leaned back in the chair and looked at the ceiling. It remained mercifully single-versioned. "I don't know how to do this and still not hurt you," he said. Hermione answered immediately. "You are already hurting us by trying to solve that alone." He closed his eyes once. That was also true, of course it was. Truth had become unbearably crowded lately. When he opened them again, Wanda stood at the far edge of the room, not hidden, not fully visible to Ron and Hermione, whose attention remained on Harry, but present enough that Harry could see the exact way her expression changed as she listened. Not offended, not defensive, something quieter and more wounded than both. Watching Hermione demand shared awareness instead of admiring solitary endurance had struck somewhere old in her. Harry knew it with the certainty of the tether, a path not taken, perhaps, or one seen too late. He looked away from her and back to his friends. Then he did the only thing left that mattered. He let them in, not with summary, not with partial language, not with carefully cropped explanations designed to preserve his image as manageable. He reached. The power came easier now than he liked. Not because it was effortless. Because the path existed. He looked at Hermione first. "I can show you," he said. Her eyes widened immediately. "Harry, no mind control, no forcing. You can stop if you want." His voice was quieter than he expected. "But if I'm going to stop deciding alone, then I can't keep making you work from descriptions while I'm living inside the thing itself." Ron stared. "You can do that." Harry almost smiled tiredly. "Probably, which isn't reassuring, I know." Hermione looked from him to Ron and back again. Harry saw the calculation, ethical risk, magical contamination, possibility of insight, probability of trauma. The old Hermione wore between curiosity, love, responsibility, and terror. Then she said, "Only if it's consensual and bounded." That, too, was such a Hermione sentence that it nearly steadied him by itself. "Bounded how?" Ron asked, alarmed. Hermione was already thinking. "No deep memories, no unfiltered tether cross-feed, just perceptual state, current structures, how the branch is present." She looked at Harry sharply. "And you pull back the moment I say stop?" Harry nodded. Ron made a face. "I hate this." Hermione reached out and took his hand without looking away from Harry. "You don't have to." Ron swallowed, then straightened. "No, sod that. If you're both doing it, I'm not sitting there like the only normal person in the room." Hermione almost smiled despite everything. "That was never a realistic risk." Ron glared weakly. "Comforting." Harry breathed in slowly. This was not how Wanda would have structured the exercise. Not how the Ministry would have classified it. Not how Dumbledore would have advised it, likely. Which might have been exactly why it mattered. No spectacle. No coercion. no hidden threshold. Just three friends in a private room trying, however imperfectly, to choose accountability over loneliness before the next disaster made the choice for them. Harry extended both hands across the table. Hermione took one. Ron, after one final expression of moral protest at the universe, took the other. Harry looked once toward Wanda. She stood still as stone, watching with a face emptied of all her usual strategic composure. He felt through the tether not command, not guidance, but something like grief standing respectfully outside a door it wished someone had opened sooner. Then Harry let the walls come down, not all the way, just enough. Hermione gasped first. Ron swore immediately after. The room remained the same room, but Harry let them feel what he now felt when the world presented itself before choice hardened it. The slight overabundance of doors in every conversation, the shimmer of possible angles in objects and gestures, the pressure line between fear and outcome, the fact that architecture and emotion no longer stood politely apart. He did not show them the veil in full, did not give them Wanda's children or vision or Sokovia or the worst of the tether. Only the lived state of being Harry Potter now, branches on the rim of perception. Probability weighted by feeling. The exhausting vigilance required to choose one reality and remain answerable for having chosen it. Hermione's grip tightened until it hurt. Ron made a broken noise in the back of his throat that might later become a joke if all of them survived the semester. Then Harry showed them one more thing, not as an image, as an ethical sensation, what it felt like to be tempted in every frightened moment to decide alone because you could. That broke the exercise faster than anything else. "Stop," Hermione whispered. Harry pulled back at once. The room slammed into singularity. One table, one set of shelves, one ceiling. Three teenagers breathing too fast. Ron let go of Harry's hand like it had burned him, then immediately grabbed it again as if the recoil itself had been a betrayal. Hermione bent forward over the table, eyes shut, both hands flat against the wood. For several seconds no one spoke. Harry's heart pounded so hard it hurt. He had shown them not everything, but enough that they now carried direct knowledge rather than second-hand inference. Enough that solitude, if he chose it again, would be more obviously a choice and less defensible as necessity. Hermione straightened first. Her face was pale and damp with sweat. There were tears in her eyes she either had not noticed or had chosen not to spend energy on. When she spoke, her voice shook only once. "That," she said, "is too much for one person." Ron laughed once, high and unhappy. Yeah, it really is." Harry swallowed hard. "I know." Hermione looked at him, and now the look had changed, not less afraid but different. Before, she had been trying to infer the shape of his danger from evidence. Now she had touched the weight of it directly. There was more compassion in her face now, and less indulgence. That seemed impossible until he saw it. "You don't get to use being overwhelmed as a reason to isolate," she said softly. Harry nodded. It was all he could do. Ron squeezed his hand once, awkward and too hard and entirely Ron. "Well," he muttered, eyes still shiny in the candlelight, "that was the worst thing I've ever agreed to on purpose." Hermione actually laughed, a tiny, incredulous sound. But real. The tension in the room changed around it, not gone, never that, but reorganized. Wanda, at the far edge of the room, lowered her gaze. Harry felt through the tether a strange, aching mix of relief and sorrow, not directed at him exactly, but at the sight before her. Shared burden chosen before catastrophe required it, fear voiced instead of metabolized into control, power exposed to witnesses not as spectacle but as trust. It was, Harry realized, very likely something she wished she had once done. He did not say that aloud. He did not need to. The room knew. The tether knew. Wanda knew he knew. Hermione gathered the folders slowly, then pushed them all aside. "No more files tonight," she said. Ron glanced at them warily. "There are going to be more files later, though, aren't there?" "Yes, thought so." Harry almost smiled. Hermione looked at him then, properly looked, and asked the question she had really been trying to ask for weeks beneath all the others. "Can you do this with us? Not can you control it, Not will you promise nothing bad happens again, not even are you still good. Can you remain in relationship while becoming whatever this is? Harry answered honestly. I don't know, he said, but I want to. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment, then she nodded once. That's a start. Ron leaned back in his chair with the expression of someone who had just survived an exam in a language he did not speak. Brilliant! We're all doomed, but at least it's collaborative now. That pulled a laugh out of Harry despite everything. This time it stayed. Not because anything had been fixed. Nothing so clean had happened. The Ministry still feared him. Voldemort still lived. The tether still existed. The hall still had 8 windows, and prophecy no longer governed anything reliably enough to comfort institutions. Harry was still far too powerful in ways he did not fully trust, but the solitude around it had broken. And that, Hermione had been right to insist, was the pivot between tragedy and something else. Not safety, not victory, just the refusal to become singular in the wrong way. When they finally left the room of requirement, the corridor outside felt different, not safer, shared. Ron complained immediately about being starving again, which Harry took as proof the universe had not totally collapsed into abstraction. Hermione started outlining, aloud, a new working framework involving emotional transparency thresholds and branch event logging, which made Ron groan so dramatically a nearby portrait woke up and swore at them. Harry walked between them and, for the first time since the graveyard, did not feel like the only conscious person inside his own catastrophe. Behind them, the room of requirement sealed itself shut. Inside, Wanda remained alone in the quiet, hands loosely at her sides, looking at the space where Harry had chosen witness over secrecy. Her face, if anyone had been there to see it clearly, would have looked less like triumph than mourning touched by hope. As if she were watching a younger version of a choice she had once failed, and discovering too late that watching someone else make it differently could still hurt, and still heal, at the same time. Outside, the castle breathed around 3 friends who had not solved anything, but had at last agreed to carry it together. That was not the end of the danger. It was the end of pretending danger had to be faced alone to count as strength. And in a story increasingly built from power large enough to revise probability, that might have been the most important magic Harry had chosen yet. By the time Voldemort came to Hogwarts, the castle had already changed its posture around Harry, not loyalties. Not allegiance in the simple, childish sense people like to assign to old magical places. Hogwarts was older than sides. It had outlived founders, ministries, wars, and pedagogical fashions. But it had begun, slowly and with the unnerving patience of ancient things, to arrange itself around one fact. Harry Potter was no longer just a student moving through its corridors. He was now one of the forces its stones had to account for. The 8 windows in the Great Hall remained. No one had fixed them because no one knew how, and because after a while the castle had started behaving as though they had always been there. Morning light fell through them with irritating normalcy. Rain tracked down their panes. Owls crossed before them. Students began, in the way human beings always did, to incorporate the impossible into routine once the impossible stayed long enough to need scheduling around. But not everything settled so neatly. The wizarding world beyond Hogwarts had become loud with fracture. Fudge clung to office in public while losing it in private. The Ministry issued notices, revisions, classifications, denials, partial admissions, and committee statements so rapidly that even bureaucrats began losing faith in the bureaucracy's ability to pretend it understood the war. Pure-blood families with a talent for sensing shifts in invisible hierarchy had grown restless. Voldemort's return was no longer rumor. Yet his certainty had been damaged by the Ministry battle, by the failed prophecy, by Harry's survival through the veil, by the simple and humiliating fact that every narrative line he had relied on was starting to fray. And inside Hogwarts, Harry had done the hardest thing available to him. He had stopped being singular, not in power. That remained a problem of its own, but in decision. Hermione knew when the visions worsened. Ron knew when fear turned to dangerous calm. Dumbledore knew more than Harry liked and less than Harry feared. Wanda knew almost everything and, after Hermione's ultimatum, no longer asked to remain the only other person inside the architecture of his power. Harry hated how much harder that made everything. It was easier, in many ways, to carry catastrophe privately. Easier to decide without witnesses. Easier to believe good intentions counted as sufficient ethics when no one else had access to the actual scale of what he was handling. It was also how people became impossible too quickly. So he told them, when the branch visions worsened, he said so. When a room looked like 4 rooms at once, Hermione helped him map the trigger. When fear thinned into the dangerous near-absence Ron had named so accurately, Ron put a hand on his shoulder and swore at him until humanity re-entered the equation. When Wanda thought a lesson risked deepening the tether in unhealthy ways, Hermione argued with her. Often, at length, with color-coded notes. Wanda, to Harry's continued surprise, did not resent it. She looked, instead, increasingly like someone forced to watch a younger version of one of her worst mistakes being corrected in real time by people rude enough to call it love. That was the state of things when the first ward line broke. It happened just after sunset on a night so cold the stones near the windows held the weather inside them. Harry was in the room of requirement with Hermione, Ron, and Wanda, not training exactly but calibrating. Hermione had built what she called an anchoring lattice, and Ron called that glowing nonsense on the floor that gives me a headache. Thin chalk-white and red-gold lines crossed the room's stones in a geometric pattern designed to help Harry distinguish his own emotional pressure from external panic. It was the sort of thing only Hermione would invent. Half arithmancy, half trust exercise, morally aggressive. Harry had just managed, with moderate success and 1 cracked teacup, to keep 3 possible outcomes from becoming 6 when the room's walls rang, not shook, rang. Every line Hermione had drawn lit up at once. Wanda's head snapped toward the door that was not there. "The outer wards," she said. At the same moment, the castle bells began, not class bells, not dinner. Alarm, deep, old iron from somewhere below human preference, rolling up through towers and staircases and portraits, and sleeping stone with a note that said the castle had stopped hoping to avoid this. Ron was on his feet immediately. "That'll be him, then." Hermione's face had gone bloodless and sharp. "How many breaches?" Wanda closed her eyes for half a second, listening in the way she could listen to structures once they had enough emotional charge to become readable. 3 at first. East perimeter, greenhouses, lower viaduct. She opened her eyes again. And 1 pressure point building at the main gates. He wants spectacle. Of course he did. Harry already knew. He had known on some level since the prophecy went dark. Voldemort could no longer rely on destiny. He could no longer trust the old sentence to carry him inevitably toward Harry's death. The social order was slipping, the ministry had publicly failed him and itself, and every rumor in Britain now carried the humiliating subtext that Harry Potter had become harder to predict than the Dark Lord preferred. So he was coming to Hogwarts, not merely to kill, to reassert narrative. The boy who lived would die where everyone could see. The castle would stop being Harry's witness and become Voldemort's stage. That was the plan. Which was why Harry, hearing the bells, felt fear and something else beneath it, not confidence, recognition. The battle had finally arrived in a room large enough to settle the argument. Hermione crossed the space toward him at once. No solitary heroics. Ron, already checking his wand and then swearing because Harry had long since stopped using his, added, "Yeah, none of that. You so much as vanish dramatically and I'll drag you back by the ear." Harry would have smiled if the bells had not been drilling through his bones. Wanda stood very still, scarlet light breathing once at the edges of her hands and then gone. "He'll try to force the old shape," she said. "Battle. Duel, chosen one, death as proof." Harry looked at her. And her eyes held his. "You don't owe him that structure." The room shook properly then, dust drifted from somewhere above. The castle had moved from warning to war. They ran. Hogwarts in battle did not resemble the romantic version children imagined when they first heard stories about ancient magical schools. It was louder, messier, smarter. Portraits were evacuating students along alternate stair routes. Suites of armor that usually served decorative insult had armed themselves properly and were marching toward breached corridors under McGonagall's furious command. Professors moved through halls not like teachers pretending at heroism, but like highly trained witches and wizards who had spent years restraining their skill to classroom-safe expressions and were no longer required to. The Great Hall had already become triage, command center, and sanctuary all at once. The 8 windows burned with reflected torchlight and curse glow from outside. Students too young or too shaken to fight were being ushered behind the staff dais under layered shielding charms. Older students, DA members especially, were taking stations with a grimness that made Harry's chest tighten. Neville stood near the center aisle with his jaw set in that quiet, astonishing way he had when courage stopped asking for applause. Ginny was arguing with a 7th-year Hufflepuff about where best to place spare shield potions. Luna looked dreamy and entirely battle-ready, and in the middle of it all, Dumbledore stood before the house tables as if the room had assembled itself around him. He saw Harry at once, not surprise, not dismay, only the sharpened attention of a man who had expected exactly this convergence and still disliked the timing. "Mr. Potter," he said as Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Wanda reached the central aisle, "the northern wards will not hold long." Hermione, because some parts of her personality would survive the apocalypse untouched, said, "That is not a sentence one ought to be delivering this calmly." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the anchoring lattice residue still clinging faintly to Harry's sleeves. He understood at once that the 4 of them had not come from panic but from preparation. That mattered. "Calm," Dumbledore said, "is often the most useful speed." Outside, something enormous hit the gates. The hall shuddered. Several younger students cried out. The 8 windows flashed once, not with lightning but with branchlight, as though the old revision in the room recognized the incoming pressure and prepared to become relevant again. Harry looked through them. For one heartbeat, the courtyard outside appeared in 3 versions. In one, giants broke the gates and fire ran up the front steps. In another, the statues held and Voldemort entered alone through smoke. In the third, the strongest line, the one the world seemed to be leaning toward, the gates would fail just enough to invite battle into the courtyard while preserving the castle's body as witness. Harry inhaled slowly. "I need the courtyard," he said. Hermione turned on him immediately. "We need the courtyard." Ron echoed, "Yes, that." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened almost imperceptibly. "Good." He heard the pronoun shift too. Harry kept going. "If he gets inside the hall with this many people looking, it'll become something worse." He gestured once at the room, the windows, the old ceremonial architecture vibrating at the edge of activation. "This room already knows how to answer pressure around me. We keep it from having to." Dumbledore nodded once. McGonagall, arriving at speed from the West Passage with soot on her sleeve and murder in her eyes, looked between them and said, "The courtyard, then. We do not permit him the hall." Her voice made it sound like an administrative correction rather than a war decision. Harry loved her a little for that. Orders flew. Younger students were moved deeper into sanctuary chambers. DA members were given flanking assignments, not because anyone was foolish enough to think children should carry the front, but because children at Hogwarts had long since become an insulting category for battle readiness. Professors took perimeter positions. Kingsley arrived through the shattered side doors with 3 aurors, and the expression of a man whose evening had developed exactly as badly as predicted. Wanda remained near Harry, not drawing attention, not acting like a queen of scarlet doom from some worse story. Simply present, and because Harry now knew her better, he understood what the stillness cost. She could change battlefields. She could likely turn this into something spectacular and devastating if she chose. But spectacle was the disease here, not the cure. She leaned close enough that only he heard her when she said, "Remember what you refused." He knew what she meant: the prophecy, solitary government, pain as authority, fear translated into private rule. He nodded once, then the gates gave. The battle in the courtyard did not begin with Harry and Voldemort. It began with weather, smoke rolling low, statues taking blows that would have crushed oxen and answering with stone fists, spells crossing above the cobbles in streaks of green, gold, blue, and white. Death, eaters spreading into flanking positions with the arrogant confidence of people convinced they had finally dragged the war onto symbolically correct ground. Hogwarts rose behind its defenders, black and ancient against the night, windows burning in tears, towers lit from within like watchful eyes. Snow threatened and never fully committed. The air smelled of wet stone, curse ozone, and the first bite of fire. Harry stood midway down the front steps between Ron and Hermione, with Dumbledore a little ahead and to the left, McGonagall to the right, and the order spread in patterns that looked chaotic until one watched long enough to see the intention underneath. This was not a child's battlefield anymore. Not one person's. That mattered too. Voldemort did not arrive in haste. He walked through the open wreck of the gates as if entering an inheritance dispute he had already won in writing. His followers parted for him. Bellatrix, fever-bright and trembling with battle joy, at his right hand. Lucius, pale and controlled, on the left. Nagini, wound near his feet like a live threat sentence. The courtyard quieted by degrees around his presence. Not silence. Never that, not with curses still breaking at the edges and stone beasts still fighting in the outer lanes. But the center, the symbolic center, began to clear. Voldemort stopped perhaps 30 feet from the steps and looked at Hogwarts as a man might look at a castle he had once expected to rule by fear, and now meant to discipline personally. Then his gaze found Harry. Everything else in him, the followers, the war, the social fracture, even Dumbledore, narrowed. There, the old obsession and the new caution in the same stare. "Harry Potter," Voldemort called, voice carrying over the courtyard without effort. "Still forcing architecture to take your side, I see." Harry went down the steps before anyone could stop him, not alone, never alone now. He heard Hermione move with him immediately. Ron, too. He heard Dumbledore say nothing, which was somehow its own kind of permission and warning. He heard McGonagall swear under her breath in a way that suggested disagreement had yielded to tactical reality. Harry stopped on the last step. The branch visions had already begun. 3 Bellatrixes, 2 Naginis. Voldemort with 6 possible wand movements coiled in his wrist like secrets choosing among themselves. He breathed in and chose the line where his own fear stayed useful. "I'm here," Harry said. Voldemort smiled. "That has always been your worst habit." "I've had worse." A murmur ran through the watching ranks. Not only Death Eaters now, but Order members, teachers, students at the upper windows, survivors and cowards and believers and opportunists, all pressed into witness by the size of the moment. Voldemort felt it too. Harry could tell. He wanted the crowd. Wanted the old structure: wand, curse, death, prophecy vindicated, narrative restored. Which was why he did not waste time. The killing curse came green and clean and inevitable. No flourish, no speech, just murder as grammar. Harry did not dodge. The courtyard saw it. Every watcher. Every breath caught at once. Because from the outside it looked like surrender or madness or impossible confidence. Voldemort's curse came straight for Harry's chest, and Harry stood absolutely still in its path. Inside the moment, it was simpler. Harry looked at the curse and saw not only the spell but the probability structure carrying it. Certainty, intent, magical tradition, Voldemort's absolute faith in death as final authority. Under ordinary magical logic, the curse could only do what it did. Harry no longer lived only inside ordinary magical logic. He withdrew consent, not from death, from inevitability. The probability of the curse striking him fell to 0.3 feet from his body, not blocked, not reflected, not absorbed, zeroed. The green light dimmed as if embarrassed by its own overconfidence, and dissolved into harmless sparks that drifted down between them. Silence hit the courtyard like impact. Even the outer battle seemed to hesitate. Bellatrix made a small sound that did not belong to someone usually so delighted by violence. Lucius Malfoy went visibly gray. Somewhere behind Harry, someone at a window gasped Harry's name like prayer and warning at once. Voldemort did not move. That was the most interesting part. He did not flinch, because flinching would have admitted he still belonged to an old vocabulary in which impossibility deserved visible surprise. Instead, he looked at the empty air where his curse had become nothing and understood, finally and fully, that Harry had moved beyond being merely difficult to kill. Harry had become difficult to narrate. Voldemort hated that more than defeat. Harry heard his own voice before he consciously chose the words. "I'm not going to fight you." The courtyard reacted, confusion, disbelief, fury, relief, all in different corners at once. Voldemort's eyes narrowed to slits. "No," Harry shook his head. "Not like that," he said. The branch visions thickened, 3 futures of battle, 7 of slaughter, 1 of surrender. A few of monstrous things Harry refused on sight. He felt Ron and Hermione behind him like fixed stars in bad weather. He felt Wanda somewhere above and to the side, not visible to most, holding the edge of the field with exquisite restraint so the courtyard would not become another great hole. He felt Dumbledore ready and not intervening, which was perhaps the strangest trust Harry had ever been given. "I'm going to show you something," Harry said. Voldemort laughed. It was a hard sound. "You presume very much." "No," Harry said. "I just know what you built yourself out of." Then he reached, not for Voldemort's body, not for his wand, not even for the Horcruxes yet. For probability around the man called Tom Riddle. The courtyard darkened, not into night but into relevance. The battle sounds at the edges dulled. Snow that had been threatening all evening finally began to fall in slow white flecks, each one visible in 3 possible trajectories before choosing the one the wind allowed. Voldemort raised his wand, and Harry showed him. It was not legilimency, too invasive for that, too intimate, nor was it illusion. Illusions could be rejected as false. This needed to be felt as possible. Harry opened probability around Tom Riddle like a fan of roads. And for one vast, terrible instant, Voldemort saw every version of himself that had once been reachable. Tom in the orphanage, not untouched by cruelty, but not yet in love with domination. Tom at Hogwarts, sorting ambition into scholarship instead of hunger. Tom who heard Slughorn's vanity and chose knowledge without fragmentation. Tom who looked at death and did not decide fear entitled him to mutilate the soul. Tom who made friends, not many, not easily, but enough that loneliness never got to masquerade as superiority. Tom as a healer of obscure magical maladies because his fascination with boundaries could have turned there just as easily. Tom as minister in some bleak but functional timeline, vain and brilliant and merely human. Tom old, Tom mortal, Tom ridiculous in small ways because mortality allowed that. Tom grieving people he loved because he had allowed himself to love them. Tom dying once, at the end of an actual life, with his soul whole enough for death to know what to do with it. The courtyard became witness to none of the content, only the effect. Voldemort staggered, not under assault, under possibility. His face, which had been sculpted for years now into the inhuman consistency of chosen monstrosity, cracked around the edges. Fury first. Of course, fury first. He tried to reject the vision by force of will and identity, by insisting the roads were weakness, irrelevance, sentiment. Harry did not force meaning onto him. That was the point. He only made the alternatives undeniable. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed. Harry's voice was quiet. "Your life before you narrowed it." The answer struck harder than any curse, because there, at the heart of Voldemort, under every murder and every fragment and every mythology of exception, remained the original obscenity. A boy terrified enough of insignificance and death that he had chosen to become less human in the name of becoming less vulnerable. Harry showed him not goodness, not absolution, not redemption staged for moral convenience. He showed him scale, how small his chosen path had been, how repetitive, how embarrassingly narrow for a man who called himself great. Voldemort's wand hand shook. Bellatrix cried out, "My lord!" He did not hear her, or heard and could not organize the sound, because now grief had entered the chamber of his self-conception, and not grief for victims. Not yet. Worse than that, grief for himself, for what he had amputated in the name of power. For what fear had cost him before he ever admitted it as fear. For the humiliating truth that becoming Voldemort had not been the only possible answer to being Tom. The red in Harry's field sharpened. The veil's frequency hummed beneath it. The tether to Wanda gave him exactly enough of her old understanding to know what not to do next. Do not punish with vision. Do not make pain into law. Do not force guilt to become spectacle. So Harry moved to the real task, the Horcruxes. Once he knew how to look, they were not objects, they were grammar, soul fragments threaded through reality like illegal footnotes refusing to let a story end where it should. Some remained housed in matter. Some had already been damaged in this world and yet persisted as probabilistic habits across nearby branches. The diary gone and not gone. The ring wounded. The locket hidden. The cup sleeping. The snake living. The scar fragment burning in Harry's own history like a splinter of miswritten destiny. Voldemort had not merely split his soul. He had taught reality to misfile him. Harry reached into that filing error. Every thread lit at once. The courtyard saw only a burst of scarlet gold lattice unfolding outward from Harry like impossible roots or veins of light. Dumbledore inhaled sharply. Hermione, from the steps, understood before anyone else and whispered something that might have been all seven. Harry felt them. A shard in old ink and memory, a shard in blood-heavy metal, a shard in something buried under old greed. A shard in a cup made ornamental by the ignorance of people who polished evil into heritage, a shard in a snake's living pulse, a shard in Harry's own scar, and the central self in Voldemort, thinned by division, pretending multiplication was immortality. Pain tore through him, not injury. Not exactly, more like every false continuation in the structure screaming at once as he withdrew the probability that Tom Riddle could remain distributed. This was what Nexus power actually cost, not spectacle, but scale of refusal. Harry did not destroy the soul. He unstitched the lie that it had ever been wise to parcel it. Around the battlefield, effects rippled outward through the invisible web. Nagini screamed and convulsed, not dying but shedding a darkness older than venom. Somewhere far from Hogwarts, hidden objects cracked, dimmed, or simply lost the wrongness that had made them more than artifacts. Harry's scar flared so white-hot he nearly dropped to his knees. And then, for the first time since he was a baby, the pain inside it broke apart and went silent, gone. Not numb, absent, the fragment in him was over. The red-gold lattice tightened once more around Voldemort, then all seven threads snapped back into one mortal line. The sound was not audible, it was existential. Everyone in the courtyard felt it, a reversion, a terrible simplification. Voldemort screamed, not because Harry had injured him, because Harry had made him singular. The transformation was not theatrical, no smoke. No convenient villain collapse into dust. Worse than that, his body remained, his face remained mostly what he had made it. But age entered him all at once, not years exactly, but unprotected continuity. Exhaustion without soul anchors, mortality without escape clauses. The red in his eyes dimmed toward something uglier and more human. His wand fell from fingers that no longer looked like certainty given bone. He dropped to one knee. The courtyard stayed silent except for distant fighting, which was now beginning to fail at the edges as Death Eaters sensed the center had gone wrong. Bellatrix moved first. Of course she did, toward him, toward Harry, toward vengeance. It did not matter which version. But Kingsley and McGonagall cut her off in a burst of blue-white spellfire that sent her flying sideways into shattered stone. She rose shrieking and was taken by three more defenders at once. Harry barely saw it. He was looking at what remained of Tom Riddle, not the myth, not the Dark Lord. not prophecy's chosen opposite, a man kneeling in snow and torchlight with one soul, one body, one life, and no excuse left big enough to hide in. Voldemort looked up. The fury was still there. The hatred too. But beneath both sat something new and naked and impossible on that face. Fear. Not fear of death, not primarily, fear of having to be only one person after all. Harry stepped closer. No one stopped him. No one breathed loudly enough to count. Tom's voice, when it came, had lost the serpent-hiss grandeur. It sounded thinner, older, appallingly human in all the worst ways. "What have you done?" Harry looked at him for a long moment, then he answered with the truth. "I made you finite." Tom stared. Harry could have killed him then. The whole courtyard knew it. Perhaps half the world would later decide he should have. Instead, Harry stepped back, not out of mercy alone, though there was mercy in it, out of refusal. He would not turn this into an execution and call that justice merely because history liked clean endings better than accountable ones. He looked over his shoulder. Kingsley was already moving forward with auras and conjured restraints. Dumbledore remained still, watching with an unreadable expression made of grief, approval, warning, and perhaps relief that did not yet trust itself. "Leave him," Harry said. His voice carried farther than he intended, to the auras. That sentence changed the battle more than another curse would have, because it returned the ending to law without surrendering its truth to bureaucracy. Because it told the watching school, the Order, the Death Eaters, and the castle itself that power need not culminate in private execution to count as decisive. Because it proved Hermione right in the most difficult way available. Harry was no longer deciding everything alone just because he could. Kingsley reached Tom first. The restraint spells wrapped cleanly, not dramatically. Iron blue bands locking wrists, throat, chest, and magic flow with the efficiency of someone who had imagined this moment often and trusted himself very little inside it. Tom did not resist much. That was the most horrifying part. Once his soul had been forced back into one line, resistance stopped carrying mythic force. He was still dangerous, still brilliant, still hateful, but also tired in a way no Horcrux had previously allowed him to be. The Death Eaters felt it. Some fled. Some dropped their wands. Bellatrix screamed as if the structure of the universe had insulted her personally. Lucius Malfoy sank, visibly and permanently, into the posture of a man realizing survival and relevance had just become separate projects. Snow continued falling. The battle ended in fragments, not all at once. Never neatly. A few last curses. A giant collapsing near the broken gate, students at the windows crying and laughing and disbelieving in equal measure, professors moving from duel to triage without transition, the courtyard slowly remembering that it was made of stone and night and not solely of climax. Harry stood in the center of it and felt the branch pressure recede, not vanish. That would never happen now, but settle. One line chosen, one refusal made, one war structurally altered. His legs went weak. Hermione reached him on the exact side most likely to keep him upright. Ron reached the other, muttering something halfway between "you absolute maniac" and relief too fierce to turn into proper language. Harry laughed once, because if he didn't he might start shaking and never stop. Behind them, Wanda stood near the shadow of the broken archway leading back inside the castle. Most people did not see her. That was how she preferred it, but Harry did. And what he saw on her face was not triumph, not even satisfaction, something quieter. A terrible, tender kind of vindication. He had not killed the man, he had ended the structure. He had chosen accountability over appetite at the exact moment appetite would have looked most like justice. It was, Harry understood suddenly, the choice she had hoped he would make long before either of them had the courage to admit that was the lesson under all the other lessons. Dumbledore came to stand before him. For once, the old man looked every year he had ever lived. He looked at Harry. At Ron and Hermione holding him up. At Kingsley securing Tom Riddle not as a myth but as a prisoner. At the courtyard with its broken stone and cooling curse marks and snow filling the seams. Then he said, very quietly, "You chose." Harry, more tired than he had ever been in his life, nodded once. Yes, he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. No praise speech, no headmaster's sermon, just that. As if he understood that anything larger would cheapen it. Around them, Hogwarts kept breathing. The 8 windows in the great hall glowed behind the high doors. The towers stood. The statues, dented and broken in places, still held the line. Students were beginning to come down in clusters under teacher escort, not to gawk but to help, because Hogwarts had always been at its strangest when turning survivors into community again. And at the center of the courtyard, under snow and witness and the end of one kind of prophecy, Tom Riddle knelt in restraint and stared at his own hands like a man trying to remember when he had mistaken fragmentation for greatness. Harry looked at him one last time. No victory speech came. No need to explain morality to the morally bankrupt. No desire to grind the moment into spectacle. There was only exhaustion, and the faint, impossible sense that somewhere deep in the structures of magic, a door had just opened and the world had not yet figured out what to call the air moving through it. That naming problem belonged to tomorrow. Tonight, Hogwarts still stood. Tonight, Sirius lived. Ron and Hermione were here. The Ministry's war on language had lost to reality. The Dark Lord had become Tom again. And Harry Potter, Nexus or not, powerful or not, chosen one or not, had done the one thing that mattered most. He had remained answerable to more than himself at the exact moment he could have stopped being. Wars did not end the way stories like to claim they did. They did not conclude in one clean silence after the villain fell. They did not roll neatly into peace because the right person had made the right choice in the right courtyard under the right snowfall. They did not give survivors the dignity of immediate meaning. They ended in paperwork and funerals, in sleeplessness and inventory, in too many people saying after, as if the word itself explained anything, in castles learning how to house the living again after spending the night memorizing who nearly became dead. Hogwarts woke slowly. The morning after Voldemort fell, the sky above the castle was painfully blue, as if weather itself had decided not to be dramatic now that the humans had overperformed in its place. Snow remained only in the seams of the courtyard and the shadows under the battlements. The broken front gates smoked faintly where curses had scorched iron into uglier shapes. Stone beasts lay shattered across the grounds, noble and ridiculous in defeat. House elves and professors and older students moved through the aftermath with the grim efficiency of people who had no intention of waiting for history to come clean the mess. Harry woke in the hospital wing again. Of course he did. Madame Pomfrey stood over him with a face that suggested medicine had not prepared her nearly enough for the particular habits of this century's chosen catastrophes. "You remain," she informed him, before he had asked anything at all. "One of the most professionally exhausting people I have ever treated." Harry swallowed against a throat gone rough with overused magic and lack of sleep. "Morning, noon," he blinked. Pomfrey thrust a potion into his hand. "Drink!" He did. It tasted like mint regretting its own existence. Only after he swallowed did she soften, just barely. "Your friends are alive. Mr. Black is alive. Professor McGonagall has not yet murdered a single Ministry official, though the day is young. The prisoner remains under heavy guard. The school remains standing." Her eyes narrowed. "You, however, are to remain in this bed until I no longer suspect you might stand up and alter medical architecture out of stubbornness." Harry tried for a smile and managed something weaker. His body felt mostly human again, which was disappointing in ways he did not have the energy to analyze. The branch pressure had receded to the edges of perception. The world was singular enough to navigate without wanting to lie down in a dark room and demand reality pick a lane. His scar no longer hurt. That absence was still the strangest sensation of all. He kept expecting the old warning burn and finding only skin. He turned his head toward the hospital wing windows. From here he could not see the great hall. He could still feel it. The 8 windows remained, not as a threat anymore, not exactly. More like a sentence the castle had chosen to keep even after the paragraph around it changed. The curtain beside his bed swished open. Ron came through first, because of course he did, carrying three things at once: a wrapped sandwich, a pile of loosely folded newspapers, and the moral conviction that normality could be bullied into a room if introduced loudly enough. Hermione followed with a stack of books that would have made a lesser person seem deranged. On Hermione, they only looked inevitable. Ron set the sandwich down beside Harry's bed like an offering to a recovering war god who preferred treacle tart and sarcasm to worship. "You're awake," he said, sounding offended that Harry had managed it without announcing the plan first. Hermione looked at Harry for half a second longer than Ron did, and in that half-second, Harry felt all of the last month between them. Lies, fear, shared knowledge, the ultimatum, the choice in the courtyard, the fact that power had not yet made him singular enough to leave them behind. Then she said with devastating normalcy, "Good, you can read." Harry looked at the newspapers and groaned. Ron grinned. "That's how you know she still loves you." The wizarding world reacted exactly as badly as expected, and in exactly the ways Hermione had predicted. The ministry did not collapse in one theatrical instant, though Fudge's authority effectively did. Publicly, he attempted 3 statements in 2 days and managed to contradict himself in all of them. First came denial that the ministry had ever classified Harry Potter unfairly. Then came reluctant acknowledgement that novel emergent magical phenomena had complicated prior assessments. Then came an attempt to emphasize ministry bravery during the final battle at Hogwarts, which would perhaps have landed better if the Daily Prophet had not already printed 3 eyewitness accounts describing Cornelius Fudge dropping his wand in the atrium when Voldemort appeared. By the end of the week, resignation became the only narrative left available to him. He took it badly. History enjoyed that. Kingsley Shacklebolt accepted interim leadership with the expression of a man who would rather have accepted literally anything else, but understood the arithmetic of disaster better than most. He did not speak grandly at first. He reorganized. He removed people. He put the right kind of terrifying pressure on the wrong kind of committee. He quietly informed the Department of Mysteries that technical curiosity would no longer be accepted as a sufficient argument for access to children who altered ontology under stress. The Unspeakables hated that. Hermione found this gratifying in a way she considered morally sound. Tom Riddle, no longer Voldemort in any official sense because the state, once it had him in a cell under layered wards, preferred the administrative humiliation of his human name, survived imprisonment. That fact unsettled many people who would have preferred a simpler ending. Death made monsters abstract, confinement made them procedural. Now Britain had to reckon not with a demon lord destroyed in battle, but with a man brought back inside the category of law by the very boy he had tried to define through destiny. This did not improve anyone's sleep. The pureblood families reacted in their own more elegant panic. Some closed ranks. Some switched loyalties with the oily speed of people who thought history respected timing more than sincerity. Some quietly began revising family narratives, minimizing dark associations, emphasizing cousins who had once donated to a school fund or written a polite note to the right branch of the Black Line. And under all of it ran a deeper discomfort, because the old hierarchy had survived previous wars by translating every shock back into familiar structure. Blood, lineage, office, marriage, ministry patronage, dark lord, light side, old name, new arrangement. But Harry had not won inside that ladder. He had stepped partly outside it and dragged the war's conclusion with him. Prophecy no longer stood as invisible constitutional law. Bloodline advantage looked less inevitable when a half-raised orphan from a cupboard and a witch from another world had helped rewrite the grammar of power in public. Ancient houses that had spent centuries treating inheritance like physics were now forced to confront the possibility that their children lived in a world where possibility itself could revolt. No one with property and pride enjoyed that. The students felt it too. Back at Hogwarts, where the term continued because old institutions rarely knew how to stop at the right symbolic moment, the conversations changed. Slytherins spoke more carefully around history than before. Ravenclaws became insufferable about metaphysics. Hufflepuffs, to their credit, were mostly concerned with whether the school planned to leave the broken parts of the courtyard visible as a memorial, or if some idiot committee would smooth them out. Gryffindors alternated between pride, rumor, and the awkward social reality of living in the same tower as the person history had just made more difficult to joke about. Harry hated being difficult to joke about. Ron continued regardless. It helped. Dumbledore changed too, not publicly. He remained Dumbledore in the ways everyone required. Calm, infuriatingly difficult to surprise, capable of making a room feel both safer and more judged by entering it with a twinkle and a question no one had wanted asked aloud. But privately, with Harry, something had shifted. Perhaps the moment in the courtyard had altered the old man's internal argument in ways even he had not anticipated. Harry had chosen power without private execution, chosen witness over spectacle, chosen law, not the ministry's broken version, but the principle that even a boy who could revise probability should remain accountable to structures beyond appetite. That mattered to Dumbledore. Not as absolution, as evidence. He summoned Harry a week after the battle. The office looked the same. Silver instruments spinning, portraits pretending not to listen, Fawkes regarding the universe with Phoenix-level patience. But the air in it felt less like preparation and more like aftermath. Dumbledore did not waste time. "The prophecy chamber remains under review," he said, fingers steepled. "The sphere concerning you has been independently examined 6 times and continues to display no active content." Harry leaned back in the chair and tried not to smile at the image of 6 unspeakables losing arguments with ordinary glass. "So it's really gone dark?" "Yes." Dumbledore watched him over his glasses. "You have not asked whether that disturbs me." Harry met his gaze. "Does it?" Dumbledore smiled very slightly. "It disturbs the part of me that spent years arranging possibilities around the expectation that destiny, however cruelly phrased, had given us a map." His expression changed. "It relieves the part of me that knows maps can become prisons when trusted too completely." That was as close to confession as Harry thought he was likely to get. He accepted it. Dumbledore's eyes moved briefly toward the window. "The world will spend some time trying to decide whether what happened to you ought to be codified, feared, copied, contained, or worshipped." Harry grimaced. "That sounds awful." "It will be helpful, rarely." That actually made Harry laugh. Then Dumbledore said, more quietly, "You should leave before they succeed in any of those plans." Harry blinked. Dumbledore's gaze returned to him, direct and clear. "Not immediately, not in flight, but eventually." "A beat. You have become too central here for too many people's peace of mind. Even the well-intentioned may begin to build institutions around your continued presence." Harry thought of the ministry categories, of pure-blood discomfort, of students staring at him and then at the windows, of the danger of becoming not singular in power, but singular in everyone else's political imagination. "You're telling me to go." "I am telling you," Dumbledore said, "that there is a difference between being needed for a crisis and being allowed to become a civilization's permanent answer to itself." Harry sat with that. Then he nodded once. Some part of him had known already. He put off the goodbye longer than he should have, not out of cowardice, out of greed. Ordinary days became precious once he knew they were ending. Harry found himself hoarding them in quiet forms. Breakfast with Ron complaining about ministry spelling, Hermione muttering over a new working paper on non-coercive probability anchoring, Ginny rolling her eyes so hard at both of them it practically counted as sibling violence, Neville making the greenhouse smell like actual life instead of destiny, Luna asking if Nexus beings slept differently or simply dreamed more honestly. He walked the corridors more, touched walls when no one was watching, learned the changed acoustics of the great hall under 8 windows, watched light move through spaces that had once held fear and now held memory instead. Hogwarts remembered him, not sentimentally, architecturally. The first time he noticed it consciously, he was alone on the third-floor corridor where one of the walls had once shimmered red under early training strain. He passed by and the stone gave off the faintest warmth. Not alarm. Recognition. Down another passage, a window pane briefly deepened scarlet at the edges as he went by and then turned ordinary again. The room of requirement, whenever he was near it now, seemed to breathe a little differently in its hidden place, as if the castle had accepted that some of its own inner geometry had been changed permanently by contact with him, and found that fact more interesting than offensive. He liked that more than he admitted. It was one thing to become strange to the world, another to become legible to the place that had first taught him belonging. The final afternoon with Ron and Hermione happened because they refused to let him turn leaving into a ceremony. No speeches. Ron said when Harry finally told them. No ominous disappearing into mist either, Hermione added, and if you say anything that sounds like a chosen one farewell, I will hex your shoes together. So they made an ordinary day out of it, or the closest thing available. They skipped the last stretch of afternoon lessons with such transparent dishonesty that even McGonagall, encountering them on the stair and hearing Ron's ridiculous explanation about advanced emotional field management requiring off-site observation, merely looked at Harry for one long second and said, "Back by supper if civilization continues." Then they went down to the lake, not the dramatic side by the cliffs, not anywhere symbolic enough to tempt rhetoric. Just a patch of grass under a tree that had survived 2 wars and 100 bad student poems. The lake was gray-blue under soft cloud. The giant squid surfaced once in the middle distance like a bored footnote in a stranger's story. Someone far across the grounds shouted at a broom. The castle loomed behind them in warm stone and ordinary majesty. They sat. For a while no one said much. That was the point. Harry had expected the goodbye to feel impossible. Instead it felt almost offensively human. Ron complained about weather. Hermione corrected his summary of 3 separate events from second year. Harry lay back in the grass and stared at the sky and, for one suspended hour, did not see branches at all, just cloud, just one cloud, then another. It felt like mercy. Eventually Ron rolled onto one elbow and said, with the aggression of a person disguising grief as irritation, "So where exactly are you going?" Harry looked at the clouds a second longer. "I don't know. That is a terrible plan. It's more of a direction." "That's worse." Hermione, knees drawn up, chin resting on folded arms, watched Harry with eyes that no longer tried to pretend the question was simple. "With Wanda?" "Yes." She nodded once. There was more trust in that nod than he deserved and less comfort than he wanted. Ron kicked lightly at Harry's boot. "Do you have to go far?" Harry smiled faintly. "Probably." "That's rubbish, accurate rubbish." Hermione looked out across the lake. "You know," she said after a moment, "I'm still angry with you." Harry turned his head toward her. "I know. I'm also proud of you in ways that are extremely inconvenient to maintain alongside the anger." That pulled a laugh out of him. Ron groaned. "You two are exhausting. You say that like you aren't also awful," Hermione replied. "I'm delightful. You're impossible. I'm consistent." The 3 of them sat there and argued gently about nothing for another 20 minutes, and Harry understood with a force almost painful that this was what he would miss most. Not only the heroics, not only the castle, not even the relief of familiar walls. This. The unbearable ordinariness of being known by people who would still call you an idiot after watching you revise a battlefield. Eventually, the sun dipped lower. The castle bells rang once for the evening meal, soft across the grounds. Harry sat up. No one told him not to. That was kindness. And cruelty and correct. He looked at them both. Ron's face had gone too carefully neutral. Hermione's had not. "I don't have a speech," Harry said. "Good," Ron muttered, staring at a patch of grass like it had personally insulted him. Harry looked at Hermione. "Thank you." She shook her head at once. "No, none of that broad, heroic nonsense. Specifics." That was fair. Harry smiled, small and tired and real. Thank you for not letting me become impossible. Hermione's eyes filled before she could stop them. You did some of that yourself. Less than I'd have managed without you. Ron made a choked noise that was trying very hard to be a laugh, and failing, Harry turned to him. And thank you for making sure power still had to survive being mocked. Ron sniffed violently. Someone had to keep standards. Harry stood. They stood too. No speeches, Ron had said. No chosen one farewell, Hermione had threatened. So the goodbye happened the way true things often did. Stupidly, awkwardly, in pieces. Ron hugged him first and almost broke 2 ribs out of loyalty. Hermione hugged him second and held on a little too long, and not long enough. Harry said nothing eloquent because eloquence would have made it less honest. Then they walked back up toward the castle together for supper. Because even at the edge of endings, people still got hungry, and Ron would not permit a dramatic departure on an empty stomach. That, more than anything else, was friendship. Wanda waited at the gates, not the front gates, broken and mended now by practical magic, and still carrying scorch marks nobody had yet been brave enough to fully erase. The older gates. The ones on the path leading out, past the edge of the grounds where Hogsmeade's road began, and then, if one kept walking, the world resumed its less curated forms. She stood with her hands in the pockets of her dark coat, and a sky behind her that was almost evening. Almost. Because halfway between her and the gateposts the air had opened, not torn, not violently broken, revised. A doorway stood in nothing, all soft scarlet at the edges and impossible depth at the center. Through it, Harry could see another sky entirely. No British clouds, no Hogwarts light. A strange gold horizon under violet dusk, mountains in the far distance, and a city, or the beginning of one, built in lines his world did not favor. Ron stopped dead. Hermione, to her credit, only went very still. That, Ron said faintly, is unfairly dramatic. Wanda glanced at him. I thought it might help. It did not. Hermione stepped forward half a pace, eyes on the open door. Is it stable? Wanda's mouth twitched. For our purposes? That is not a reassuring answer. No, Wanda agreed, but it is accurate. Harry stood between them and looked back once at the castle. Hogwarts in late light, towers darkening toward silhouette, 1,000 windows catching sunset, and in the great hall, unseen from here but no less real for it, 8 panes where there should have been 6, taking the evening into themselves as calmly as they had taken morning. He thought of all the places inside now carrying some small probability eddy of his 5th year. A warm wall, a red shimmer, a room that remembered grief and refused to reduce it to damage, a castle that had witnessed him becoming difficult to categorize and had, instead of rejecting him, adjusted. That mattered. It always would. He looked at Wanda. Where does it go? Wanda followed his gaze into the impossible sky beyond the doorway. Somewhere with a different problem, she said. Harry laughed softly. Of course. He looked at Ron and Hermione one last time. Neither of them said don't go. That was love too, the adult kind, or the closest young people managed when childhood had been aggressively edited out of their biographies. Hermione stepped forward just enough to say, "Write if writing remains a coherent medium in whatever that is." Ron added, "And if you come back having become even more impossible, warn us first." Harry smiled. "I'll do my best." Then he turned and walked toward the door in the air. The closer he came, the more the boundary between one world and another felt less like crossing distance and more like choosing a problem set. The scarlet edges of the opening breathed softly, as if the revision had learned patience from Wanda. Warm wind met him halfway, carrying spice and rain, and the faint metallic scent of a place that had its own wars, its own impossible people, its own version of history waiting to be interrupted by someone who no longer belonged entirely to one line of events. At the threshold, Harry paused. Not because he doubted, because leaving deserved a witness. He looked back once. Ron stood with his hands shoved too deep in his pockets, jaw tight, eyes bright. Hermione stood beside him, spine straight, face wet and unashamed of it. Wanda waited a little to the side, giving him the dignity of a final look that belonged to his life before her and not solely to what came next. Beyond them, Hogwarts watched in stone and sunset. Harry stepped through. The door closed. No thunder, no cosmic roar. Just a clean revision of local space, folding shut as if it had never been open, and yet leaving behind the faintest scarlet afterimage in the evening air before that too vanished. The grounds went quiet, not empty. Never empty, not with memories still moving through them. Ron let out a breath like a curse, and a prayer had tried to occupy the same space and compromised badly. Hermione covered her face for 1 second, then lowered her hands and stared at the place where the door had been until looking there became ordinary grass again. Wanda was gone. Of course she was. And Hogwarts, behind them, breathed on. In the great hall, students sat to supper under floating candles and old rafters, and the subtle changed geometry of a room that had once chosen not to forget. Morning would come, and the 8 windows would catch it where there should have been 6. No one would know why, not fully. No one would fix them, because some revisions, once made honestly enough, no longer counted as damage, they counted as witness. And somewhere under another sky, Harry Potter walked forward carrying grief, accountability, impossible power, friendship hard-won against solitude, and the one lesson that had saved him from becoming merely vast. That choosing remained more important than fate, more important than prophecy. More important than fear, and more important in the end than power itself. He had been the boy who lived, then the boy who was watched, then the boy who became a problem no institution could name correctly. Now he was something simpler and harder, the boy who chose. And the world, this one and the next, would have to learn what that meant